Sasuke sighed as he looked at his teammates as they sat together. He could still hardly believe they'd just come face to face with an S-ranked criminal, an enemy in the same league as him. It was a reminder of just how far he still had to go. But that wasn't the concern at the moment. Sasuke's teammates did not look well. Now that the adrenaline had worn off, it was clear how rough a time they'd had while he'd been out cold. Sakura's eyelids were drooping. At times, one of her eyes would be half closed. And she was still shaky on her feet. Naruto was better off, but even then, there was a weariness about him. Far from the norm for the exuberant blonde. I hate to say it, but I think we should take the day off from the test, Sasuke told them, drawing shock from his teammates. What? But Sasuke, we only have 4 days left. And we don't even know how many heaven scrolls are still out there. Sakura replied, now sitting up on full alert. Sakura, you had to keep watch while I was out. You've been up for over 24 hours now. And you haven't fully recovered from that sound attack. You think you're in the best condition to fight? Sasuke pointed out. He then turned to Naruto. And Naruto had to camp out by himself. With all the predators and enemies out there, he would have had to sleep with one eye open. Yeah, Naruto added with a grimace, rubbing the back of his head. He has a point. Also, have either of you eaten since breakfast yesterday? I know I haven't. As if on cue, a rumble rang out from Sakura's stomach. The pink-haired girl put a hand to her belly and blushed. Sasuke shook his head. Yeah, that's what I thought. So, we rest and recuperate for today, then pick things up tomorrow. With Naruto's shadow clones, it shouldn't be too hard to find another team. At least now that Orochimaru's not around to destroy them. Guess we have no choice. Sakura slumped slightly, and with that admission, her eyes fell half shut. It seemed like she wasn't trying to fight her exhaustion anymore. Alright, I'll have my clones scout out a place to hang out heads today, Naruto said, putting a fist to his chest. We cook whatever we catch here, then head out. Sasuke nodded. Hopefully, we can get it done before someone or something follows the smoke. He then stood up. I'll get us something to eat. Out of the 3 of us, I'm in the best condition. My clones will bring back any berries or whatever that they find, Naruto added. I've been studying local flora. I should be able to tell if any of it's poisonous. Sakura threw in. Naruto pointed off into the forest. There's a stream about 40 yards that way if you think you can round up some fish. Sasuke nodded. Naruto's clones were extremely useful. All right, I'll be back in half an hour. He said before he walked off, then leapt into the trees in a burst of speed. It didn't take long before he found the stream Naruto had mentioned. Standing at its shifting waters, he brought a hand to the mark on the nape of his neck and grimaced. The pain had mostly subsided, all that remained was a dull throbbing. He remembered what Naruto said, this thing was probably supposed to get him addicted to its power. He suddenly had a bad feeling about something. He called upon the Sharingan, but as his eyes bled crimson, the dull ache became a burning, stabbing pain that shot through his whole body. He let out a strangled cry as he doubled over, gripping the mark with both hands. Great. This thing was going to try to force Sasuke to use it. That's just great. He stood there for a few moments, taking in heavy breaths as he waited for the pain to subside. When it was over, he took on a taijutsu stance and ran through a kata. Taijutsu didn't set it off. He'd thought as much, given how he was able to make it here in the first place. Though, even that might trigger it if he did anything too intensive. Still, he had taijutsu, his skill, and the seals Naruto gave him didn't use much chakra, so those should be fine. So he wasn't completely helpless. Still, he'd have to tell the others when he got back. They deserved to know, and he didn't want this to come out when they were in the middle of a fight. Half an hour later, Sasuke came back with 8 fish caught with a makeshift spear he'd made. Naruto started a fire while he set about making brine to salt the meat. Sakura, meanwhile, separated what the clones had brought back. Quite a few plants and mushrooms got tossed away, the pink-haired girl saying they'd either give them stomach problems or kill them. Soon enough, their food was roasting as they sat around a fire. Naruto's clones had a perimeter, so they should be alerted to anything that came their way. All 3 of them eyed the cooking with anticipation. As they waited, Sasuke sighed. Well, I guess now's as good a time as any. The Uchiha said, drawing his teammates' attention. He pointed at the seal on his neck. This thing won't let me use jutsu. Anytime I try to use too much chakra, it tries to make me use it. What? Naruto exclaimed. Wait, Then, Sakura began. I'm not helpless. He cut them off. I can still use taijutsu. And Naruto's seals. Well, that was a relief. Still, this just got worse and worse. It pissed Naruto off that the bastard had waltzed in their village and as good as branded his friend. And then he left without so much as a by your leave. And what he did to those genin from his own village. Orochimaru saw people as nothing but pawns that he could throw away or do whatever he wanted with, whenever he wanted. It made him sick. They both calmed down. Naruto grimaced and crossed his arms. We need to get to the proctors. Maybe we can get them or Kakashi-sensei to do something about it before the next test. I mean, they're going to have to talk to us anyway, since we ran into Orochimaru. Sasuke and Sakura nodded. They should. I mean, that's not exactly part of the exams. The pink-haired Kunoichi said. How are you holding up, Sakura? Naruto asked. I'm fine. I'm getting better. I think I can stand up straight without a problem now. Just tired. And hungry. Sakura replied. I didn't do much aside from watching Sasuke all night. She then looked at him curiously. What about you? Same. I didn't really run into any trouble. Naruto shrugged, and then he smiled. I did meet this girl, though. Sakura raised a brow. A girl? He nodded. Yeah, this green-haired girl from Taki named Fu. Orochimaru had some other snakes waiting for me, and she jumped in to help. She said she wanted to be friends, and then we went our separate ways. Huh, I'd suspect that was a trap, but it doesn't look like this girl tried to follow you. Sasuke observed. We said we'd meet up at the tower. I hope so. Fu seemed like a lot of fun. He then chuckled. She rode on one of the snakes like it was a bull trying to throw her off. Sakura looked at him dully. Seriously, why am I reminded of a certain someone right now? Naruto just laughed and rubbed the back of his head. A day later, and the 3 genin of Team 7 were well rested with full bellies. Sakura had mostly recovered from her fight with the Oto genin, and Sasuke was as good as he would get until they got someone to look at that seal. It was time to get a move on and hopefully finish this test so they could get out of this forest. As they leapt through the trees, moving towards the tower, Sakura turned to Naruto. Have your clones found anyone yet? Naruto shook his head. Doesn't look like it. We should keep heading toward the tower, Sasuke said. If we're lucky, we'll find a team along the way. If not, we can set up an ambush. That's sure to net us both scrolls. Sounds good too. They were interrupted by a roar coming from the forest floor. All 3 turned to look in that direction, but Sasuke was the first to move, with Naruto following close behind. It sounded like something big had cornered something. They moved down the tree until they were running along the trunk, and they spied it. It was a giant bear. And it had cornered a red-headed girl with a kusa forehead protector by some tree trunks. She wore a mesh shirt and stockings, a purple skirt, a light brown short-sleeved jacket with an orange stripe going across the chest, and black sandals. She'd fallen prone on her stomach, helpless. Sasuke was the closest, and so he launched himself at the beast. Proving he was, in fact, far from helpless, he flipped through the air and brought his leg down on the bear's head in a move Naruto recognized from their spars. Lion's Barrage. He flipped 2 more times, slamming his foot into the beast's head twice more. The third hit knocked the oversized bear out cold, and it fell flat on the ground. Sasuke stood triumphantly on its head, looking down at the girl, who stared up at him. Huh, an earth scroll, like ours, huh? Sasuke asked. Naruto wasn't sure he approved of him thinking of the test right now, but hey, he did save the girl's life. Besides, they really needed to get out of the forest and talk to the old man. He and Sakura jumped down and landed by the Uchiha's side. Is she alright? Naruto asked. The girl jolted at his voice and quickly scrambled for, oh, she had glasses. She looks like it. I don't see any cuts or scratches. Sakura noted. We're in a hurry. If the girl's okay, then let's, Sasuke began, only for the girl to cut him off. Wait, the girl cried out. All 3 of them looked to her to see she was scrambling to her feet, looking at them desperately. Please, wait, is something wrong? Naruto asked, a bit worried about the expression on her face. She looked like she was terrified of something. You're Naruto Uzumaki, right? Naruto blinked and raised a brow. Yeah, why, I'm Karen Uzumaki. Please, you have to help me. She cried, distress clear in her voice. What? Both of his teammates froze as they all looked down at the girl with wide-eyed shock. His mind reeled as he realized who she was. That this girl could be part of his long-lost family. Karen looked up from her place on the ground and still couldn't believe it. There, beside the boy who saved her, was Naruto Uzumaki. The boy who'd so brazenly announced himself to all the genin, who had blown away all the fears of the genin at the end of the first test. Her distant cousin, part of her had wanted to reach out to him then and there, but she'd known there was no hope there. Her teammates would never have let her say anything if they even let them talk at all. After so many years in Kusa, she had all but given up and accepted her lot in life. But now, there was a spark where there had only been emptiness before. Brought about by the kindness Karen had received from the black-haired boy. The first act of kindness she'd received since she set foot in Kusa. And by the presence of her cousin. She didn't know him yet, but she was practically begging fate that their relation would mean something. This was the first time she'd felt any sense of hope in years. She hadn't felt any since the day she'd seen her mother lying on a hospital bed, covered by a white sheet. Naruto was the first to recover and leapt down, standing in front of her. "Really? You're from my clan?" She nodded. "Please, help me." "With what? What's wrong? Can't your team?" he started, but she shook her head violently. "No, they can't. They're part of the problem," she yelled. She then became timid, afraid of rejection, fearful that this last tether of hope would be severed. "Please, hear me out." Naruto frowned and crossed his arms. He briefly glanced around before looking like he was thinking hard. Right, they were in the middle of a life or death exam. This probably looked kinda sketchy. She knew her teammates wouldn't have gotten cornered that easily. "Please." After a moment, he nodded. "All right, let's hear it." Her heart soared. Maybe this nightmare would end. "Can we move? I don't want my team to find us." "Sounds like a good idea to me." The blonde replied with a shrug. "Are you sure about this?" The pink-haired girl asked skeptically. "This could be a trap." "If it is, we'll deal with it," Naruto replied firmly. "Let's see what she has to say." "Let's go, Sakura," the cool-eyed boy said. "He's made up his mind. You know as well as I do that once he's decided on something, there's no talking him out of it." Sakura nodded to him and turned to Karen. "What direction did your team go in?" She pointed in the opposite direction of the tower. "Good, we were heading the other way anyway. Still, let's veer off a bit, just in case." They traveled in silence for 10 minutes, Naruto taking point, Sasuke to one side while Sakura was behind her while she was in the center. Probably in case she tried anything, not that she would. Hell, she couldn't even if she wanted to. There was a reason her teammates had left her behind. Thoughts flew through Karen's mind as she looked to the two boys, the one who had saved her life and her cousin, who she hoped would do so a second time. She remembered everything that had happened to her in Kusa and looked to her cousin, praying that he would help her. Finally, the black-haired boy pointed down. The other genin nodded. They were soon standing within the roots of one of the giant trees of the forest. "Okay, what's the trouble, Karen?" Naruto asked, and Karen was struck, not for the first time, as she looked at him. She could sense chakra. It wasn't too uncommon, from what her mother said, but in some members of their clan, a powerful version of the ability manifested. It wasn't just the range that was impressive, but the accuracy. At least it would be once she honed it more. Right now, one unique power of hers was the limited ability to read the hearts of those in close range. Chakra felt warm the more kind a person was, and colder the crueler or more evil they were. Naruto's chakra was so warm. "How much do you know about our clan?" Karen asked. Naruto seemed confused by the question, but he answered. "Not much." He then looked a bit sad. "I'm an orphan, and no one ever talked to me about it. Honestly, I only recently found out we were a clan." Karen was surprised. From what her mother had told her about their relationship to Konoha, she'd thought he'd know a lot more. But something else stood out to her. "So, you're alone too?" "Not anymore," Naruto replied. "I've got my team and some other people close to me. But, what about you?" Karen looked away for a moment, taking a breath as she gathered her thoughts, steeled herself from the emotions she knew would follow, and prepared to explain everything. "Well, our clan has 5 abilities my mother explained to me before she passed. Aside from our vitality and our sealing techniques, there's the power to create chakra chains. A rare sensory skill that I inherited. And, one other ability that I have." Naruto seemed to sense that this was difficult for her and looked concerned. "What is it?" "We can use our vitality to heal others, by having them bite us. Our vitality is channeled into them. Through the bite, it can heal fatal wounds in moments." Naruto's eyebrows shot up, and his teammates seemed just as surprised. My mother and we originally lived in a small farming that got attacked. She brought us to Kusa and offered to use that ability to heal their people if they let us live there. She choked up a bit. They drained my mother, day in and day out until they sucked her dry. And then, she closed her eyes and looked away as she reached to her collar and pulled it down. She heard 2 gasps ring out as they saw the close to a dozen bite marks there alone. The only reason they even brought me here was so my team could use me to keep up their strength. When she opened her eyes, her vision a bit blurry, Naruto was staring in shock. Sakura looked horrified while the black-haired boy had moved past that and looked cold and angry. Please, I know they'll kill me too if I go back. You have to get me out of Kusa. Now anger began to filter into Naruto's face. His hands clenched at his side as his face twisted, teeth grit in rage. Then the expression dropped. He stepped forward, placing his hands on her shoulders before pulling her into a hug. Don't worry, I'm not letting you go back there. I don't care what I have to do, I will help you. She teared up and wrapped her arms around him as she sobbed into his shoulder. Once Karen calmed down, she was left sitting against the roots while Team 7 stood together, discussing what they'd just heard. Naruto, I understand that you want to help her, especially if she's actually your cousin, but what do you think we can do for her? Sakura asked before glancing back at Karen. Don't get me wrong, if that story's true then I want to help her too, but what are 3 genin going to do? Help her go rogue ninja. But it's not just 3 genin. Naruto pointed out with a smile. Come on, give me some credit. I have thought this through, kinda. It's not like I walked up to her without a backup plan in mind. Naruto said, glancing up at a bird silently gazing down at them as it groomed itself. We need to talk to old man Hokage. If anyone can help her, it's him, and he's probably already going to talk to us, thanks to Orochimaru. We just have to get to the tower soon enough for him to get to us, and we were already going to do that so someone could take a look at that seal on Sasuke. Knowing Lord Third, he'd definitely want to do something about this. Sasuke assessed with a nod, crossing his arms. And he's right, they'll probably want to know about what happened. If not the Hokage, then some other higher up, and we can pass what we know about Karen up to them. He then looked to Naruto. But what if he won't, or can't help? Naruto grimaced and rubbed the back of his head. I'll cross that bridge if we come to it. Sasuke sighed. Try not to make promises you can't keep. He then shrugged. Anyway, it's worth a shot. Sakura nodded in agreement and Naruto smiled. Thanks, you guys. The trio rejoined Karen, who looked to them with hope. Okay, the first thing we need to do is get to the tower, but we're still 1 scroll short. The redhead nodded. What do you want me to do? Naruto shrugged. Well, if there's anything you can do to help, we'd appreciate it. Karen seemed to shrink away. I can't do much. I can sense chakra, but I'm not really good at pinpointing locations right now. We can handle that. In the meantime, use the transformation jutsu in case your team comes looking for you. Sakura told her, only for Karen to flinch. I can't. What do you mean you can't? Naruto asked, raising a brow. Even he could pull that technique off back when he was at the academy. Hell, his now forbidden original jutsu had been based on it. I don't know how. Sakura grimaced before facepalming. Oh boy, I see. They as good as killed your mother and used you as a walking elixir. Of course, they wouldn't teach you enough to run away. She then looked at her dully. Let me guess, they only taught you enough to keep up with them so you wouldn't slow them down, didn't they? Karen flinched again, curling into herself a bit. Did they even teach you how to fight? Not really. Sasuke sighed. I wondered how you got cornered by that bear so easily. Bastards. Naruto cursed under his breath. And they sent her to these exams with so little training. He'd wonder if they were trying to get her killed, but after the whole walking elixir thing, this shouldn't be a surprise. Alright, we can take care of that. You just stay out of sight when we find a team, okay? Karen nodded. They resumed moving toward the tower, with 1 extra among them. Naruto glanced back at Karen, who still seemed troubled after telling them her story. He wanted to talk to her. To give her comforting words or just speak with the first blood relative he'd ever met. But what was he supposed to say after that? He couldn't think of anything that wasn't either lame or wouldn't go back to that story. Instead, they simply traveled in silence. It was a bit over half an hour later that a rush of memories flowed into Naruto's mind. There was a trio of genin traveling towards the tower, keeping low to the ground. And they weren't too far from where they were right now. He didn't know which of them had their scroll, but if they were heading in their direction, then there was a good chance they either had both scrolls or had the same idea they did. Even then, there was a 50-50 shot they had what they need. This could be it. He held up his hand, gesturing for the rest of his team to stop. They landed on a branch and looked around, spotting a tree with a hollow space near the bottom. He turned to his apparent cousin and pointed to the empty space. "Hey, Karen, we're going to go hunting for a scroll. Hideout down there, okay?" Karen nodded. "Okay." They watched as she jumped down to the forest floor. "Found someone?" Sasuke asked. Naruto gestured to the right with his head. "Yeah, there's a group heading towards the tower. If we move now, we can set up an ambush." His teammates nodded, and they headed out. 3 genin from AIM traveled as blurs across the forest floor. All 3 wore blue outfits with cloaks and had large umbrellas on their backs. Wherever they were going, they seemed to be trying to keep quiet, darting beneath the trees wherever possible. Shame they'd already been spotted. As they emerged from the shadow of a root system, a blinding light erupted ahead of them. The 3 came to a stop, crying out in pain and shielding their faces as the light burned their eyes. "Crap, ambush," one of them called out before he suddenly let out a cry of shock. Sakura must have done her part. "Daiki," one of the others called out. And now it was his turn. He made a hand sign and inhaled deeply, needing the air in his lungs. Wind style. Air bullets. A volley of balls of air flew from his mouth towards the 2 AIM genin. They dodged as the light disappeared, revealing their friend had been buried up to his neck in the ground. The pair leapt backward, only for a few stones behind one of the genin to burst into smoke, revealing 2 of Naruto's clones. They shot towards the nearest genin while he was still in midair. He twisted his body in an attempt to dodge the impending attack but wasn't nearly fast enough. One of the clones drove his fist into one of his kidneys. The other slipped beneath him and struck him in the jaw with a kick. One last air bullet from the real Naruto slammed into his chest, driving him into the tree behind them. The remaining genin grit his teeth. "Damn it!" Sakura burst from the ground, forming a hand seal, earth style, earth flow spears. The final genin jumped into the air as a trail of stone spears moved ever closer towards him. Right where they wanted him. He gasped out as a trio of shuriken flew out from behind him, flying past him before changing course, wires glinting in the light. They wrapped around him and tightened, pulling him towards a nearby tree and binding him there as they dug into his skin. Naruto looked around and saw no sign that they were getting up. "Looks like we got them," Sakura called out. Naruto grinned as he jumped down. "Good work, guys. Now, let's see if they got what we need." Sakura gestured to the buried genin as Sasuke stepped out from his hiding place. "Well, it's not on him. They ultimately found what they were looking for on Sasuke's target." Naruto let out a whoop as he held up the beige scroll they'd been hoping to see. "Great, now we can get out of this forest," Sakura said, putting her hands together. He didn't blame her. Between Orochimaru, that seal, and their much-needed talk with their leader, he was eager to get out of here too. Naruto turned to the bound genin. "No hard feelings, right guys? We didn't make the rules here." The genin seemed to know he was beaten and turned away. "Just take it and go." It looked like things were finally going their way again. After they got the scroll, the 3 had left the 3 AIM genin where they caught them and returned to Karen's hidey hole, where they found her curled up against one of the roots. With the redhead in tow, the trio made their way to the tower. It took a few hours, but they made it without any more complications. Karen stood at the entrance as the 3 genin of Team 7 stepped inside one of the rooms and looked around. "There's no one here," Naruto said. Sakura noticed something and pointed to above them. "Hey, look up there." The genin looked up to see a poster on the far wall. After reading it for a moment, she turned to her teammates. "I think it's telling us to open the scrolls." The 3 exchanged looks and nodded. Naruto pulled out the 2 scrolls and handed one to Sakura. They looked at them with trepidation, unsure of what was unfold. After a moment, they unfurled them at the same time. They never had a chance to read what was written on them because the moment they'd been opened up, smoke began to rise from them. "It's a summoning jutsu. Get back," Sasuke said, and Naruto and Sakura immediately dropped the scrolls and leapt backward. A figure appeared within the smoke and the 3 genin tensed while Karen partly hid behind the doorframe. Slowly, the smoke cleared to reveal Naruto's eyes widened before he smiled widely. Uruka-sensei. The scarred Chunin smiled. Hey, Naruto, good to see you. He gave the three genin an appraising look. Looks like you had a rough time of it, but I'm glad you got here in good time. You don't know the half of it, Uruka-sensei. Naruto began before his eyes widened. He'd been so surprised to see Uruka that other things had slipped from his mind for a second. He looked at his former teacher urgently, and the man frowned as he picked up on it. Listen, you need to call Lord Hokage. Orochimaru is in the forest. What? Orochimaru? Uruka exclaimed, taking a step back. It was probably a mark of how serious he was that he had referred to him as Lord Hokage, instead of old man or something. Naruto nodded. He attacked us on the first day. He put some weird seal on Sasuke's neck. Sakura added. Uruka looked between them, then to Sasuke, who nodded, placing a hand over the mark. Uruka closed his eyes and calmed himself. I see. I'll tell Lord Third immediately. He'll probably want to talk to you and look at that seal. Can't he do something about it? Sasuke asked. Using too much chakra seems to trigger it. Uruka nodded. If it's what I think it is, I believe so. I'm glad you're alright in. It was then he noticed Karen, who was still partly hiding behind the door. The redhead hesitated for a moment before stepping into the room. And who's this? A ninja from Kusa. She's not a part of that, Naruto explained with a shake of his head. That's a whole other situation that I wanted to talk to the old man about. He looked at the Chunin pleadingly. Just trust me, Uruka-sensei. She's in big trouble. Uruka held his gaze for a moment before looking back at the girl. After a moment, he nodded. I'm not so sure about this, but I guess there's no harm in bringing it up with Lord Hokage if he's coming here anyway. He then turned and walked to the door. Come with me. And with that, Uruka led them through the tower. Karen joined Team 7 behind the scarred Chunin, looking more than a little concerned. Who's Orochimaru, and why did that have him so worried? Naruto frowned. Orochimaru's an S-ranked criminal who came from our village. So him suddenly showing up here is a pretty big deal. He explained. Karen looked at him in confusion. S-ranked, she questioned and then shrugged. Well, if he's a criminal from Konoha, I guess I understand. Sakura sighed. They didn't tell you anything, did they? Bunch of. She trailed off into a series of grumbles before putting her hands on her hips. S-rank basically means the shinobi is so powerful that fighting them is usually certain death, even for standard jonin in large numbers. Karen's eyes widened. And you fought him, and got our asses kicked, Naruto replied. So, who is this girl anyway? Uruka asked, half turning to look at Naruto. Her name's Karen. It's a long story. Like I said, I'm hoping the old man can help her out. Naruto replied, glancing at the girl. And why do you think we can help her if her village can't? Uruka questioned with a raised brow. Naruto scowled. Because her village is the problem. The scarred Chunin frowned at him, clearly not understanding. But in the end, he shrugged and closed his eyes. Well, I'll trust you on this one. Lord Hokage will sort it out, one way or another. Uruka stopped at a pair of double doors and opened it for them. It was a large room with a table, a couch, and a desk against the far wall. All right, stay here until Lord Hokage arrives. And with that, he vanished in a burst of speed. So, I guess there's nothing else to do but sit tight until the old man gets here, Naruto said before turning to Karen. So, you mentioned you lived in a farming village. What kind of things did you like to do there? Well, I used to like reading the books my mother got me. The four genin were alone in the room for a few hours. During that time, Naruto got to know his cousin. Sakura had been happy to find that Karen was as much of a bookworm as she was, though she hadn't had much to read in the last few years. Or anything to be happy about, really. Apparently, she'd had to report to the hospital first thing in the morning in Kusa and spent the whole day there. He was really starting to hate Kusa. There hadn't been much else. Typical farming village stuff, though Karen had liked to go exploring in the forest. They didn't pry much farther. They hadn't wanted to bring up the village's fate or her time in Kusa. Eventually, there came a knocking on the door. The four turned to it as it was opened by an Anbu member, who stood aside to allow a familiar figure to enter. Naruto couldn't help but return the smile the old man gave them. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura. I'm glad to see you well after your harrowing experience. Hey, old man Hokage. Naruto blinked as he registered that he wasn't the only familiar person who entered the room. Kakashi-sensei, they called you here too. Is it any surprise when my team is concerned? The silver-haired Jonin asked. Well, glad to see you weren't late this time. And Naruto trailed off as a man he didn't recognize entered, along with 2 more Anbu. He had long ash-blonde hair reaching into his lower back, which he wore spiky on top and ending in a long ponytail and light green eyes. He wore the standard flak jacket over a black outfit with handguards, a forehead protector, and a sleeveless red haori. Inoichi, Sakura said, stepping forward, seeming confused by the man's presence. Sakura, long time, no see. The man, Inoichi, greeted with a nod. So Sakura knew him, and that name, and while it was a different shade of blonde. Sakura turned to him and Sasuke and confirmed what he was suspecting. This is Ino's dad, Inoichi Yamanaka. I called him here to help with the less urgent concern. The man known as the third god of shinobi said before turning his eyes to Karen, who seemed to shrink under his gaze. As I'm sure you can imagine, I was rather surprised to hear that you came here with a foreign shinobi in tow, claiming she was in some kind of danger. He said as he stepped forward with his hands behind his back. He gave her an appraising eye. I believe I have a suspicion as to this girl's identity, but can you confirm it for me? Naruto nodded and gestured towards the redhead. This is Karen Uzumaki. Kakashi's eye widened while Hiruzen nodded, looking at Naruto harder than he remembered in a long time. I see. I hope you didn't bring her here to plead her case, just because she's your apparent cousin. Naruto began to quickly wave his hands back and forward in front of him, looking vaguely panicked. No, of course not. I mean, that's not all. I wouldn't have brought her here if I didn't think she needed serious help. He turned to Karen, who seemed even more uncertain. Tell them, Karen. Karen nodded and stepped forward. Lord Hokage. Yes, young lady, I trust there is a good reason my genin have brought you to me. Yes, I begged them for help, Karen began and then explained her story. Hearing it still made Naruto's hackles raise, but he took a moment to look at the other occupants. He didn't glance at the Anbu, he knew he wouldn't see anything from them. Kakashi took it all in seemingly as stoic as ever, but his gaze was as sharp as it was during his battle with Zabuza. Inoichi was scowling. The other blonde's hands clenched when Karen revealed the bite marks on her neck. As for old man Hokage, he stoically took it all in, his gaze still as hard as before, but Naruto suspected it was for a different reason now. When Karen's story ended, he sighed. Unfortunately, Kusa's distaste for outsiders is well known. It has brought them no end to conflicts in the past. This is about what I'd expect from them. You believe she's telling the truth? One of the Anbu asked. I believe her story is plausible. I know that the ability she described is indeed a rare Uzumaki trait. The third replied before he stepped to the side and looked at Inoichi. I suspected your abilities would be useful here when I heard of the girl. If you would, Inoichi, confirm her tale to the best of your abilities. As you wish. It shouldn't be hard with a genin, Inoichi said as he stepped forward. Karen seemed uneasy as he approached. Just relax, and stay still. I'm not going to hurt you, he said gently. Karen nodded after a moment. Inoichi placed a hand on her head and closed his eyes. Karen jerked a second later, then seemed to relax to allow Inoichi to do whatever it was he was doing. What's he doing? Naruto asked. He's reading her mind, Kakashi-sensei said as he took a spot beside his genin. It's a rare skill, but of course, the Yamanaka clan excels at arts related to the mind and spirit. He's likely the most proficient with this ability in all of Konoha. Whoa, Naruto uttered in awe. He hadn't known that was possible. When Inoichi took his hand away, he looked disgusted. He turned to their leader with a glare. Unless someone altered her memories, she's telling the truth. The whole thing, he said before he cursed and stepped away from her. I see, Hiruzen said, and he looked at the girl more softly than he had before. I'm sorry about your mother, and that you had to endure such treatment. Thank you, Karen replied, looking up at the elder shinobi more hopefully. Will you help me? The third nodded. I believe it would not be out of the question to offer you asylum, he said before he cupped his chin. Although, I imagine Kusa will raise a fuss, and it will reflect poorly on Konoha to seemingly poach another village's talent. We'll need to come up with something. I don't believe that will be a problem, Lord Hokage, Inoichi spoke up, frowning deeply. They barely trained this girl. She spent pretty much all her time in the hospital being used to treat any injured shinobi. I wouldn't be surprised if your grandson could outfight her. She wouldn't stand a chance against the forest's hazards alone. You don't know the half of it. Naruto cut in, furious as he recalled how they met his cousin. She was about to get killed by a bear when we found her. We only got to her because we decided to look into what was going on when he heard the thing roar. Then they have every reason to assume her dead, and thus aren't likely to complain unless she makes a name for herself. Hiruzen mused before nodded. Very well, you may find shelter here in Konoha. Karen's face lit up. It was the first time since meeting her Naruto had seen her happy. She bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord Hokage. She then turned to him. Before he could say anything, she ran over and threw her arms around him. And thank you for listening. He returned the embrace. Don't mention it, Karen. I wasn't about to leave you to die like that. For a moment, no one said anything before Lord Hokage coughed. While I would like nothing more than to leave you to get to know one another, there are procedures to follow in these circumstances. He looked at Karen. You will be going with Inoichi. Rest assured, we will not demand that you use your power for us, though we would welcome whenever you chose to use it to help another. Karen nodded as Inoichi stepped forward. Sorry, but it's best we get started as soon as possible. Karen looked as disappointed as he did but gave in. She walked over to the blonde man before giving them one last look. Thank you again, for saving me. She then looked at Sasuke. Twice. It's nothing. None of us would stand aside and watch someone die like that. I just got there first. Sasuke said with a small smile, and she blushed. Oh, great, well, at least she had more of a reason to have a crush on him than Sakura, Ino, and all his fangirls back in the academy did. He did save her life. He watched as the now ex-Kusa Kunoichi left with Inoichi, one of the Anbu trailing behind them as they disappeared behind the closing doors. His gaze lingered there for a few seconds. I once told you all that shinobi who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their friends are worse than scum, Kakashi spoke up, drawing his attention. He, too, was staring at the door before he looked at his students. That I have no words for. What's going to happen to her? Naruto asked. Well, as I said, there are protocols to follow. Besides, as unlikely as it is possible that the girl's memories have been altered. The third Hokage stated as he looked down at Naruto. She'll be kept in isolation. In these circumstances, she'll be treated well but effectively under house arrest. During this time, we will do all we can to examine her for any signs that she may be a spy or a threat to the village. We'll also give her a DNA test to confirm she is a member of the Uzumaki clan. If all checks out and we find no cause for concern, she'll be inducted into the village in a month or so. Naruto was silent for a moment, smiling at the thought of getting to know a relative. Of having a family, no, that wasn't right. Team 7, the third Hokage, Iruka, Tsuki, and Ayame were his family. He wasn't gaining one, he was adding to it. The third Hokage smiled down at him for a moment, letting him bask in that thought before his expression hardened a bit. Although, I hope you didn't take her story at face value. Especially in these circumstances. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Well, I wanted to believe her. He replied, but it's not like I walked into it totally defenseless. I had some shadow clones disguised as birds following us before we even met her. They would have jumped in if she tried anything. The third nodded. Well, it's good that you had a backup plan. He then looked at the three genin seriously, looking like the strong leader he was. Now, onto the issue that brought me here. Describe your encounter with my wayward student. And so they did, and when the three genin finished relaying the tale, the third had moved them to one of the rooms meant for the genin. He now stood over Sasuke and examined the seal while the Uchiha sat on one of the beds. Kakashi had been dismissed, being assured that the third would personally handle it. Definitely one of his curse marks, I see. Curse mark, it's a type of cursed seal Orochimaru invented, Hiruzen explained. Cursed seals are different from traditional sealing jutsu. They are meant to control people, usually by manipulating thoughts or paralyzing or even killing the bearer on command or if they break some taboo established by the seal's creator. Orochimaru's seal, however, is insidious. It grants one power but corrupts their mentality the more they use it, gradually making them more like him. Ultimately, they join him willingly, granting him a powerful and loyal servant. Naruto clenched his fists in anger while Sakura looked concerned, her hands clasping together before her chest. The third continued, fortunately, it will go dormant if it goes unused for long enough, and it can be sealed. He then looked from one genin to the other. I should warn you, Orochimaru's subordinate Dosu was right. Orochimaru has threatened to destroy Konoha if the exams are interrupted. That got exclaims of shock from Naruto and Sakura and a widening of the eyes from Sasuke. For that reason, we will continue with the exams. We'll prepare for the worst while hoping that Sasuke was his only objective in coming here. How do you know so much about the cursed mark, Gramps? Naruto asked after a pause. There is a shinobi in Konoha who was marked with this same seal before Orochimaru left the village. I'll say no more, it is not my story to tell. Hiruzen said before turning to the Uchiha heir. Sasuke, I'm going to restrain the cursed mark. It will not be easy on you, though it won't be as strenuous as having it placed on you in the first place. Even so, you can expect to be out the rest of the day. Are you prepared? Sasuke nodded and braced himself. The third nodded. Very well. He brought his hand to his mouth and bit into his thumb, drawing blood, and then placed it on the nape of Sasuke's neck, just below the curse mark. Four corners restraining seal, and then Sasuke cried out in pain as the blood flowed up his skin and formed a circle around the curse mark 4 points in what was meant to represent the cardinal directions. When it was over, Sasuke slumped forward. Sasuke! Sakura cried as she and Naruto ran forward to catch him, finding he had already lost consciousness. Sasuke will be fine, Hiruzen said as he put his hands behind his back. Team 10 will be informed that they are not to speak a word of Orochimaru's involvement in the exams, should they arrive. For now, you are free to roam the tower, as is Sasuke once he wakes up. The third walked to the door as Sakura laid Sasuke down. Take the remaining time to relax and unwind. I hope the rest of your trials here will be more conventional. After taking the time to use their room's bathroom to clean up a bit, Naruto took to exploring the tower, as Sakura stayed in their room and watched over Sasuke. He found there wasn't much to see. There was a cafeteria, but aside from that, it looked like it was all meeting rooms and bedrooms. Geez, I might just go back to the room and practice my sealing jutsu. Naruto thought to himself as he put his hands in his pockets as he looked out a nearby window. He was high enough to be above even the massive trees of the forest. He briefly wondered what kind of creatures wandered the place, but it wasn't like he could see anything from here. He shrugged and kept walking. It was then that he heard footsteps approaching from around the nearby corner. Man, I am so bored, isn't there anything to do here? A familiar voice groaned. Naruto smiled as he recognized it. A second later, Fu rounded the corner, slumped forward and looking more than a little down. She blinked when she saw him before her face lit up. Naruto, you made it. He waved at her. Hey, Fu, good to see you. The green-haired girl crossed the distance between them in a single bound, laughing as she took a spot in front of him, her face inches from his. I'm so glad you're here. Maybe now we can have some fun. Naruto scratched his cheek. Geez, you act you've been cooped up here by yourself. Don't you have your team with you? Fu deflated at that and slumped forward again. She looked away and ran her fingers through her hair. Yeah, but we're not exactly friends. Our team was kinda put together at the last minute for the exams. I asked if they wanted to hang out, but they both wanted to do their own thing. She began, and everyone else I met here is so caught up in the exams that they don't want to be around someone from another village, so. Oh, so she pretty much had been on her own then. Naruto gave her a grin and put his hands behind his head. Well, I'm game. What have you got in mind? Fu brightened up again. How about we play cards? Or backgammon? Naruto raised a brow at her. Did you bring cards or a backgammon table? Because I sure didn't. Damn it. Fu cursed under her breath. Then how about we take a bath together? Naruto's face went red. That's not something you do with someone you just met, or if they're a boy and you're a girl. Really, I know I've heard that friends do stuff like that. Fu replied with a frown, crossing her arms and looking like she was thinking hard. Naruto got the feeling that Fu didn't have many friends if she thought that was normal. Trust me, it isn't. Fu seemed to fall into depression. Then what are we going to do? Wander the halls together? Naruto cupped his chin and thought. She was right. This place was boring. And they had 2 whole days left to kill. He racked his brain for ways to pass the time before the favorite hobby of a particularly lazy member of the Nara clan entered his mind. We could go cloud watching. I do plenty of that back in Taki. It's not really fun, Fu replied with a shake of her head. Naruto thought for a moment before an idea sparked in his mind. Then let's make a competition out of it. Fu tilted her head to the side. Whoever spots the coolest shapes wins. Naruto said, raising a fist in challenge. Fu didn't look impressed. She sighed as she shrugged her shoulders and put her hands on her hips. I don't know, we're still just watching clouds go by. Look at that one, Fu exclaimed as she sat up, pointing at the sky. It looks like a flock of birds taking off. Oh, yeah, I see it, Naruto said as he looked where she was. She was right. It really did look like 3 birds in formation, their wings raised mid-flap. Fu fell onto her back and closed her eyes, smiling with confidence as she laid on the tower's roof. Heh, try and top that. Naruto got her attention by poking her in the shoulder. When she looked at him, he gave her a cheeky grin and pointed. She followed his finger and sat up, her eyes bugging out. He was pointing at a cloud that looked like a dragon in the middle of a rampage. The bipedal kind, its head and torso poking out from behind a building it could knock down at any moment. He made a victory sign. Looks like I win again. Fu growled, burying her hands in her mint green hair before turning to Naruto. Just you wait, the next round's mine. She then smiled and giggled. You know, this is actually a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm surprised too. He then raised himself up, propping one arm on his knee, looked at her with a smile. Hey, how about I show you around the village once we're out of this tower? I'll show you all the sights and the best restaurant in Konoha. Fu's face lit up with excitement. She made a joyous exclamation as she turned to face him fully, leaning towards him and placing both hands on the roof. I'd love that, I can't wait. Now, let's see, Naruto said as he looked over the spread in the cafeteria. It had been about a day since they'd arrived in the tower, which meant it was about time for Sasuke to wake up. Sakura wouldn't leave the room until he opened his eyes, so it was up to Naruto to bring back some grub for her. And Sasuke too. Sadly, there was no ramen. It was almost a crime to have this much food and leave that out, but beggars couldn't be choosers, and what they had out was still good. Now, what to get this time? Well, look what we have here. Naruto turned to see Kiba walking towards him with his hands in his pockets, his little dog resting on his head as usual. Surprised you made it. Then again, I guess you guys have Sasuke to carry you, huh? Oh, hey, Kiba. I didn't know there was a pound around here. Naruto replied, giving the brown-haired boy a look of mock surprise. Well, good thing they managed to take one mud of the streets. Kiba's eye twitched. He glared at Naruto and growled like the dog he resembled. What was that? He then scoffed, whatever. I don't know why I let you get to me. Not like the dead last is going to make it through the next round. You're pretty much a free ride for whoever's lucky enough to wind up against you. Naruto grit his teeth, raising a fist. Think so, huh? Then get ready to get blown away, because I'll be taking names until I get to the top. Keep dreaming, Kiba scoffed. He then looked over the 3 containers Naruto was preparing and raised a brow. So, what's with all the food? Your team got you running errands for them. Sasuke was hurt pretty bad back in the forest. Though he should be up soon, Naruto answered. It wasn't exactly a lie. Sakura won't leave his bedside, so I'm getting something for them. Kiba just hummed in response. After a pause, he spoke up again. Hey, listen. Naruto turned to the Inuzuka and saw him looking dead serious for once. That kid Sasuke asked about, Gaara. Naruto stood up straight with a frown, the food forgotten for a moment. Yeah, what about him? I don't know what's ahead, but tell your teammates to back off or forfeit if they have to fight him. You see something in the forest? Naruto asked guest, now as serious as Kiba. Kiba nodded. Yeah, we found him in a showdown with 3 AIM genin. Guy's tough. His gourd is full of sand that moves like it's got a will of its own. It blocked everything they threw at him. Naruto frowned. Yeah, that sounds pretty tough to get through, but that isn't the problem. Kiba cut him off, his voice hard. After Gaara showed the guy he couldn't win, he sent the sand after him. He covered the guy in it. He could have just choked him out. He gritted his teeth as his eyes narrowed. Instead, he lifted him into the air and crushed him like a tomato. His blood went all over the place, it covered the whole clearing. The other 2 gave up their scroll and begged him to let them go, but it didn't matter. He killed them both the same way. Naruto's eyes had been widening through Kiba's story. He would have thought Kiba was exaggerating, but he'd never seen such a look on Kiba's face before. He was staring hard at the ground. There was frustration there, something he was familiar with, but more than that, there was fear. His fist was trembling at his side, and he noticed his dog, Akamaru, was trying to duck back under his hood, shivering and letting out quiet whimpers. When Kiba looked up at him, his expression was serious. That guy will go out of his way to kill you. So don't give him the chance to. Naruto, looking equally serious, nodded. Thanks for the warning. I'll tell Sasuke and Sakura what you said. With a groan, Sasuke began to stir. His eyes cracked open, and slowly the ceiling came into view. He soon noticed that the pain from the curse mark was gone. Well, glad that worked out. He sat up and felt some resistance in his muscles. His body was a bit stiff from being immobile for a full day. He could feel some of his joints popping as he rose and let the sheets fall off of him. Sasuke. Sakura's voice got his attention. He looked up to see his pink-haired teammate standing at his bedside. Are you okay? He nodded. Yeah, I feel a lot better now. The Uchiha answered before taking a breath and channeled chakra into his eyes. Crimson bled into those coal orbs. Sharingan. Thankfully, he found no discomfort this time. With a sigh, he let his bloodline fade. He placed a hand over the now dormant seal. Looks like it worked. Good, it'd be a pain to go through the next round with a handicap. He then looked around. Where's Naruto? He went to get some food. He said he'd bring back an extra helping since it was around the time Lord Hokage said you'd wake up. Sakura answered. Putting some pressure on his neck, he tilted his head and felt more popping from his bones before he stretched. Has anyone we know shown up? Sasuke asked. Sakura nodded. I haven't left the room, but Naruto said he ran into that Fu girl he mentioned. He also saw Shino, Lee, and one of Gaara's teammates. Sasuke processed that information. So Team 10 was still in the forest then. And it looked like they had some pretty tough competition. But that was fine with him, it was part of why he'd been excited for the exams in the first place. He threw off the blanket covering him and swung his legs over the side of the bed. Taking a few moments to stretch. It was then that the door opened. He turned to see Naruto enter the room, holding 3 containers. The blonde smiled. Hey, Sasuke, glad to see you up and about again. He held up one of the containers. Got a sandwich and some rice balls for you. I wasn't sure when you'd wake up, so I figured I'd stick with things that you could eat cold. Thanks, Sasuke said as he stood up. Just set them down on that table. He then walked towards the bathroom. Half an hour later and the 3 were sitting at the table in their room, eating their meal. Naruto had gotten some barbecue pork for himself, soup and anko dumplings for Sakura, and a BLT and some rice balls with tomatoes for him. Has anyone else shown up here? Sasuke asked after swallowing a bite. Naruto shrugged. Not as far as I know. I did run into Kiba at the cafeteria, though. Oh, what's up? Sakura asked. Naruto frowned as he looked down at his food. Well, we got to arguing, as always, but he gave me a warning before he left. He looked up. That Gaara, he said he's dangerous. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Like we didn't already know that. Naruto nodded, his brow still in a deep furrow. That's what I said, but then Kiba told me his team saw him back in the forest. He straight up massacred a team from AIM, even after 2 of them gave up. He said the whole clearing they fought in got covered in blood. Sakura flinched while Sasuke shared Naruto's expression. It sounded like the way the guy's team acted around him was justified. Did he say how? Naruto nodded. That gored on his back. He then explained what Kiba saw, how Gaara controlled sand and how he used it. Nice of him to give us a heads up. Sasuke nodded in agreement. Sakura took a breath. Okay, so we avoid fighting him if we can. She looked at Naruto. Anything else noteworthy? Nope, it's pretty boring around here, Naruto replied with a shrug. What have you been up to while I was out? Can't imagine you'd stay cooped up here for long. Sasuke asked. He couldn't see Naruto sitting quietly in the room if he knew he was okay. Sakura smiled. Oh, he's been working on his sealing jutsu. She answered for him before turning to Naruto with a smirk. Well, that and hanging out with his new friend. They spent the whole day cloud watching. Oh, so Naruto pretty much sat still all day. Well, that was interesting. Naruto just chuckled and rubbed the back of his head. Well, you know, she's fun to be around, and there's nothing else to do around here. And I don't think she gets out much, from what she's told me. Something seemed to occur to him then, and he looked at his 2 teammates. Hey, how about I take you to meet her? She sounds like she could use some more friends. He and Sakura looked at each other before Sakura shrugged. I was going to see how Tenten's team was doing, but I don't see why not. There's still a whole day. Sasuke grunted in agreement. Honestly, He just wanted to make sure his teammate wasn't getting played. Naruto could be a surprisingly good judge of character sometimes. That said, even if he was better about it than he used to be, he was still really optimistic. And that could make him too trusting. Fu rocked back and forth on her feet, looking out the window where she and Naruto had reunited. She could easily count yesterday as one of her best. Sure, it hadn't exactly been the most exciting, but spending the day with a new friend had made her so happy. She'd been smiling for the rest of the night, right up until she'd fallen asleep. She was so looking forward to when they could leave this tower so Naruto could make good on his promise to show her around Konoha. It was just too bad that her team hadn't wanted to come with her. But oh well, she had time to win them over. She was sure she would. But for now, she was waiting on Naruto. They'd agreed to meet up here again, and she was so excited she'd left a bit early. But it should be just about time. Sure enough, a few minutes later, she heard footsteps approaching. And not just one pair. Was she about to make even more friends? She turned around, smiling when she saw Naruto and his team approach. Naruto, and you brought your team, she said as she ran to meet them. Yep, Naruto replied with a wave as she ran towards them. This is Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha, he said, gesturing towards them. Sakura smiled and waved at her while Sasuke just nodded towards her, silently appraising her. Guys, this is Fu. Nice to meet you, let's all be friends, the mint-haired girl said with excitement, holding out her hand. Just like that? Sakura asked, raising a brow. She then shrugged. Well, Naruto says you're alright, and you did help him back in the forest, so sure, I guess, she said, taking her hand. Her face lit up even brighter as joy swept through her. Woohoo, that's twice as many friends as I had before. Sakura raised a brow and looked slightly perplexed. Twice. Fu nodded quickly. One of my goals is to make 100 friends. Naruto blinked. 100? Sounds nice. Any reason you're aiming for so many? Fu smiled and put her hands on her hips. My village chief said I should. And wouldn't it be great to have friends no matter where you are? Sakura frowned for a moment but nodded. Okay, kinda odd, but... Fu then turned to Sasuke, looking hopeful, but the Uchiha shook his head. I don't call someone a friend lightly. Ask again when I know you better. Still, that was a definite maybe. Which was better than no. Fu looked disappointed for a moment before she brightened up. Okay, I will. She then looked at all three. So, is there anything you want to do? Or should we go cloud watching again? There isn't much else to do here, is there? Naruto asked with a shrug. Maybe we can trade stories. Fu asked, putting her hands together. Stories? What kind of stories? Sasuke asked with a frown. Anything interesting, like the time I snuck out of the hospital and had the staff looking all over trying to find me. Or the time I went exploring around the village and found this huge lake. Fu explained. Sakura chuckled while Naruto grinned excitedly. Oh boy, in that case, Naruto's got enough stories to last all day. You're looking at Konoha's #1 prankster, Naruto said proudly, pointing a thumb at himself. I'll tell you all about the best tricks I ever pulled. Ooh, tell me more. After spending half an hour on the roof with the girl, Sasuke could say he was pretty sure she wasn't trying to play Naruto. He'd suspected the girl was genuine from how her eyes had lit up the moment she saw them. Not an absolute sign that she wasn't just a good actor, but the eyes were said to be the window to the soul for a reason. He'd been a bit suspicious when she asked to share stories, but it had become clear she was just interested in entertaining stories from their day-to-day lives. She seemed to love hearing about the pranks Naruto had pulled. She was apparently something of a troublemaker too. She wasn't a prankster, thank goodness. He didn't want to think about what they'd get up to during her stay here were that the case, but Fu was as hyperactive as Naruto was and had a similar tendency to do what she wanted from the sound of it. So, what sort of things do you do for fun around Taki? Naruto asked. Fu looked at him before turning her eyes to the sky and placing a finger on her chin. Well, I like to dance and explore outside the village. There are lots of lakes and underwater caves that I can swim through, and I always hope to find something new. I have a few other hobbies I picked up for one reason or another, and when I can't do anything else, I go cloud watching. And they let you look around outside of Taki? I hadn't stepped outside Konoha until my first mission. Naruto said. When did I say they let me? Fu replied, leaning toward him with a grin. Both of them chuckled while he and Sakura shared a look. Yep, They were two peas in a pod. The jury was out on whether that was a good or bad thing. And how about you guys? Fu asked. Sasuke shrugged. I don't do much besides training, unless these two drag me along for something. I'll usually walk around the village if I need to unwind. I read and play trivia games and crossword puzzles. Kinda boring, I know, but that's about it. Sakura answered. Doesn't sound boring to me. Mind if I play with you sometime? The Taki Kunoichi asked hopefully. Sure, Sakura replied, and Fu made a happy squeal. That was something else he'd noticed. She seemed really excited to do things with other people. That was odd. Naruto hadn't exactly had any friends before the wave mission. Before they'd really become a team, and Sasuke had learned about his mother's wish. But, while that was partly due to how the adults treated him, the way he kept making a fool of himself in class, and his tendency to brag when he couldn't back up his words hadn't helped with the other kids. From the mint-haired girl's behavior and from how her team had refused to join her twice now, she didn't seem to have many friends either. Strange, friendly as she was, he'd have thought someone would be close to her, even if she had to drag them, kicking and screaming into her circle. And you? Fu asked, turning to Naruto. The blonde Uzumaki placed his hands behind his head. You know how much I love pranks. Aside from that, I keep some houseplants and practice writing and calligraphy. Never thought about calligraphy. Maybe I should try my hand at that once I get back to Taki. I'll give anything a try once. Fu mused before she sat up and looked out to the forest. I wish we could go back into the forest. There's so much I didn't get to see. She said wistfully. You want to go back in there? Sakura looked at her incredulously. Yeah, I saw so many things that I never knew existed. There were tigers as big as sheds and a giant centipede, and I've only seen one tree bigger than these. One, not a forest of them. Isn't it awesome? It's nothing like the land around Taki. Fu exclaimed, throwing her arms out. She then looked out to the woods with her hands eagerly clasped in front of her chest. There's so much in this world to see. I want to explore it all someday and make friends everywhere I go. That wasn't a bad dream to have, he supposed. And as a kunoichi, Fu will probably get to see a lot of it at one point or another. Still, he wasn't going to drop his guard around a foreign ninja during these exams, whether she seemed harmless or not. Naruto, Sasuke said, getting the blonde's attention. He turned to see the Uchiha looking up at the sky. It's about time we head back. Sakura had already left a while ago to find Tenten and see how she was doing. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki looked up and sighed while Fu looked from his teammate back to him. Yeah, you're probably right. We've gotta get ready for tomorrow. Huh, already? Fu asked dejectedly. Sorry, we've got some things to work on to get ready for the next stage, whatever it is, Naruto replied before smiling. But we're still on for that tour of the village once we're out of the forest. Fu brightened up and nodded, her hands forming eager fists before her chest. Alright, I'm looking forward to it. Naruto thought that now was a good time to warn her since it wouldn't weigh on her mind while they relaxed and enjoyed themselves. Before we go, there's something I need to tell you. He began, causing her to blink. She saw Naruto's features shift and grew concerned. What is it? Someone gave me a heads up about a certain someone. You know Gaara. Fu frowned. The redhead with the gourd. Yeah, I remember him. Seemed kinda unfriendly like. She said after a pause, clearly not wanting to come off as rude. That might be the understatement of the year, Naruto replied with a grimace. Fu raised a brow at that. My old classmate, Kiba, ran into him in the forest facing off with some aim genin. He and his team decided to watch how it all played out. Good thing too, or they'd all be dead. Fu's frown turned to dismay. What? Why? That gourd of his is full of sand, and he controls it. It moves around to attack and defend for him. The blonde explained. He told me Gaara uses it to encase people. Naruto held out an open palm. And when he catches you. He closed his hand into a fist. The mint-haired girl took a step back, her face a picture of disturbed disbelief at those words. That's such a messed up way to fight. Naruto shook his head grimly. The way I heard it, it wasn't a fight at all. Gaara had him in seconds, and then when he was at his mercy. Naruto didn't finish. He didn't need to. Fu had looked increasingly horrified through those last words and was now staring at him with her mouth agape. She couldn't finish. Her disgust and horror had robbed her of words. That's not even the worst of it. Naruto continued to a disbelieving Fu. The guy's teammates begged for their lives, gave up their scroll and everything. But it didn't matter. He didn't care. He killed them too. He met her gaze, a steely look in his eyes. You need to watch out, and tell your team too. She closed her eyes for a second, and when she looked at him, all of her usual cheer was gone. In its place was a seriousness he hadn't seen from her before. Okay, got it. They parted ways soon after, and now Naruto and Sasuke were walking the halls in silence. The blonde stopped and blinked as they neared the room when a familiar voice reached them. So, this is where you guys is staying for now, said a voice that just sounded done with everything. We're free to pick anyone we want, so just make yourselves at home. No offense, but you guys look like you can use a rest. Sakura said. You don't know the half of it, he heard Ino say. He rounded the corner to find that, sure enough, Sakura was standing with Team 10 in front of their room. Well, look what the cat dragged in, Naruto said as he and Sasuke joined them. Glad you guys made it. Sasuke, Ino cried happily. You look great. I was so worried when Sakura told us what happened to you. Was Sasuke's patented response. He felt sorry for Ino. It was pretty obvious, even to him, that Sasuke just wasn't into her. And with how long she'd been at it, he didn't see that changing anytime soon. Well, nice to see you've made a full recovery, Choji said. I guess we were right about how this is all going to go down, Shikamaru commented. They didn't need any further explanation on what he meant. Yep, we're just going to have to hope for the best, I guess. Naruto replied. I was afraid you weren't going to make it for a second. How'd you guys manage out there? It was horrible, Choji groaned. We ran out of food after we left you on the second day. And whose fault was that? Ino snapped at him. Besides, you should take it as a lesson. She crossed her arms. Sometimes, there's no way we'll be able to bring enough rations to keep us full for a whole mission. We need to learn to live off the land at some point. Naruto raised a brow. Were they just now learning that? It looked like Kakashi-sensei wasn't the only jonin who needed to kick it in gear. Hell, he didn't even know why they were complaining. At least they brought food. His team hadn't brought anything but water. He saw Sakura sigh and shake her head. It looked like she thought so too. I didn't think we were going to make it back there. We kept running into guys that were stronger than us. Ino groaned. If we hadn't got the drop on those 3 from aim, we'd still be out there. Well, at least you made it here soon enough to kick your feet up for a bit, Naruto replied. With you guys here, all of this year's rookies made it. Shikamaru raised a brow. Really? Kiba's team's already here? Yeah, they were here before we were, Naruto said before something occurred to him. Hey, Sakura, you give them the heads up Kiba gave us yet? Sakura shrugged. I was going to once they got settled in. Heads up, about what? Shikamaru asked, looking more alert than usual. We'll explain once you find a room, Sasuke said, jabbing his head at the doors. At around noon the next day, an announcement rang out throughout the tower to gather in one of its central chambers. Teams 7 and 10 made their way through the halls together. When they stepped through the large doors, they found they weren't the first to reach the room. Naruto's brows rose as he saw Kabuto and 2 similarly dressed teens standing together. The older boy smiled and gave them a nod, which he returned. Fu's team had also arrived. She was standing alongside a boy with spiky brown hair that stood straight up. He wore a blue jacket with shoulder guards over a yellow shirt and brown shorts. Beside them was a taller boy with straight black hair that went down past his shoulders, a gray shirt, and matching pants. The Suna team was there too. Fu was glancing warily at Gaara before she noticed Naruto's team. She smiled and waved at Naruto and his team, and he and Sakura did the same. Sasuke just settled for a nod. He briefly glanced at Gaara himself, standing at the lead of his team with his arms crossed. Then he looked at all the people lined up facing them. Finally, there was Lee's team. Alongside the 2 he recognized, there was another. He had long brown hair and wore a beige shirt with dark brown shorts and bandages around his left arm and leg. His eyes were the same featureless white as Hinata's. It had to be that Neji guy Lee mentioned. There stood the 3rd Hokage in the middle of Anko, Ibiki, and one other man he didn't recognize. A man clad in the standard attire of Konoha ninja. He had short brown hair and a bandana-style forehead protector. He had dark circles under his eyes as if he hadn't slept well in a long time. Behind them stood the Jonin sensei of the genin who passed. Kakashi was there, as was Guy, but that was it as far as people he recognized. There was a tall man with brown eyes, olive skin, short black spiky hair, and a beard. He wore a standard Konoha uniform, as most did, but his sleeves were rolled halfway up. He also wore a sash that had the kanji for fire around his waist. He had a pair of black bangles and bandages wrapped around the arms of his sleeves. Another was a slender brunette woman with long untamed hair reaching her upper back and red eyes with an additional ring. She wore makeup consisting of red lipstick and purple eye shadow and wore a red mesh armor blouse with only the right sleeve visible. Finally, for Konoha Jonin, there was a man with glasses and sandy blonde hair, wearing the standard Konoha attire. There were a few other Jonin from other villages. One had to be Fu's sensei, a man with spiky black hair and tanned skin like hers. He wore a dark violet vest with 2 scrolls attached to it, a light violet turtleneck, and dark green colored pants. Another was a man from Oto, which Naruto realized meant those 3 had passed too. He wore a purple flak jacket with a black shirt and matching pants. He had chalky white skin with long black hair tied in a ponytail. And lastly, a tall Suna Jonin wearing their village's version of the standard shinobi attire. He had red markings on the right side of his face, the only visible part of his head, with the rest being covered by his turban-like headgear and by a sheet hanging from it on the left side of his face. The 2 teams took their places, and slowly the others began to trickle into the room. Kiba's team was next, followed by the Oto Genin. Naruto smirked when Zaku threw him a dirty look, his arm still in a sling. Finally, Team Guy entered the room last. Anko wasn't kidding, not even half of us made it out of that forest, Naruto observed as he looked around. Still, looks like we had a pretty big turnout. I wonder what they're going to throw at us next. Listen up. Lord Hokage is about to explain the 3rd test, so you better pay attention. Anko announced, silencing the quiet murmurs that had been going on among the teams. Lord Hokage, they're all yours. The Hokage hummed an affirmative and stepped forward. First, before I explain what the 3rd exam entails, I'd like to explain something about the Chunin exams themselves. Listen closely, I will now explain the true purpose of these exams. True purpose, what did that mean? Although, he had to say he'd thought it was kind of weird that they held these exams with other nations like this. I'm sure some of you have wondered why our village holds these exams together with our allies. To raise the standards of our shinobi and develop friendships across allied to be sure, but they hold a deeper purpose. Hiruzen said before closing his eyes. After a pause, he continued. They serve as a substitute for battle between allied nations. What does that mean? A voice Naruto didn't recognize asked. A glance told him it was the girl on Lee's team. He realized that had to be Tenten. In the past, all of these allied nations once fought with each other for power and influence. To avoid wasting lives, the nations selected champions to fight for their countries. While these exams certainly exist to determine which shinobi are worthy of becoming Chunin, that is not their only purpose. They also exist so those prospective Chunin may fight for the pride and prestige of their nations, at the risk of their very lives. Pride of our nations? Naruto asked. During the final stage of these exams, many leaders and prominent people will be invited to observe as guests. Those leaders will take note of the strength of each nation's shinobi. The better a village's young shinobi perform, the more favorable the impression they take away, and the more likely they are to hire the ninja of that village. Thus, these exams influence the number of jobs each village is likely to receive, as well as their power when negotiating with other nations. So why do we have to risk our lives? Kiba asked. Because a shinobi's true strength is only achieved when it's pushed to its limits. Such as in a life and death battle. It's because your life is on the line that you can display your true power and the power of your village. Thus you will fight with your lives, your dreams, and the pride of your village on the line. Just like Shibuki told me. Fu nodded to herself with a smile. Well, it's better than an all-out fight between nations, Naruto said, crossing his arms. Then, he smirked. And it gives us a chance to show our stuff to every big name out there. Yeah, and every other village, ally or otherwise. Sasuke pointed out with a frown. Just get on with it, Gaara said impatiently. Very well, listen closely, and I will explain to you the nature of the 3rd exam. The Hokage said, placing his hands behind his back. The leader of Konoha was then interrupted as the Konoha shinobi in the bandana vanished, reappearing down on one knee in front of the old man in a burst of speed. Lord Hokage, before you do, please allow me, Hayate Gecko, proctor of the 3rd exam, to speak. The now named Hayate said. Very well. The Hokage nodded. When the man turned, Naruto's brows rose. Now that he got a better look at him, he did not look good. The man had dark circles under his dull eyes. And as soon as he turned, he put his hand to his mouth and broke into a brief coughing fit. Is this guy sick or something? Naruto couldn't help but wonder. Before we actually explain the third exam, I need you all to do something. We're going to hold a preliminary exam to determine who will participate in the exam's final stage. Hayate explained once he calmed down. Whoa, preliminary, what do you mean? Shikamaru asked loudly. Knowing him, he was probably frustrated that there would be even more work for them. To be frank, there are too many participants remaining. Whether it's because of your talent or because the exams were too easy this year. As Lord Hokage said, VIPs from all over the nations will spectate during the final stage. As such, we can't afford to waste their time by having the third exam take too long. Hayate explained. He gave them a moment, his eyes roaming the assembled genin. When no one spoke up, he continued, anyway, we will begin immediately. Any who wish quit after these explanations, please come forward. What, right now? Kiba asked. Who would throw in the towel after coming this far? Naruto couldn't help but wonder. His question was immediately answered when Kabuto raised his hand. Excuse me, I'd like to forfeit, the purple-clad teen said. Huh, seriously? Naruto asked incredulously as he and most of the others in the room turned to look at him. Sorry, Naruto, Kabuto said, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. My team and I just got here. I got banged up pretty bad back in the forest. I'm just not in any shape to get into a fight right now. He did look a lot more scuffed than the others here, now that Naruto looked at him. I'd like to continue, but I'd be at too much of a disadvantage. Are you sure? I mean, yeah, that's kinda a good point, but it's not like we'd have much choice out in the field, you know. Naruto pointed out. True, but this isn't the field. I've got a choice, and I'm making it. Hayate coughed, getting their attention. He looked down at a list and said, Kabuto Yakushi of Konoha, correct? You may go. He then looked over the other genin. Oh, and I forgot to mention. From now on, you will all fight individually, so judge solely for yourself. Naruto watched as Kabuto left before turning to the proctor. No one else raised their hand. After a few moments of silence, the proctor nodded. Very well, then let's begin the preliminary exam. Hayate said, his dull eyes roaming over the assembled genin. As I said, from here on, the fights will be one-on-one, and you're expected to fight as if they are real-life confrontations, as you did in the forest. Since we have 23 entrants, we'll have 11 matches. The winners of those matches will advance to the finals. The lucky odd one out will get a free ride. As for the rules, basically, there are none. The fight will continue until one side forfeits or is unable to battle. Whether that means they're incapacitated, knocked out, or killed. Be aware of your limits if you don't want to die. However, if I decide the match has been decided, I'll step in and end things. And we'll determine your matches by. Hayate Ten half turned and looked at the wall behind the Jonin. The genin followed his gaze, above a state of two hands forming a hand sign, where a curtain fell to reveal. Quote. This electronic scoreboard, which will select two of you at random. I know it's sudden, but we will decide the first match immediately. With that, the board came to life. Yellow letters appeared on its surface, rapidly shifting through names on either side of the word versus. The genin watched as the first match was decided, and it settled on Ino Yamanaka versus Temari. Naruto winced. He heard Sakura suck in a breath behind him and turned to see her looking worried at her friend. He then threw a glance at Temari. The other blonde huffed, placing a hand on her hip and cocking her head as her teal eyes went from the board to the platinum blonde. She didn't look impressed, to say the least. Oh boy, Naruto thought to himself as he looked from her to Ino, who looked at Temari with some concern before steeling herself and glaring. Probably because she was Gaara's teammate. He remembered Ino was about on par with Sakura back in the academy. If she needed anywhere near as much work as his pink-haired teammate had. Single quote. This is going to be ugly. Temari struck him as a tough, no-nonsense kunoichi, who probably wouldn't hold back or show any sympathy towards her opponent. And that was before considering she was Gaara's teammate. Ino would probably get no mercy. In short order, the genin had assembled on galleries lining either side of the room with their Jonin sensei, Konoha shinobi on the right, all foreign ninja on the left. Naruto glanced at Sakura, who leaned forward and clutched the railing as she looked down at her friend. "Don't worry, Sakura, I'm sure the proctor will step in before it gets too bad." "I hope so," Sakura muttered. "I'll keep an eye on things if it helps," Sasuke said. Both looked at him to find his eyes had turned crimson. Oh, right, Sasuke had told him his eyes had an upgrade. Good, the Jonin would have a little warning if things were about to go too far. "Thanks," Sakura replied gratefully. "Hey, come on, aren't you two supposed to be old friends? Have a little faith," Ino-sensei said, his hands in his pockets and a lit cigarette in his mouth. Tenten looked at Sakura sympathetically. Sakura, you told me Ino was your rival, right? Where would you put her right now? About where I was when we met, just throw in some clan jutsu," came Sakura's dull reply. Tenten just grimaced. Shikamaru gave a worried murmur as he looked down at his teammate, mirroring Sakura's stance. Choji munched his potato chips faster than usual. Wait, where'd he get that? Oh, his sensei must have brought them. Ino glared at her opponent down below. Tamari regarded her with a bored expression with one hand on the fan on her back. "And begin," Hayate yelled. Tamari immediately shot forward, raising her fan over her head like a club. Ino leapt back to dodge as it crashed into the ground with enough force to kick up a dust cloud that obscured Tamari. That was her first and last mistake in this fight. The dust was suddenly blown away to reveal Tamari, swinging her fan. With one movement, she had spun on her heel and unfurled it halfway through. She unleashed a wind blast that drove Ino back. The wind compressed and twisted into a whirlwind that engulfed her. The Yamanaka heiress screamed as it dragged her through the air. Countless wind blades cut into her skin, scattering small spurts of blood through the air. The whirlwind twisted and drove her into the ground, the impact kicking up another cloud of dust. When it cleared, Ino lay in a small crater of broken tiles. She was unmoving and covered in bleeding wounds. Naruto sucked in a breath through clenched teeth. Yep, that's what he'd been afraid of. Sasuke just closed his eyes and shook his head. What a waste of time. Tamari grumbled, folding her fan and slamming its tip into the ground. Ino is unable to battle. The winner is Tamari, Hayate declared. Shikamaru face-palmed. Ah geez, Team 10's leader winced. Maybe we need a bit more work than I thought. Sakura sighed, looking down at her rival as a pair of medic nin took her away on a stretcher. Ino, well, hopefully, this gets her to turn things around. Fangirls tend not to last long as kunoichi, Tenten said to Sakura, trying to find the silver lining in this situation. Oof, way to make a first impression for us, Kiba said with a grimace, closing one eye and looking away. Asuma, how much of their training did you leave up to their clans? Kurenai asked, lightly glaring at the other Jonin. Asuma rubbed the back of his head. Well, given how they're all the heirs of the previous Ino Shikacho trio, I thought it'd be best to leave it to them to help out with their clan jutsu and teamwork skills. I've been helping with the latter, of course, and helped them even out some edges, but... In other words, you've been slacking nearly as much as Shikamaru. Naruto said, raising a brow. You know, I could take that as an insult. Shikamaru pointed out while Asuma chuckled and looked away. Don't let it get you down, Asuma. Youth is littered with sour moments like this, but there are always sweet ones to follow. Guy said before giving him a thumbs up with a sparkling smile. I'm sure this is the spark that will see Ino's youth burn brightly. Hopefully. Though, I don't think that'll save me from getting chewed out by my old man for that performance. Asuma mused, looking worriedly at the third, who was glaring at him. Naruto blinked, looking between the two rapidly before gaping. Whoa, old man Hokage's your dad. Yep. Oh, by the way, I've been meaning to thank you. I hear you're responsible for giving my nephew a much-needed wake-up call. Oh, you mean Konohamaru? Naruto grinned widely, putting his hands behind his head. Yeah, he's a good kid. I'm sure he'll be Hokage after me, someday. He said, getting a scoff from Kiba. He glared, but before he could say anything, Kakashi put his hand on his shoulder. While I'm sure you'd like to get into it with your old classmate right now, the next match is about to start. Naruto looked up at the board. Sure enough, it had come back to life now that both combatants had been taken off the field. They all watched, Lee raising an eager fist as they waited to see the next matchup. Gichi vs Kiba Inuzuka. All right, looks like I'm up, Kiba said with a wide grin, pounding a fist into his open palm. You ready, Akamaru? He asked the dog on his head, who barked back in response. That wasn't a name he recognized, and so Naruto realized there were only two people it could be. Just as he'd guessed, he saw one of the Taki shinobi, the one with black hair, began to walk towards the arena. He couldn't make out what was said, but it looked like Fu said something, but he couldn't see any response from her teammate. She took a few steps back and rested against the wall. Naruto frowned but remained silent as Kiba jumped over the railing and quickly took his spot while the Taki nin took the long away. In short order, the two stood across from each other. The Taki nin raised a brow. You brought a puppy along? Gichi asked. Yep, Akamaru's, my partner, Kiba said as the dog leapt off of his head. He crouched down and pet Akamaru's head, getting a happy bark in return. Don't underestimate him just because he's on the small side. The Taki ninja shrugged his shoulders. I'm more of a cat person, myself. Ninja cats seem so much more useful. Kiba's eye twitched, and Akamaru barked angrily. Hey, don't you dare insult my partner. And are you seriously going to start that old argument again? Just stating facts. Ever hear of a ninja hound using genjutsu? Gichi replied, getting a growl from both the dog and his owner in turn. And begin, Hayate called. Kiba kneeled down and made a hand seal before placing his hands on the ground. His fingers tensed as his nails grew into claws and he seemed to grow a bit more feral. Let's go, Akamaru, the boy called, getting a bark as they charged at the Taki ninja. 2-on-1, Gichi stated as he tensed. He then leapt backward as he ran through hand seals. He inhaled deeply before spraying a powerful gust of water from his mouth. The ninja and dog pair dodged to either side, the boy jumping into the air when he turned his head, causing the torrent to sweep to the side. As they closed the distance, Gichi made another hand seal. Takigakur style. Water-cutting sword. Water gathered in his palm and formed a sword. He swept it through the air once before pointing the jagged tip at the approaching genin before launching himself at him. Kiba kicked back to avoid a slash. Gichi spun into a kick aimed at Akamaru, but the tiny dog kicked itself to the side and bit at him, forcing him to jump back. Gichi was a skilled swordsman, but he was gradually forced back. Kiba would duck and weave around his watery blade as Akamaru proved an agile and hard-to-hit target, keeping the tall boy from really pressing his master. Eventually, he kicked back, flipped his sword into a reverse grip, and tossed it at Kiba like a javelin. The Inuzuka ducked under the blade, which stuck in the ground and melted into a puddle. The boy dropped a smoke bomb from his pouch, which immediately exploded into a smokescreen. As Kiba charged towards it, a hail of kunai erupted from the smog. He and his dog dodged to opposite sides, sliding across the ground before launching themselves at their hidden foe. Ha, if you think something like that's going to slow us down, then you've got another thing coming. Kiba said. They entered the quickly vanishing cloud from nearly opposite directions. The sound of a blow rang out the moment before the last of the smog faded, revealing Gichi falling back, Kiba's claw on his face, and Akamaru biting into his leg. Or so it seemed, as Gichi fell apart into water. What? Kiba exclaimed. That's, Sakura began, recognizing a water clone just as he and Sasuke did. The real Gichi emerged from a puddle behind them both, hands running through seals. Water style. Water prison. Water on the ground rose and encased the boy and his hound, immobilizing them in a sphere of water. Well, that's game, Gichi said. Kiba gritted his teeth from within the water and glared at his opponent, but there was nothing else he could do. Kiba is unable to battle. The winner is Gichi, Hayate said. Yes, way to show what Taki ninja are made of. Fu cheered from her spot above. And now we're 0 for 2. We're off to a great start. Shikamaru grumbled. Gichi released his prison and put his hands in his pockets as his opponents landed on their feet. Good match. Maybe pay more attention to your surroundings, though. I wasn't trying to hide back there, I was trying to keep you from thinking about the water. Yeah, thanks for the advice, Kiba said, begrudgingly, as he rose to his feet. You're pretty good. See you around, Gichi said, walking back and waving over his shoulder. A bitter-looking Kiba made his way back to his team, glaring down at the floor. Kurenai sighed. Kiba's going to be nursing that blow to his pride for a while. Naruto chuckled. Serves him right for having such a big head. Sakura giggled at his side. Oh, that's rich, coming from you. Who was it who said he'd introduce everyone's faces to the floor again? Sasuke wondered aloud, smirking at him. Naruto rubbed the back of his head with a sheepish grin. Ah, come on, guys. Don't gang up on me like that. Well, looks like it's time to put your money where your mouth is. Kakashi-sensei said, drawing his attention. He pointed him to the board above, which had settled on the next match. Naruto Uzumaki vs Neji Hyuga. The brown-haired boy coughed up blood, and then Hinata went to finish the fight and delivered several palm strikes to his torso. One final strike sent him to the floor, where he feebly tried to stand, his movements so slow that it was clear who won the match. The match is over, Hinata wins. Whoa, I made a good call trying to keep Neji at a distance. Speaking of whom, Naruto heard a slight groan and turned to see that Neji had woke up at some point. He doubted he'd just now regained consciousness, he'd probably been stewing in his loss and hadn't said anything. The older boy seemed to have a real stick up his ass, so it wouldn't surprise him. But right now, he was glaring down at Hinata, who looked back at them all and smiled, though she looked away into the ground when his own gaze turned back to her. Naruto grinned in anticipation. So, guess it's about time we talk about the main event. And with that, Hayate declared, with this, the preliminary trials have been concluded. All those continuing to the third exam, come down to the floor. At the proctor's call, all the genin who'd won their matches made their way back to the floor. Naruto grinned with pride as he looked from side to side. Sakura looked just as proud, while Sasuke was smirking. They'd all made it to the finals. Only one other team could say that. As Naruto reached the bottom of the steps, he spied Fu across the room. She had turned to Kato when they crossed paths as he made his way back to their sensei. She said something he couldn't hear, and he waved her off without looking back. She turned away from him and looked troubled as Gichi shrugged and resumed walking. She then noticed him looking at her and smiled. He smiled back and nodded. Soon enough, all the genin were lined up in front of the Hayate while his fellow proctors flanked him on either side, and the Hokage stood behind them. Hayate covered his mouth and coughed. He then took a moment to take a breath before he continued. Congratulations to all of you who are going on to the final round. He then stepped to the side and gestured for the Hokage to step forward. Now, Lord Hokage, if you would please. Hiruzen nodded and took his place in front of the sickly Jonin. Listen closely, I will now explain the third phase of the Chunin exams, the third god of shinobi said, looking over the genin. As I said earlier, many prominent people from across the nations will observe the final stage of the exams. For that reason, they will be held 1 month from now. In a month, Naruto said before closing his eyes and crossing his arms. Well, I guess that makes sense. Not like you can call up a bunch of VIPs from all over at the drop of a hat. As we send out the invitations and organize the event, you all have the opportunity to take this time to make preparations. Hiruzen continued. What does that mean? Kankuro asked, frustration punctuating every word. Unlike everything up to this point, you're no longer dealing with unknowns, the third Hokage explained. For the most part, you have now witnessed your rival's abilities firsthand. In addition, your abilities have been put to the test. Consider what you know of them and yourselves, train, and prepare for the fights ahead as best you can. He paused, probably waiting to see if anyone else would speak up. After a moment, he continued, now, before you're all dismissed, there's one last thing we have to do. He then gestured toward Anko, who stepped forward with a box. You will each draw one sheet of paper from the box. I'll come around, so wait your turn, the purple-haired woman said. One by one, each genin took a slip of paper from the box. When it was Naruto's turn, he opened it to see, an 8. Are we drawing lots? All right, now, tell us your numbers, starting from the left. Yep, it looked like he was right, they were doing this like a tournament. 1, Kin said. 3, stated Fu. 11, came from Gichi. 2, Gaara said dully. 5, stated Tamari. 12, said Kankuro. 7, Hinata said. 8, Naruto said. 4, came from Sasuke. 10, Sakura said. 9, said Lee. 6, said Shikamaru. Alright, now we will reveal the matchups for the final stage, Hiruzen announced before turning to Ibiki, who was writing on a handheld board. Ibiki. He finished with a nod. Ibiki nodded in return and held up the board. Kin vs Gaara, Fu vs Sasuke, Tamari vs Shikamaru, Naruto vs Hinata, Sakura vs Lee, Gichi vs Kankuro. Naruto heard Hinata gasp beside him, and he grimaced as he went over the matches. Great, 2 of his friends were fighting. And the winner would probably have to fight Gaara. He glanced at Sasuke and Fu, both of whom stared at the board with a frown on their faces. Now, you can all start preparing or resting as you like, provided there are no final questions, Hiruzen said. I've got one, Shikamaru said, raising his hand. He then cupped his chin in thought. If we're doing this like a tournament, then does that mean there can only be one winner? Not quite, Hiruzen replied with a smile. Your performances will be judged by myself, the Case Cage, and other ninja leaders as well as visiting lords. Those who we feel meet the qualifications will be promoted to Chunin. Fu smiled, clasping her hands in front of her chest. Does that mean the chief will be there? So, that means we could all become Chunin, Tamari stated. Hiruzen nodded. Yes. Or, conversely, none of you could. Nevertheless, advancing gives you more opportunities to appeal to the judges. Is that a satisfactory answer? He paused one last time to see if there were any further questions. When there were none, he said, very well. Thank you all for the effort you have exerted thus far. You are all dismissed. As the genin began to disperse and return to their sensei, Naruto turned to Sasuke. So, any idea what you're going to do if you win your match? Sasuke grunted and closed his eyes before smirking. What else? I'll fight. Sakura looked worried, but Naruto grinned and nodded. Thought so. He then turned, looking past Hinata, who'd only just started to move, to Fu, who was walking toward him. Hey, guys, she said as she neared. Hey, Naruto greeted her for his team. The mint-haired girl then looked uncertain as she looked from him to his teammates. It's not a problem that I'm going to be fighting Sasuke, is it? Of course not, Naruto replied with a dismissive wave. In fact, I was just thinking of that tour we talked about. He smiled and put his hands behind his head. How about you meet me at the North Gate? Tomorrow at 5 sound good? Fu's face lit up with excitement. She raised 2 eager fists in front of her chest. Sounds great. Then I guess I'll see you there. Fu nodded before she turned and ran to catch up with Gichi, who had been walking back to their sensei without her. Later, she yelled, waving at him over her shoulder. See you then, Naruto replied as he and Sakura waved after her, while Sasuke gave her one wave and a nod. Well, she seems excitable, the familiar voice of their sensei came from behind them. They turned to see Kakashi standing there with his hands in his pockets. Guess you weren't exaggerating, Kakashi-sensei. The silver-haired Jonin gave them one of his eye smiles. I'm glad to see my faith wasn't misplaced. I'm proud of you. The 3 genin smiled. How about we celebrate once we get out of this forest? I know where Naruto will want to go, Sakura said, looking at the blonde. Pretty sure half the village would, Sasuke pointed out. Naruto just chuckled. Well, it's not like I have a preference, Sasuke said with a shrug. Naruto turned to Sakura, who seemed to think for a moment. Might as well. Ah, yeah, Naruto pumped a fist into the air. As soon as Fu and Gichi had returned to their Jonin, he told them they needed to talk. Together, they had traversed the forest and returned to the village proper. Fu had watched the trees speeding by, wishing once again that she could explore the massive training ground from top to bottom, but there was no chance of her sneaking off with Yoro there. Soon enough, they'd made their way back to the building they were staying at and met in their Jonin's room. He sat on the bed while Kato sat backward in a chair, Gichi leaned against a table, while Fu stood at the window, looking out at the village with a smile as Gichi finished telling their leader what had happened since they left for the exams. Konoha was so much bigger than Taki, especially considering a lot of Taki was taken up by the lake in the heart of the valley. And there were so many people. The streets here were so much more crowded than they were backing home. It had been so exciting, seeing the different buildings, walking around the busy streets as everyone went about their day. Looking up at the Hokage monument, as one of the citizens kindly told her. One of the first things she'd done was climb to the top, and the view was amazing. As great as the view from Taki's sacred tree. And no one knew who she was here. Her attention returned to her leader when she heard him hum in thought. Well, firstly, good work making it this far, Gichi, Fu, Yoro said, nodding at the 2. Fu smiled, and Kato snorted. Yeah, if there was ever any doubt she'd make it to the finals. He said, looking away. Fu looked at him sadly. It sucked that he was the only one of them who didn't make it through the prelims. She didn't mind him being bitter. Well, she did, but it was like Shibuki said, people didn't understand her. And until that changed, she doubted they'd warm up to her. That wasn't going to happen in just a few days. But she believed it would someday. And Shibuki did too, And he was always right. Well, almost. Speaking of Shibuki, she turned a hopeful look to their temporary sensei. Do you think Shibuki will be here for the finals? Yoro shrugged and crossed his arms. Probably. It's been a while since Taki's had a chance to remind everyone of our glory days. I can't imagine he'd miss out if he had a choice. Fu squealed in excitement at that. Shibuki was coming. Probably. This was her chance to make him and Taki proud. She had to win. That meant she couldn't back down. Not against Sasuke or even Gaara. Anyway, let's talk about that little exchange we saw back there, Yoro said, and Fu jerked and turned towards him. The Jonin sighed. I was hoping Gichi and Kato could keep you reined in. Really, have you met her? Gichi asked with a raised brow. Yoro let out a long breath and closed his eyes. I guess I can't fault you for how you handled things in the forest. Given your training and how unfamiliar with each other you are, splitting up was a good call. And it did net you a scroll pretty quickly. Of course, we should have just turned Fu loose from the start, Kato said. Meh, I still say that was risky, but I can't lie and say it didn't work out, Gichi replied with a shrug. It was too much to hope for that you'd keep your head down, huh? Yoro asked, looking at her. Fu pouted, but how else am I going to make friends? And doesn't putting myself out there make me look less suspicious than making a big deal out of talking to people? I suppose, and it did pay off with the warning that kid gave you. You think his tip was good? Gichi asked. Yoro nodded. Yeah, the way that Shino kid just forfeited the moment he saw he was up against Gaara. If he were willing to throw away all the work he put in getting here, he'd have forfeited like that older genin. He then looked to the ground and frowned. Besides, when you were all lined up, I saw the look in his eyes. Yeah, I got a bad feeling from that kid. He then looked at Fu again. You've got your work cut out for you. First the last survivor of the Uchiha clan, then Gaara. I trust you're up to it. Fu frowned and looked down as she thought. It sucked that she had to fight her new friend's teammate, someone she hoped to add to her list of friends before she left, but at least they didn't have to fight each other. Gaara, on the other hand, her frown deepened as she recalled what Naruto had told her. A merciless foe that went out of his way to kill his opponents, and the way he killed almost made her shudder. She wasn't going to back down and run, especially not with Shibuki watching and Taki's name at stake, but she wouldn't lie and say she wasn't worried. And yet, she also couldn't help but feel sympathy for him since she'd heard about the sand and had learned what that meant. She had a pretty good idea of how he wound up the way he did. Of course, she'd had a taste of it herself. Fu, she was snapped out of her thoughts by her leader. She looked up and smiled at him. Yeah, there's no way I'm letting Shibuki down. And don't worry, I've got some ideas for how to handle Gaara. Don't we? He nodded. Good. Fu then clasped her hands together hopefully. So, will you let me go out and play with my new friends? Well, you did have a point. Especially since everyone already knows what you're like now. Never mind that I'm pretty sure you'd try to sneak out if I said no. Woohoo, she cried, throwing her arms up in joy. Yoro looked at her sternly. As long as it doesn't cut into your training, and you don't do anything that might tip them off about you. Duh, I'm not stupid, you know. Besides, I promised the chief, didn't I? After celebrating at Ichiraku's, Kakashi-sensei had told them to take the rest of the day off. They were to meet up again first thing in the morning to start their training for the finals. This time, though, they were to meet on some rocky outcroppings far outside the village. Naruto couldn't help but wonder why they were meeting so far from their usual spot. What kind of techniques was their sensei going to teach them? He couldn't wait to find out. The three arrived at the appointed time, and Naruto and Sakura gaped in shock. Even Sasuke could only stare, wide-eyed at the sight that greeted them. Kakashi was waiting for them. The silver-haired Jonin was sitting on a boulder and casually waved at them. Yo, right on time. WW what? Naruto exclaimed. Kakashi-sensei, you're actually on time. Hey, that's rude, you know. I can be on time when the situation calls for it. Sakura's eyes darted around, frantically searching for unseen enemies. What is it? Is Orochimaru up to something? Are we being targeted? Is the village in danger? Alright, enough of that, Kakashi deadpanned. He then swept his arm out and gesturing to the ground in front of him. Sit down. We need to have a talk. The genin did as they were asked and sat down in a row in front of Kakashi. The Jonin looked over them and sighed, closing his visible eye. This conversation is long overdue. The man began, but before we get to that, there's something we need to get out of the way. He looked over his students, stopping at Naruto. Naruto, what I have to say is mainly for you, although there's a bit I'd like Sasuke to hear as well. However, Sakura is also on this team, and I don't think we should leave her out. So, Naruto, I'd like you to tell her who your father is. Naruto stiffened, eyes widening in shock. He turned to Sakura, whose gaze was shifting back and forth between him and their sensei. Sasuke just stared at Kakashi curiously. I suspect Sasuke's already figured it out. Oh, that was why he didn't seem too surprised. He was probably more interested in where Kakashi was going with this. He looked back to Sakura, who was looking at him worriedly. He didn't have a problem telling Sakura about that, but he was a bit concerned Sakura might put the pieces together of what happened on the night he was born. There wasn't a lot there, but if she looked deeper. Not that he didn't trust her, but he didn't want to talk about that. And the more people who know a secret, the easier it got out. But Kakashi was right, they were a team. He'd have to talk about what was sealed inside of him eventually. But for now, he took a breath and then said, my dad was Minato Namikaze. The fourth Hokage. Sakura blinked once, then again, then her jaw dropped. Wait, what, are you serious? But that's, she then looked at him. Deeply, he could see the realization in her eyes as she realized how much he looked like his father. Naruto, are you really? She breathed out in disbelief. Hey, Naruto rubbed his cheek. Yeah, hard to believe, huh? But that makes no sense, Sakura said with a frown. Lord Fourth was practically a legend. If that's true, you should have had people beating down the door to take you in. Not to mention he must have had some property left that should have gone to you. She then glared at Kakashi. Why did everyone treat him like a pariah if he's the fourth son? Why'd he grow up all alone when everyone and their mothers should have been there for him? That was the part she focused on. The fact that he shouldn't have grown up on his own. Naruto couldn't help but feel warm inside. Kakashi closed his eye. He looked away and to the side, looking a bit anxious for the first time for as long as Naruto had known him. There were a lot of reasons. One of which you've already heard, we wanted to keep his identity safe from his father's enemies. Politics was another. That said, there are a lot of people who should have been there for him. He then looked at Naruto. Myself included. After all, his father practically raised me. Wait, what? Naruto gaped at the man, who looked down at him, sadness in his only visible eye. Minato was my sensei. The genin could only stare at him at this admission. For a moment, there was silence as Naruto took in this information. My dad, was your sensei? Naruto asked slowly as his shocked expression turned into a glare. And this is the first I'm hearing about it? He asked, his voice transitioning into a growl. I'd never even heard of you before I graduated. The blonde stood up, anger coursing through him as he remembered all the times before Iruka had warmed up to him that he'd watched other kids get picked up by their families. When he'd return to an empty apartment and just fall into bed in his silent room. Where were you all these years? Naruto, Sasuke spoke up, getting his attention. The Uchiha was frowning as he looked from him to their sensei. I doubt he'd just bring this up if he didn't have an explanation. Sakura looked between Naruto and Kakashi, shrinking in on herself a bit. Maybe we should hear him out. Naruto looked at the pink-haired girl. She looked concerned and uneased at the same time. It made sense, he guessed. This was going to be pretty personal. He took a moment to rein himself in and sat down. Thank you, Kakashi said before he took a breath. It's a long story, and it's not one I like telling, but you deserve to know. Naruto frowned but sat back and waited. Have you ever heard of my father, Tsukumo Hatake? I doubt it, it's not a name spoken of very often anymore. Seeing no sign of recognition in his students, he continued. My father was an incredibly skilled ninja. In fact, he rivaled the Sannin. He was known as Konoha's White Fang for the white chakra saber he wielded and was one of our most respected shinobi until a certain incident. He looked to the ground. I won't bore you with the details, suffice to say, while on a mission vital to our village, he was forced to make a choice, save his comrades and abandon the mission, or leave them to die to succeed. Naruto frowned, feeling some trepidation about where this was going. That brought back memories of the day they became a team. That must be what Kakashi had been thinking of when he gave Sakura that ultimatum. To kill him or watch Sasuke die. Naruto wanted to say he'd do everything in his power to do both. He knew he would try, but that was neither here nor there. And the way Kakashi was talking, this story didn't have a happy ending. Kakashi would go on to prove him right. He chose the former. He saved his comrades, and the failure was so damaging that he was left completely disgraced. Everyone scorned him, even the shinobi he'd saved. He fell into depression, and in the end, I came home one day to find he'd hung himself. Naruto recoiled as if struck, and he saw Sakura flinch beside him. Both looked horrified. Sasuke frowned deeply, looking disgusted. Whether it was at the other shinobi for acting that way, or Tsukumo for leaving his son to find him like that, he couldn't tell. You can see why I don't like talking about my past, I'm sure, Kakashi said. But why? Naruto asked. He saved lives, didn't he? What was he supposed to do, just leave them to die? Yes, he did save people, that's true. But what if saving your friends means sacrificing others? More than the people you saved? Kakashi asked, and Naruto couldn't answer. It was an intelligence-gathering mission. My father abandoned it for the sake of a handful of his comrades. And because of that, we were blind to enemy operations, and our forces walked into ambushes. Dozens of our shinobi died who likely would have lived otherwise. The silver-haired Jonin continued. I decided not to repeat that mistake. I would put the mission before all else, including my comrades. I decided that anyone who didn't follow the ninja rules was trash and didn't care about my allies. Or I tried not to. He then looked at Sasuke. It was a relative of yours who showed me I was wrong. Sasuke grunted with a frown. Kakashi nodded. This is the part one wanted you to hear. About my teammate, Obito Uchiha, and where I got this eye. He said, raising a hand to his covered Sharingan. Obito was a lot like Naruto. Funnily enough, he wanted to be Hokage too, and for similar reasons. The type to try and help anyone he came across. Kakashi then chuckled fondly. The three of you remind me a lot of my team. I was our Sasuke, aloof and distant, and my final teammate, Rin, had talents similar to Sakura. A sweet girl who cared for us in the village deeply. She always got in between Obito and me when we fought. Well, when Obito came at me, anyway. My views really rubbed him the wrong way. Obito loved her, but, well, she loved me, not that I returned her feelings. Naruto blinked. That was a weird coincidence. It sounded so much like how they were before the wave mission. It wasn't exactly the same. From the sound of it, Rin was nicer than Sakura used to be. Kakashi sounded like he'd been more apathetic than Sasuke. Even then, they were so similar. Minato tried to teach me to value my comrades, remind me that we aren't just tools. He put us through the same bell test I gave to you, but I was a bit too smart for my own good. Kakashi said bitterly. I realized what the test was, but it didn't change my view. Rin and Obito were just a means to an end. He looked up to the sky. Minato-sensei was a better leader than I've been, that's for sure. He never needed a kick in the ass like the debacle in the Land of Waves. He was always there for us. Always trying to remind me to value my teammates, as he valued us. He never hid that. He was the closest thing I had to a father for most of my life. And Kushina would come by from time to time. For a moment, he just looked at the sky with a fond look in his eye. So, that's how you knew my mom? Naruto asked. Kakashi nodded. They were already married by the time my team was assigned to your father. Rin asked how they met once. I'll tell you that story some other time if you'd like. Yeah, I'd like that, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto replied quietly. Kakashi closed his eye and continued his tale. We were around your age during the last war. During one mission, while Minato-sensei was away, Rin got caught by Iowa Ninja. I wanted to go on without her, but Obito refused. He even hit me. It was there that he made me see, those who'd abandoned their friends were worse than trash. He looked back down at them. He left to save her on his own, and I followed. We rescued her together, but the Iowa Ninja we were fighting collapsed the cave they'd taken her to. Rin and I were okay, but Obito was half buried beneath boulders. The pressure was the only thing keeping alive, he said, now staring at the ground. Naruto felt cold. For a moment, he was back on the bridge, watching what he'd thought were Sasuke's final moments. I'd lost my eye fighting the Iowa Ninja. His last act was to ask Rin to transplant one of his to replace it. I promised that I would protect Rin for him. He closed his eye. I didn't even manage to keep that promise for half a year. He paused then, gave them a moment to digest that, then continued, I pretty much regressed to how I'd been before Obito opened my eyes. I tried to block everything out, just focus on the mission and forget. That's become how I deal with grief, after my father. He closed his eye again. Guy, Minato-sensei, and Kushina spent years trying to pull me back out of that. Minato-sensei even put me on guard detail for Kushina during her pregnancy, just so I'd see, well, life. They'd just managed it right before the Kyuubi attack happened. Naruto flinched, and once again, there was silence. He looked to the ground, thinking of everything he'd learned. So, I take it you pulled back from everything again? Kakashi grunted an affirmative and nodded. I went back into Anbu and poured myself into my work, tried hard not to think about anything that would remind me of the past. That included you. I did check up on you on occasion, early on. But not nearly enough, and for that, I'm sorry. Naruto silently contemplated all that he'd learned while his teammates looked at him. He could understand why Kakashi hadn't been there. That didn't really change how he felt. Finally, he said, I get it. I'm not completely okay with it, but I get it. Kakashi nodded. Thank you. That's better than I was afraid of, and while I wasn't there for you before, I am now. And I'll do my best to make up for it. And if you want to know more about your father, I'll gladly tell you everything I can about him. He then looked at his students. I told you my story for 4 reasons. 1, because I thought Naruto deserved to hear it. 2, because I wanted Sasuke to hear about his relative. Naruto looked over at the Uchiha, who was staring at the ground thoughtfully. Kakashi continued, 3, I wanted you to learn from my mistakes. You need to be able to lean on each other. Something you've made great strides towards, but don't pull into yourself if you're hurting, as I did. And never see yourself and those around you as tools. And 4, to explain how I know what I'm going to teach Naruto. Huh, Naruto's brow furrowed. What do you mean? With the competition you're facing, you're going to need something more than just upping your training. That's why I've decided I'm going to teach each of you a trump card technique while we're at it. He looked at the Uchiha. For you, I think you're best suited to my original jutsu, the Chidori. Its speed makes it dangerous for anyone without a dojutsu or extremely accurate sensor abilities to use, and learning to use a second element will give you more options. He turned to Sakura. To you, I'm going to teach a technique I picked up a while back from an Iwa ninja. It's a chakra flow technique that requires a great deal of control. It not only enhances your physical abilities but makes you nigh impervious to physical attacks. And for you, Naruto, he said, his gaze settling on the last member of the team. I'm going to teach you a technique your father invented. Naruto's eyes widened. A technique from my dad. A storm of emotions brewed inside of Naruto as he walked behind Kakashi. Well, one of the man. He'd created 2 shadow clones to give each of his students one-on-one instructions on their techniques. On the one hand, he could barely contain his excitement. He was about to learn a super awesome jutsu. And it was his father's own technique. Like a piece of him that he'd have. On the other, he was still mulling over all that he'd learned of his sensei's past. Frustration, sympathy, the hope of learning more about his parents all warred inside of him, as well as one thing he was worried about. Kakashi-sensei, he finally voiced what had been on his mind. The man half turned to look at him. Was part of the reason you weren't there for me. If you're going to ask if it had anything to do with your seal, the answer is no, Kakashi said. He didn't need any more clarification on what he was talking about. What I told you is all there is to it. He let that sink in before he continued, anyway, this looks like a good spot. He then reached into his pocket and pulled out a scroll. Let's get started. Naruto looked on in anticipation as Kakashi placed the scroll on the ground. With a burst of chakra, the scroll exploded into smoke, and when it cleared, he saw water balloons. Naruto could only look on incredulously at the pile of differently colored water balloons in front of him. That's right, this is the first step to learning your father's jutsu. Kakashi said with an eye smile. Kakashi-sensei, are you playing a prank on me right now? Naruto asked skeptically. If he was, this wasn't a very good one, and he knew pranks. I suppose a demonstration is in order. Kakashi mused. He then walked to a nearby boulder. He held out his hand, and all Naruto could do was gape at what followed. An orb of chakra formed. Naruto stared at the blue sphere, chakra visibly spiraling in multiple directions within it. Kakashi reared his arm back, and then shoved the orb into a boulder. It tore through the stone with barely any resistance, sending chunks of stone in every direction as it carved a large portion out of the rock before finally disappearing. Kakashi nodded. I'm not the best with it, which is why I don't normally use it, but that's more or less what you're aiming for. Whoa, was all Naruto could say as he stared at the damage the technique caused. That technique is called the Rasengan, Kakashi explained. There are 3 steps to learning it. He then formed another orb of chakra in his hand. First, you must learn to rotate your chakra the way you see inside the sphere. Then, you need to focus enough power for it to work. Finally, with all that power, you must keep up the motion while keeping it all compressed like so. Oh, Naruto began as realization struck him. He then turned to the pile. So, those water balloons. That's right, the balloons are here for you to practice the motion of your chakra on. He then picked one up and held it forward for Naruto to see. The surface shifted, bumps popping up and receding all over it before finally it burst. Your aim is to do that by rotating the water inside it with your chakra. I see, I see. Naruto nodded excitedly. Just you wait, Kakashi-sensei. I'll have this down in no time. He then ran to the pile and picked up one balloon. He began to shift the water, but it just bulged out into an oblong shape and occasionally shifted in other ways. After 2 minutes of nothing, he chuckled sheepishly. This is harder than I thought. Don't worry, you'll get it. In the meantime, why don't you create a few shadow clones so we can touch up in other areas? Sasuke stood with his eyes closed, his hands formed into snake seal, channeling his chakra as he'd been instructed. He focused the chakra into his hands, and tiny sparks of blue electricity came to life around them. He doubted they'd do much more than sting someone at this point, but it was a start. No different than when he'd learned the fireball jutsu. Easier even. While it wasn't his element, he had far better control of his chakra than when he'd pushed himself to learn that technique. As he opened his eyes and took a moment's rest, his mind returned to Kakashi's tale. He had wondered how Kakashi had gotten one of his clan's eyes ever since he'd found out about it. Well, now he knew. Obito, the boy who'd taught Kakashi that those who abandoned their friends were worse than scum. Who thought of his comrade's well-being, even in his final moments. Lending his strength to a friend, even as he lay dying. It sounded like he'd been a credit to the Uchiha clan. It was a shame he'd never met him. But then, he supposed it might be better that way. At least he didn't live to see their family slaughtered by one of their own. It had him thinking of his dream, of reviving his clan. He'd focused so much on avenging them that that part had fallen to the wayside. What kind of image did he want to craft them in? What kind of legacy would he leave for the next generation of Uchiha? The Uchiha of the past had been cold, distant, hiding their emotions, holding tight to any grudges they had, and maybe that was part of what had led to their downfall. He'd never given much thought to what led to the massacre before. Now that story and his own interactions with his team had him thinking. What had led to Itachi snapping the way he had? Could anyone have done something? And if he did revive the Uchiha clan, it would be in his image. Did he want the Uchiha to follow in the footsteps of someone devoted to hatred? Was that the sort of example he would set? The path he'd want future generations to follow? One of hatred, or Sasuke? Kakashi interrupted his thoughts. The Uchiha turned to look at him. Something on your mind? It's nothing. Just something I need to figure out. The Uchiha replied. He paused for a moment, then said, if I need your help, I'll ask. But right now, I want to figure it out for myself. Hours later, Naruto walked through the village, eyes focused on the ground and his brows furrowed deeply. Not long after his team went their separate ways, he'd found his mind wandering back to the talk he'd had with Kakashi. It had been there the whole time as he cleaned up and got ready for his promised tour with Fu. His sensei had been his father's student. He still found that hard to believe. It reminded him of how many connections his father had to have had. How many people must have been close to him, and the only one who ever reached out to him was the old man. How many other people had known his father and not done anything? And why? To help keep the secrets surrounding him. Because they had their own families. Because they couldn't be bothered. Or was it because of the Kyuubi? At least Kakashi had had a reason. It sucked that he hadn't been there, but he did understand. To have gone through all that. He remembered how much it hurt to think Sasuke had died for him, and they hadn't even been that close at the time. If he lost him, then Sakura, Kakashi, and Iruka. Yeah, he understood how that would make you want to just pull away from the world. He really shouldn't have been dwelling on it right now. He was almost to the gate, and Fu had been so excited. He wasn't about to break his word to her. But then, Maybe that's just what he needed. A distraction. Training had worked wonders. Speaking of the mint-haired Kunoichi, he looked up as he approached the gate and saw her leaning against it with her hands behind her back. She noticed him immediately and ran towards him with a bright smile. Naruto, she said with a wave that he returned. Hey, Fu, he replied, without his usual enthusiasm. She quickly realized that something was wrong, though. Her smile dropped, a concerned look coming over her face as she came to a stop. Is something wrong? It's nothing, don't worry about it, Naruto said with a wave of his hand. It doesn't look like nothing, Fu replied with a frown. You look like you've got something on your chest. Want to talk about it? Maybe I can help. Not really, Naruto replied. He then forced a smile. Besides, I promised you a tour, didn't I? I just need to get my mind off of it. The blonde then turned around and started to lead her away. So, he was stopped when she suddenly grabbed his hand. He turned to look and found Fu looking at him with a determined expression. Fu, and then she ran, dragging him with her down the streets. Hey, wait a minute. Fu, where are you going? Fu nodded with her hands on her hips, smiling as she looked down on Konoha. Yeah, this is perfect. She thought aloud. The mint-haired girl stood on top of the Hokage monument. She turned to Naruto, who was staring out at his village before his gaze went to her. When my team and I got here, this is the first place I went. The guard told me what this place was, and I thought it'd be the perfect place to get a view of the whole village. Have you ever been up here before? She asked. Naruto rubbed the back of his head, once or twice. He then smiled sheepishly, and I may have painted over all the Hokage faces as a prank. Fu blinked, briefly rendered speechless. Naruto hadn't mentioned that one before, and no one stopped him. Did that mean he'd managed to pull this off without anyone noticing until he was done? How? She stared for a moment before she began to giggle helplessly. How did you manage that? She asked through peals of laughter. Hey, I guess I'm just that good. Holding her stomach as she finally managed to get herself under control, she turned to see him still looking a bit embarrassed but smiling slightly. Progress. She gave him a small smile. Taki's built around this one massive tree. Bigger even than the ones back in that forest. I climb it and sit in the branches whenever I want to think. The view always helps me. She told him, sitting down. After a second, he followed suit. Try it, and if you want, we can talk about what's bothering you. Or we can always play if you really want to take your mind off of it. She reached into the pouch at her side and pulled out a deck of cards. See, I brought cards this time. That got an amused snort out of him. Yay, she let that hang in the air, waiting for him to reply. Finally, looking back at the village, he began, I'm an orphan. Naruto began, no one wanted to adopt me, so I've been on my own for as long as I can remember. Fu winced. My whole life, I've been wondering about my parents. I finally learned more about them a little while ago, and more I wish I could have met them, and today, I found out my sensei knew them. He was really close to them in fact, and he only now told me about it. Fu frowned. Just now, Naruto must have graduated months ago. What the hell took him so long? That was just, his sensei must have known how much it meant to him. How could he keep silent about that? And if he was close to them and Naruto had just now heard about it, did that mean he hadn't been a part of his life until he'd graduated? He must have seen her face because he added, I don't blame him. He had some pretty heavy personal stuff going on. But, that got me thinking, how many other people knew my parents? Why didn't anyone at least tell me where they were? I spent years asking why I didn't have any parents, and no one ever told me. He shrugged, not knowing what to say. Silence fell over them as the pair gathered their thoughts. After a few moments, Fu nodded. I think I get it, she said, her gaze falling to the ground. People who should have been there for you turned their backs on you. And didn't that hit close to home? She looked up at him with genuine sympathy. I know the feeling, she admitted, and he met her gaze. She smiled then, but at least someone's trying, right? You have people who are there for you now, and not just because of your parents, don't you? Naruto nodded. She nodded back and continued. Then focus on them. Try not to think about who maybe should have been there and focus on everyone who is. Life can be harsh enough without negative thoughts dragging you down, you know. Naruto seemed to think that over for a minute before he nodded and smiled. Yeah, I guess you're right. Fu returned his smile, and the two fell quiet again. As the silence stretched on, the mint-haired girl raised her deck of cards and began to shuffle with a surprising amount of skill. The cards flowed from one hand to the other, practically dancing in her palms. She saw Naruto look over at her, fascinated, and giggled. "I've, had a lot of time to practice." Naruto returned the chuckle with one of his own. "I can see that." He tore his eyes away from her card tricks to refocus on her face. "So, what about you? What are your folks like?" "Couldn't say, I barely know them," Fu answered without taking her eyes off the cards. Naruto blinked, gaping at the girl. "What?" Fu shrugged. "They gave me up when I was little. Really little. I didn't even remember them, honestly," she admitted, still smiling as she shuffled. "I ran into them a few years ago, but, well, it wasn't exactly a warm welcome." For a few moments, he could only stare at her as the sound of shifting cards filled the air. Finally, he managed to say, "I'm sorry." Fu turned to look at him, tilting her head to the side. About your parents," Naruto replied, trying not to sound pitying. What she'd just said, it was pretty much his worst fear for most of his childhood. The answer he was afraid he'd get every time he asked the old man about his parents. And she'd actually lived it. "I'm sorry they abandoned you." "Oh," Fu then returned her attention to the cards. "No big deal." She then held up the deck, her shuffling complete. "Big deal. Get it," she said, giving another small laugh before she dealt out the cards between them with expert precision. Naruto ignored the cards in front of him. He didn't quite know what to think now. This cheerful girl had just told him she had been abandoned by her parents, and she said it as simply as she would her favorite side dish for ramen. What was even more concerning was how she answered. There was no sadness or anger or anything. She had stated it as a point of fact. When Naruto thought back to all the years he'd spent alone, he had to admit he was bitter about it. Even after finding out the truth, the pain, the anger, the sadness of being alone. They were all still there for him, if only just. But she seemed strange, and if Naruto was completely honest, infuriatingly, free of all that, and his curiosity got the better of him. "How can you say that?" he asked her, just as she finished dealing. Fu looked at the cards she dealt herself, a satisfied smile appearing on her lips. She then looked over her cards at the blonde. She cocked her head again in the same manner as before. "What do you mean? Your parents abandoned you. Why don't you feel anything about that?" She blinked once, her head cocking even more. What do you mean?" she asked again. "Sad, angry," he said. "Your parents left you alone. How can you not?" He stopped short. "Not, what?" Naruto gave the word a once-over, unsure if he should say it. But in the end, he couldn't help it. He had to know. "Hate them," he finished quietly. Understanding dawned on Fu's features. She collapsed her deck of cards and put them in her lap as her eyes closed. She ran her fingers through her hair and took a deep breath. "Well, I guess I did, at first," she admitted. "I didn't know anything about them at first. My village chief sort of adopted me. Unofficially, he raised me with his son, Shibuki, but he was busy most of the time. It took Shibuki a while to warm up to me, but as far as I'm concerned, they're my family. As for my parents..." The mint-haired girl paused for a moment as Naruto looked at her sadly, unable to fathom how she must feel. "I'd always wondered who they were. So, you can guess how much it hurt when I finally met them, and they didn't want anything to do with me. Well, to be honest, most of my village doesn't. I was sad and angry for a long time, but Shibuki was always there for me. And eventually, I realized something. Something that made the anger and the sadness go away, and it never came back. A realization about people." "What?" Naruto asked. "What was it?" Fu's genuine smile grew to its usual size. "They didn't know me." Now it was Naruto's turn to cock his head in confusion. She laughed out loud, at his bewilderment. "They didn't know me," she said again. "All the people in my village, they don't know me. All everyone knows is the story of how my parents cast me out. They don't know the first thing about me. And how do people react to things they don't understand?" Naruto was left speechless. I guess they can't relate to it. Can't trust it?" he asked. Fu practically jumped at him, pointing a finger directly in his face. "Exactly." She jumped to her feet. "I mean, look at me," she said, giving a twirl. "I'm smart, I'm fun, I'm cute, I'm a strong, kick-ass kunoichi. What's not to love?" she asked, giving a loud, boisterous laugh. Naruto couldn't help but smile widely. Her positivity was absolutely infectious. So I realized, all I need to do is make them see me for me. The real me. That's part of why I want to be friends with so many people, Naruto. She said, tenderness now in her eyes. Friendship is, like, the ultimate knowing of someone, you know. Naruto thought back to how alone he'd felt before Iruka, and all the people who'd come into his life since then. Yeah, I think I do. He then looked at her curiously. So, how's that worked out for you? Fu rubbed the back of her head. It's a work in progress. Things have gotten better, but I've still got a ways to go. But someday, I'm sure I'll win them over. She turned her head upward then, looking into the sky with hope. Even my parents. One day, they'll see the real me, and I'll be friends with them too. Naruto's smile somehow grew even more. I hope you do, Fu. Then everything was quiet. For a few moments, the two were lost in thought. Fu had a point, Naruto realized. After all, that was why Iruka came around, because he understood Naruto. Saw that he wasn't the monster sealed inside of him. Fu then shook her head and broke the silence. Ah, enough of this sappy stuff. She sat back down and picked up her cards which had scattered when she stood up. We got cards to play. Let's get it on. Yeah, alright, Naruto said, still enthused by her speech as he picked up his cards. A thought then ran through his head, and he looked over to her. What are we playing again? Fu looked at her cards, then at him. Fu trailed a bit behind Naruto, her hands behind her back and a smile on her face. Today was yet another on the mint-haired girl's list of good days since she'd been allowed to join in the Chunin exams. She'd managed to pull her friend out of the funk the morning had put him in, and knowing she'd been able to help him warmed her heart. And then the tour. It was everything she'd hoped it would be. Konoha was so different than Taki. There were so many sights to see and places she couldn't wait to visit over the next month. Konoha had a hot spring. How many villages could say that? Not many, from what she knew. Taki didn't, that was for sure. And you could tell from how good the place looked that it saw a lot of traffic. She'd have to take a soak in them at least once before this was all over. And Kikyo Castle, it was easily the largest building she'd ever seen. It was a shame Naruto hadn't known what it was for, but in some ways, that made it better. She could let her imagination run wild. Maybe some VIP had sunk a ton of money into it trying to rival the Land of Fire's lord. Or maybe a prince or princess had come to Konoha as part of some agreement. Or it might have been a meeting place for the leaders and clan heads to meet in the past. She and Naruto had fun trading ideas back and forth for a bit. She knew it wasn't a place for the feudal lord to stay when he came to Konoha, because they had a VIP hotel with a room just for him. Just wow, the lord of Taki's land never went to the village. Okay, that might have been because Taki was an actually hidden village, but still. But now, it was almost over. The sun was hanging just over the horizon, dyeing the sky orange, and the streets were beginning to thin out. It was a shame it was almost over, but she was still excited for their last stop, Naruto's promised best restaurant in Konoha. Her stomach rumbled as she imagined what she was about to try. She was surprised when he turned and said, "And here we are." Gesturing with a flourish towards the unassuming restaurant nearby. Ichiraku Ramen, Fu questioned, reading the name on the logo aloud. Yep, the #1 restaurant in Konoha and the best place for ramen on the whole continent. Naruto said, turning to the shop and practically bouncing on his feet with excitement. Come on, he yelled as he ran inside. Fu grinned widely, infected with his enthusiasm. If he was that excited, it had to be good. Wait up, she called out as she ran in after him. Well, if it isn't our favorite customer. A man's voice called out just as she entered the shop. She saw it was an older man behind the counter, just finishing cleaning a bowl. 2 days in a row. What's the occasion? He then turned to her, smiling warmly. And who's this? Hey, old man Tsuki. This is my new friend, Fu. Naruto greeted, gesturing toward her as she sat down beside him. She came from Taki for the Chunin exams. I just got done showing her around the village and thought I'd finish up with the best restaurant in Konoha. Tsuki put the bowl down before turning towards her, smiling warmly with his eyes closed. Well, nice to meet you, Fu. Same to you, Mr. Fu began with a smile before trailing off uncertainly. The chef waved off her concern. Tsuki's fine. It was then that a young brown-haired woman stepped out from the back of the shop. And this is my daughter, Ayame. Hi, Fu greeted cheerfully, smiling widely and closing her eyes. Hi to you, too, Ayame said before turning to Naruto. Any friend of Naruto's is a friend of ours. Fu beamed with joy. Yay, 2 more friends. She'd have to come back and get to know them before she left. It's good to know you two aren't going to let a little competition stand between you. The waitress continued. Why should we let something like the exams get between us and getting to know awesome new people? Naruto asked, putting his hands behind his head. What he said, Fu added, raising her hand. Ayame chuckled as Tsuki stepped up to the counter. So, what'll it be? I'll take a bowl of miso ramen with a pork fillet, Naruto said. Fu thought for a moment. It all looked pretty good, and she wasn't picky. It's not like she got the chance to eat restaurant-quality food that often back home. Besides, she'd be coming back anyway. I'll have what he's having. Tsuki nodded. Got it, 2 orders of miso pork ramen, coming right up, he said before turning to the kitchen area. Fu watched as he began to prepare their meals, seamlessly switching between stirring noodles, preparing broth, and throwing pork on the stove with precision honed through years of experience. So, what do you think of Konoha so far? Ayame asked. It's amazing, Fu answered excitedly. It's so much bigger than Taki. I mean, you've got a castle here you don't even use anymore. We don't have anything even half that size. And there are more places in just one market than all of Taki. And that's not even getting into the hot springs. Naruto chuckled. Yep, it's pretty great, right? He then looked away and scratched his cheek. Well, I mean, it's not like I've been to many other places. But I don't think there's any place I'd rather live, you know. Fu nodded. Yeah, I know the feeling. I hope to travel the continent and see everything in the world someday. But in the end, Taki's my home. For all that the other villagers put her through, she couldn't imagine living anywhere else. Ayame nodded. I think most people feel that way about the place they were born. It's always got a special place in your heart, doesn't it? Fu nodded. Exactly. All right, orders up, Tsuki said as he walked towards them with 2 steaming bowls of ramen. Naruto looked down at the bowl, eyes shining with anticipation. Looks great as always, old man Tsuki, he said, grabbing a pair of chopsticks. Thanks for the meal, he said quickly before breaking his chopsticks apart and digging in so fast she almost thought he'd been channeling chakra. That only served to stoke her own expectations. Eagerly, she mimicked the blonde's movements before sinking her chopsticks into her bowl. She was much slower at pulling the noodles out, however, wanting to savor her first bite. She brought the noodles to her lips and her eyes widened as the noodles touched her tongue. It was so good. The broth had a near-perfect balance of flavors. It was salty, but not too much, and she could taste various other seasonings, none of which overpowered the others. There was a hint of the pork that meshed perfectly with everything else. And the noodles were so fluffy they practically melted in her mouth. Wow, it was the best ramen she'd ever tasted. Ramen wasn't exactly her favorite dish, there were plenty of things she'd eat instead, but this blew just about any other meal she'd had out of the water. And it was such a simple dish, too. Her pleased surprise must have shown on her face because Tsuki nodded and crossed his arms with a content smile. Another satisfied customer. You can say that again. Fu replied before slurping down another bite. This is so good, I wish I could cook like this. It's miles beyond the kind of stuff I usually have, and I bet it would make Shibuki so happy. Naruto blinked. Huh, you cook for this Shibuki guy? Fu nodded. Sometimes, she said, a bit more subdued than she'd been. She then looked into the broth, stirring the noodles. Naruto seemed to notice as he'd stopped slurping down his food. You know how I told you Shibuki's father adopted me, more or less? Yeah, Naruto replied with a concerned frown. Well, you see, she took a breath. He died a few years ago, defending our village from some enemies who got a bit too close for comfort. Naruto's eyes widened before he looked at her sadly. Oh, I'm sorry. Fu shook her head. You didn't know, she said before she continued. I know it's not how most villages work, but the chief's job is hereditary in Taki. So, even though he was young, Shibuki became the new chief after his father, Kyo. It was hard on him. Well, on both of us. But he worked hard and did his best. He was struggling at first, so I wanted to help in any way I could. And one day, I thought, why not make sure he had a warm meal waiting for him when he got home like Kyo used to make us? I couldn't think of much else I could do. I mean, I was only 8. Well, that's thoughtful, Ayame complimented her, and Fu smiled back. I hope he appreciated it. She nodded. Oh, he did, well, once I got him to try it, anyway. Noticing their looks, Fu rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. This was a bit after that. The first time I tried to cook something for Shibuki, well, let's just say it's a good thing I decided to taste it myself first. It had looked fine, but it wasn't. It really wasn't. The meat being undercooked was just one of many problems with it. And if the taste wasn't bad enough, a while later, Fu wound up with a terrible stomach ache. Could have done without the hospital stay, though. Oh, Naruto replied before chuckling awkwardly. Well, I see you didn't let that stop you from trying. Fu nodded, smiling again. Nope, I never give up on anything. I took that more as a challenge than anything else. I hear you, Fu, Naruto replied with a grin. I don't back down or run from anything. I better not since it's my dream to be Hokage. That jogged Fu's memory. Oh right, that's what you said when you fought Neji, right? Naruto nodded vigorously. Yep. To be Hokage is my dream, and I'm not stopping until I make it. That way, everyone in Konoha will have to acknowledge me. Well, I'm rooting for you, Naruto, Fu said, and he grinned at her. Same here, Tsuki said, and Ayame nodded in agreement. Thanks, guys, Naruto replied before looking to Fu. So, do you have a dream you're chasing, too? Fu shrugged, leaning back and closing her eyes. Aside from seeing the world and making 100 friends? Not really, I'm more for living in the moment, you know. She asked before she slurped down more of her noodles, humming happily at the taste. Not too long after, they found themselves ordering seconds. Fu stopped there. Naruto didn't. I trust you've finished sending out the last of the invitations? The third Hokage asked, leaning forward on his desk with his hands interlocked together. Yes, Lord Hokage, Iruka nodded, standing at attention before his leader. The elder shinobi nodded and closed his eyes. Good, now it's just a matter of seeing who will respond. With a sigh, the third Hokage stood. He walked over to the window and looked out at the village with his hands behind his back. Iruka wondered what the third god of shinobi was thinking as he looked out at their home. Knowing the man as he did, if he had to guess, he was worried. His mind was probably on all the people who shared the village with them. Understandably, given the looming threat of Orochimaru and whatever he had planned. And, of course, it would be a member of Naruto's team being targeted by the Snake Sannin. He couldn't help but worry about what lay ahead for all the students from his former class. They may no longer be his students, but he'd watched them all grow up. The village could be in danger. War might be on the horizon now that Orochimaru had Oto. They were still young, he thought as he followed his leader's gaze out the window. Sure, the rookie genin wouldn't be the first kids their age to see the harsher aspects of shinobi life, but no one that young should have to see what war brought if you asked him. And of course, if it wasn't bad enough that one of his former students was at least one of Orochimaru's targets, it had to be Naruto's teammate. He was worried for all his former students, but most of all for the boy who'd become like a younger brother to him. Naruto had already endured so much. And just as things were looking up, one of the most dangerous criminals in the ninja world targets someone close to him. There wasn't much he could do, given who they were up against. All he could do was hope things turned out okay. Speaking of his younger brother figure, his eyes turned back to his leader. Lord Hokage, he began, and the man half turned to face him. There'd been something on his mind ever since he met up with Naruto at the forest. Things had been so busy between the exams and Orochimaru that he hadn't had a chance to ask. Now, with nothing urgent for either of them, it was a good time to ask just what else Naruto had gotten himself into back in the forest. If I may ask, what's the story with that girl Naruto brought to you back in the Forest of Death? The scarred Chunin asked. Hiruzen closed his eyes. Ah, that, he said before letting out a sigh. Oh boy, from the look on the man's face, this wasn't going to be good. Naruto hasn't gotten in over his head, has he? No, rest assured, the problem has been resolved for now. Naruto was quite right to be concerned about her, Hiruzen replied as he returned to his seat. I've granted her asylum, she's being vetted as we speak. Well, it was good to know he hadn't been exaggerating or taken advantage of. Hearing that's a load off my back. Still, it goes without saying that taking in a foreign ninja during the Chunin exams is. Yes, Hiruzen replied as he pulled out his pipe. It didn't need to be said what that would do to a village's standing and the other nation's trust in them. But these were extraordinary circumstances. He took a drag from his pipe and breathed out a plume of smoke. There's no harm in telling you. I suppose I should begin with her identity. The girl's name is Karen Uzumaki. Uruka's brows shot up, his jaw dropped as he stared at his leader. Uzumaki. Then, that girl's related to Naruto. Hiruzen read his expression and nodded. Yes, and the DNA test we've administered confirmed she's a member of that clan, making her a distant cousin of Naruto. The third Hokage then explained the girl's circumstances, and the consequences of her mother's choice to seek asylum in Kusa. When Uruka learned of the Uzumaki's ability to heal others with their vitality, he hadn't thought much of it. It was useful, very much so from how powerful it apparently was, but it was just another tool in the end. That is until he was reminded she and her mother had gone to Kusa. He had a bad feeling about where the story would go, knowing what they were like. He was quickly proven right. His brows furrowed as he grit his teeth, his hands clenching as Hiruzen explained what had happened to her. So far, Inoichi and the others have found no sign that she's tried to deceive us. In truth, she downplayed her experiences. She didn't mention their attempts at manipulation, praising her for her hard work, only to deride her as an outsider should she ask for a break. Or that they forced her to use what meager savings they'd allowed her to cremate her mother's body after she died healing their ninja. Uruka growled. So that's why. Hiruzen nodded. What's going to happen to her? From the looks of things, she'll be inducted into the village once our inspections are finished, Hiruzen told him. Beyond that, I don't know. It's up to Karen to decide what path she'll take. While she may have been sent here for the exams, the girl is a genin in name alone. She's had none of the conditioning of a shinobi and was only given the most basic physical training to make her easier to transport. She doesn't know how to fight, conceal her presence, or even use the most basic of jutsu. Fortunately, that means Kusa is likely to assume her dead. Uruka took a breath. Focusing on what had happened to her wouldn't change anything at this point. Well, at least her ordeal is over. Hiruzen nodded, and from the looks of things, both she and Naruto will have blood family they can lean on. Uruka smiled at that. That's right, for so long, the blonde had been alone. Had dreamed of having a family to come home to. He knew well what that was like, and it looked like he might get it. And from the sound of it, she'd need someone there for her as much as Naruto had. He looked out the window. He hoped they got along. He knew it didn't always turn out that way, but family should be there for each other. And with what might lay in the future, they could need it. Naruto growled as he focused on the balloon in his hands. It was to no avail. He was doing better than before. The rubbery surface of the balloon churned in different directions, but it wasn't to burst the material. He sighed, calming down a bit. He shouldn't be surprised. Kakashi had told him this was an A-rank jutsu, one much harder than his shadow clone technique. He said it was the pinnacle of shaping chakra, so he knew it would be hard. But it was so frustrating. It just seemed so simple. Spin the water with your chakra until it popped the balloon. Yeah, easier said than done. Days had passed since he'd started training for this technique, and he was still on square one. He sighed and set the balloon down, standing up and stretching before he began to walk over to the bookcase. So much had changed in just a few months. Looking back, deep down, Naruto had known that he wouldn't have been able to back up any of what he said back in the academy. But now, just look at how far he'd come. Back then, pretty much the only ones who'd give him the time of day were Iruka, Hiruzen, Tsuki, and Ayame. Now, he had Sakura, and surprisingly Sasuke, given their past, Kakashi, Mebuki, and Kazashi there for him too. It warmed him, having bonds with all those people. And, of course, his new friend Fu. They'd hung a few more times over the past few days. He'd be sad to see his fellow hyperactive genin go when the exams were over. Hopefully, they'd be able to keep in touch somehow. Reaching the stack of books on ceiling he kept on his nightstand, he picked through them for one of his newer ones and went to make a hand sign and... Wait a minute, he turned back to the balloon and ran over to it. It was so simple, why hadn't he thought of it before? He went to spin the water, and this time put his left hand on top of the balloon. With the added influence of both hands, the balloon's sides roiled until... Pop! The balloon burst. Naruto stared at the puddle before he grinned and cheered, leaping into the air and raising a fist. Yes, I got it. Wait until I show Kakashi-sensei. Great, now try it again, without the other hand. Kakashi said the next day. Huh, Naruto blinked, looking up at the man in disbelief. Naruto, You should know that Minato-sensei had a preference for techniques that didn't require hand signs. Jutsu that he could spring on his opponent at a moment's notice, Kakashi explained, closing one eye. The fact that it can be used with one hand, and its speed, are some of its biggest advantages. While I'm glad you thought outside the box and made it work your own way, using both hands would hamper the technique. Darn, Naruto grumbled, hanging his head. Kakashi-sensei was right, it'd be a lot harder to use that way. So, call up your shadow clones. Let's start again, the silver-haired man said. Okay, and so began another day of training for the Rasengan. Fu wandered the busy streets of Konoha, looking this way and that with a smile on her face. There were so many different stores to choose from. She'd already passed by more restaurants than there were in all of Taki. And they had a movie theater with 3D screens. Honestly, it was nice to just walk around looking like this. There were so many sights, and while it wasn't home, there was a sense of peace that Fu couldn't get while walking around in Taki. Not with all the stares and the whispers she got back home. But for now, she didn't have to deal with that. The people met her with nods and smiles and friendly waves that left her feeling warm and happy. Now where to go? Maybe she could find a game shop, or a bookstore. They could have stuff she'd never even heard of before. And maybe, she'd meet someone she has something in common with and make a new friend. She was happy with the ones she had, but she still had a long way to 100, after all. She then blinked as she spied a head of pink hair. Huh, is that? Sure enough, now that she was looking, she could tell who it was. Fu beamed as she ran up to one of her new friends. Hey, Sakura. The Konoha kunoichi stopped and turned. Fu, she asked, seeming surprised to see her. She smiled as the orange-eyed girl neared. Oh, hey, what are you up to? Oh, just looking around, Fu answered. There's just so much to do around here. Yeah, I guess it must seem that way to someone from a small village. She replied. Fu frowned. What's that supposed to mean? Sakura blinked. Huh. Fu put her hands on her hips and glared at the pink-haired girl. You make it sound like I've never seen any of this stuff before. Do you think I'm some kind of country bumpkin or something? Sakura blinked again, then she looked shocked. Then she broke out in a panic, waving her hands back and forth and shaking her head. Wait a second, that's not what I meant. I just meant that since Taki's smaller than Konoha, you don't have. I mean, Fu's shoulders trembled as she listened to Sakura stumble over her words before she finally burst into giggles. Ah, I'm just playing with you. Oh, Sakura calmed down. That's a relief, I thought for a second. She grimaced and looked away. I used to have a habit of blurting out things and hurting people. Oops. Fu almost blanched and gave Sakura an apologetic look. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring up bad memories. No, it's okay. You didn't know, and it was my own fault for being thoughtless before. For anyone else, that would probably have been pretty funny, Sakura replied. Fu felt like kicking herself. She was just starting to get to know a new friend, and she goes and puts her foot in her mouth. She rubbed the back of her head. You think so? Sakura nodded. Yeah, it was a good joke. Not really creative. I'm pretty sure a lot of people have used something like it. Fu gave an awkward chuckle. Well, at least I didn't make a complete ass of myself, are we good? Sakura nodded. Trust me, that wasn't nearly as bad as what I said before I realized I had a problem. She then grimaced again. Don't ask. Wasn't gonna. Fu knew she wouldn't want to talk about something like that if it was as bad as Sakura made it out to be. So, looking for anything in particular, or just sightseeing? Sakura asked before something seemed to occur to her. Ah, that's right, Naruto took you for a tour around the village. How was it? Great, I had a lot of fun, Fu answered, smiling brightly. He showed me so many places I want to visit before I go home, and he's just fun to be around, you know. Sakura laughed a bit. I bet he finished off with Ichiraku's, didn't he? Fu giggled. I don't blame him for liking it so much. The food's great, and Chuki and Ayame make the place feel warm. Sakura nodded. They're good people, she agreed. So, how about you? Are you doing anything right now? Sakura shrugged. Not really, I just had to pick up some stuff. Fu clasped her hands together, looking hopeful. If you're not doing anything, would you maybe like to hang out? I don't see why not, Sakura replied. Woo-hoo, Fu cheered, happy to spend time with and get to know one of her new friends. Sakura chuckled at her enthusiasm. Is there anything you'd like to do? You name it, I am up for it. Sakura shrugged. Nothing really comes to mind. I guess we could always go get something to eat. She then crossed her arms. Ichiraku's great and all, but Naruto really should have asked what you liked. Fu waved it off. It's fine. It's a great place. I'm definitely going to go back a few times before the exams are over. Besides, he did show me a few other places. Like what? The dango shop and yakiniku queue. Sakura nodded. Well, nice to know he didn't just show you his favorite spot. Still, what would you like? Fu smiled and closed her eyes. I could always go for some daifuku mochi. Sakura chuckled. A sweet tooth, huh? Why am I not surprised? Okay, I know just the place. Fu soon found herself being led into a shop called Gekkoyum. There wasn't much to say about the building's exterior. It was pretty average overall, save for the sign decorated with images of all manner of sweet treats. The building was pretty standard on the inside too, hardwood floors with tables lining the walls. But the display beside the counter was full of all kinds of desserts, from anmitsu to mochi, cakes to pudding, arrayed in various colors. The air was full of a sweet aroma that had her stop just to bask in it for a moment. Great selection, huh? Sakura said beside her. This is easily the best place for sweets in Konoha. Unless we're talking about dango. Then you should go to the dango shop. I hope so, with a name like that, Fu said with a flat look. I can't believe someone named their dango shop, the dango shop. That was like naming a ship. How did no one involved have anything to say about that name? Sakura giggled. Her face was easy to read. Yeah, I know, not exactly the most original name, but they know their dango. As Fu made her way to the counter to order, she stopped as she heard Sakura say, Hinata. Fu stopped and glanced at Sakura before following her gaze. Sure enough, sitting at a table was the blue-haired girl that had fought her teammate. Oh, you know her? Fu asked. Sakura shrugged. Kinda. My team, hers, and Ino's were all in the same class back in the academy. That makes sense. The members of these teams were all about the same age. It hadn't occurred to Fu since she hadn't gone to Taki's academy. She's kinda shy, though. She's a lot better than when we were enrolled. I remember she used to hide behind her escort's leg when someone looked at her back then. That was a shame. Hinata seemed nice, from what little she'd seen of her. And strong if she was able to beat Kato. She should be more confident. Maybe they could help, and make a new friend. Sakura turned to her. Want to say, hi, huh. She stopped as she noticed Fu was no longer beside her. The mint-haired girl was quickly making her way to the table where the pale-eyed girl sat. Hi, there, Fu greeted behind her. She immediately realized she made a mistake, as Hinata jumped in her seat, causing the bowl in front of her to fly off the table. It landed on the floor with a resounding crash, a pool of thick red spreading out as Hinata's zenzai spilled. For a moment, no one said anything. Then, Fu said, oops. She was really scoring today, wasn't she? Hinata looked up at her with wide-eyed shock. Fu chuckled sheepishly and rubbed the back of her head. My bad. Sorry about that, let me buy you another bowl. Hinata blinked, looking to her ruined treat, and back. No, that's okay. No, it was my fault. I should cover it, but I can. Just take the apology. I don't think she'll take no for an answer. Sakura said as she joined them. Oh, Sakura, Hinata said before looking to the Taki kunoichi. And you're, Fu. Nice to meet you. Fu greeted, smiling and closing her eyes. Same, Hinata replied. Sorry about walking off back in the tower. Fu waved her off. Don't worry about it, not like you were the only one. That had been sad and embarrassing, but at least she learned not to try that again. They all turned as footsteps drew their attention. An employee of the shop was headed their way, mop in hand and looking none too happy. We should probably make our orders, and find a new table, suggested Sakura. In short order, the three had taken up another seat. Fu had her daifuku mochi, Sakura had some anko dumplings with syrup, while Hinata had a new bowl of zenzai. Fu smiled as she took a bite of her treat, humming at the sweet taste as she savored the chewy snack. So, what are you doing here? Hinata asked. I ran into Fu walking around town after I'd finished some errands. Neither of us really had anything to do, so we thought we'd hang out. Sakura explained. Fu swallowed and smiled at Hinata. I was doing some sightseeing. Naruto showed me around the village, and there are lots of places I want to try out. She then closed her eyes, reached into her pouch, and pulled out a deck of cards. Brand new, with Konoha's symbol on the back. Not to mention, look for souvenirs. Aren't you kind of taking this lightly? Sakura asked. You're acting like this is a vacation here. For Fu, it kind of was a vacation, even with everything else going on. Still, she rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. I don't think so. It's not like I'm shirking my training. Besides, I told you I've always wanted to get out and see the world, and this is the first time I've ever been someplace interesting, so. Sakura nodded. I get it, you want to make the most of it, huh? I just hope I can find something for Shibuki too, Fu replied. Shibuki, is he one of your friends back in Taki? Sakura asked. Fu nodded and smiled brightly. Yep, he's also my village chief. His father took me in, so he's kind of my brother. Hinata's brows shot up while Sakura's jaw dropped. Wait, your brother is the leader of Taki? The pink-haired girl asked. Yep, Fu replied cheerfully. It sounds like you two are close, Hinata notes. Fu nodded. We had something of a rough start, but since he warmed up to me, he's always been there. I try to be a good sister for him, she rubbed the back of her head again. But I know I can be a handful sometimes. Then Sakura frowned. You'd think your team wouldn't be so quick to blow you off. Just because her brother is respected doesn't mean she is, Hinata said quietly. Wasn't that the truth? Still, it sounded like she spoke from experience. It's nothing, Hinata said, averting her eyes to the floor. Fu frowned. She wanted to press on it, but she didn't think the pale-eyed girl would respond well. Unlike Naruto, who was as exuberant and outgoing as her, Hinata was shy and probably wouldn't open up if prodded. Best move on and try again when she knows her better. Well, I'll get there. Sakura gave her an odd look. So, you said your goal was to make 100 friends, right? How far have you gotten? Fu smiled, closing her eyes. Thanks to Tsuki and Ayame, I've got 6. I see, Sakura said before she smiled back at her. Well, sounds like you're well on your way. Yep, the mint-haired girl replied before looking hopefully at the pinkett. We've gotta hang out some more before the exams are over. It's not really friendship when we barely know each other. Sakura nodded. No problem, I did say we could play some trivia together sometime. Yay, Fu cheered. She then looked curiously at Sakura. So, do either of you have any siblings? Sakura shook her head. Nope, it's just my parents and me. Hinata looked to the other Konoha Kunoichi and said, I don't think I've ever met them. What are they like? Well, there's not much to say. Sakura began. They're pretty normal overall, I think. My parents are retired ninja. They, weren't great at the job. Neither of them made it past Genin. She then scratched her cheek. They can be kind of overbearing sometimes. More so my mom, not to mention embarrassing, especially my dad, he's always joking, and he just can't resist making a pun. Fu closed her eyes and smiled. They sound nice, and your dad seems like a lot of fun. Sakura just stared down at her food with an unreadable expression for a moment, causing Fu to frown. You know, I used to actually find them kinda annoying. How they'd pry into my life so often, there were times I wished I was on my own. Like, if I had parents so caught up in their own lives that they didn't have time for me, you know. Fu's frown deepened, unable to understand how Sakura could feel that way. But before she could say anything, she continued. But, then I thought about my team. I'm sure you know by now Naruto's an orphan, and he's always been on his own. Fu nodded, and Sakura continued. And you've probably heard about Sasuke's clan. And my sensei, he told us what his family was like and, well, suffice to say that's not a pretty story either. The pink-haired girl scratched her cheek. After thinking about all they went through, I'm just grateful to have parents who care. I have a hard time thinking about how stupid I used to be. Fu had been smiling until she said those last words. Don't say you're stupid. Sakura looked up at her. Fu's right, Hinata said, getting Sakura's attention. It's not stupid. You were only thinking of what you knew. Fu nodded. Yeah, you just needed some perspective. After a moment of thought, Sakura replied. I guess so. She then smiled at them. Thanks, you guys. I've been pretty hard on myself lately. She then turned to Fu. I'll introduce you next time we hang out. We can play some games at my place. I'm looking forward to it. Fu replied. She then turned to Hinata. And how about you? Do you have any siblings? Hinata looked away, causing Fu to frown. Oh, right, that Neji guy is your cousin, isn't he? He's kinda harsh. What's his deal? Hinata didn't reply, didn't raise her eyes to them. The blue-haired girl raised her hands before her chest, clenching them together tightly. Oh boy, this reminded Fu of her own past. Flashback. Fu, Shibuki cried as he burst into her room, looking around in panic. When his gaze landed on her, he sighed in relief and frowned. I can't believe you actually snuck out. I know how much it sucks to stay cooped up like this, but father was just looking out for you. The 7-year-old didn't respond. She hadn't even turned to look at him. She was gazing out the window, her back turned to him. Shibuki stepped closer. Fu, he reached out for her and stopped short when he heard her sniffling. He lowered his hand, his gaze softening. You went and found them, didn't you? Fu turned to him, her eyes red with tears, snot flowing freely from her little face. She ran and buried her face in his chest. He embraced her gently, one hand stroking her hair as she sobbed. Oh, Fu, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Flashback end. Fu grimaced. Hinata must have had some issues with her family too. She was about as outgoing as they came, and she'd had trouble talking about stuff like that back then, even with Shibuki. For someone as timid as Hinata, who she just met, nope, change the subject. By the way, great job back in the prelims, Sakura said, and Fu gave her a grateful glance. You've gotten a lot better since the academy. Even after seeing your cousin in action, that Kato guy didn't know what hit him. Hinata smiled and nodded. Thank you. Way to go, Sakura. Kurenai must be a good teacher. And you must have really been putting in work to grow so much. Hinata nodded. I wanted to be able to support my team. I couldn't afford to stand to the side like I used to. But I could say the same about you. You've changed a lot from when we were in the academy. Yeah, well, my team and I went through some stuff, and Kakashi-sensei's really been putting us through the ringer. But then, everyone who made it this far probably worked themselves into the ground. Sakura said. She then looked to her plate and scratched her cheek. Honestly, it's a bit nerve-wracking, thinking about how we're going to represent our villages to a bunch of VIPs. I mean, lords will be there. All the more reason to put our best foot forward. Fu said, raising a fist. Just think of everything you went through to get here and go full throttle from start to finish. Here, let's do our best, Sakura replied, somewhat fired up. After a second, Hinata nodded, looking encouraged. Satisfied, Fu took a bite of her mochi and hummed at the taste. Making new friends and eating delicious food. Seeing incredible sights, being treated just like anyone else, and doing Taki proud. This trip was everything she dreamed of. It was the next day that Naruto had finally gotten it. He'd glared at the balloon in his hand, focusing on it as he ignored the sounds of his clones training nearby. The sides roiled with tiny bubbles, growing larger and faster as he growled until finally. Pop! The balloon burst, showering the dirt below. Naruto stared at the darkened earth at his feet for a moment before he grinned and let out a cheer echoed by his clones. Good job, Kakashi complimented as he stepped towards the blonde. You made pretty good time, too. So, what's up next, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked excitedly. In response, the Jonin reached into his pocket and pulled out another scroll. Naruto watched as he placed it on the ground and, in a burst of smoke, a pile of white rubber balls appeared. Here you go. And with that, he tossed one of them to him. Naruto caught it and stared at the ball. Huh, that ball is a lot thicker than the balloons. And on top of that, it's got nothing but air inside. You'll find it's a lot harder to work with than the balloons, the Jonin explained before picking one of the balls up himself. And it's too easy to simply poke a small hole in them. What you need to do is... And then the ball began to shift, large bumps forming this way and that before it exploded with a loud bang, pieces falling to the ground. That, Naruto grinned confidently. Got it, Kakashi-sensei. Later that evening, after Naruto and his team had been sent home, the blonde was carefully watering his plants. Couldn't let them drown or wait too late in the evening, after all. Just as he finished up, he heard a knock on the door. Naruto turned, wondering who it could be, before running over to it. Be right there. He reached and unlocked the door. It opened with a creak to reveal the familiar face of his former sensei and brother figure. Iruka-sensei. The man smiled. Hey, Naruto, I heard you made it to the finals. Sorry I couldn't come by and congratulate you, he said before rubbing the back of his head. I've been kinda busy for the past few days. Naruto grinned. It's fine, Iruka-sensei. I know how it is. You've got all your regular work on your plate, plus the stuff with the Chunin exams, right? Yeah, I've been pretty swamped, Uruka said with a slight chuckle. Well, come on in. I'll whip us up some instant ramen in a second, Naruto said, gesturing for the scarred Chunin to enter. Nah, I'm not hungry. Thanks for the offer. I would appreciate some water, though, Uruka replied. In short order, they were seated at the table. The blonde had let out a whoop when Uruka had told him he'd had news. Karen's DNA test proved she was telling the truth, and they'd seen no signs she'd been lying. Naruto still found it hard to believe he'd have a chance to get to know someone from his family. He couldn't wait until she was out. Afterward, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki had regaled him with tales of his exploits in the exams. How they'd passed the first test, his encounter with Fu and the fast friendship they'd struck, and of course his prelim match. Uruka's jaw dropped as he just blinked, staring at the blonde after silently listened as he finished with the prelims. You took down Neji? He asked in astonishment. Yep, Naruto said, crossing his arms and nodding proudly. And I introduced his face to the floor. Uruka shook his head. Wow, I mean, I knew you'd grown but. He trailed off and looked out the window. I've seen a few kids from the Hyuga clan come through the academy, in my class or others. They've all been pretty skilled, no surprise with that family, but Neji was something special. A rare prodigy. Hey, yeah, I think he let that go to his head, Naruto said, leaning back. He kept going on about how he was fated to win and all, but I showed him. Yeah, I'd heard about that, Uruka replied with a sigh and a shake of the head. I can't say I'm that familiar with the workings of the Hyuga clan, but I imagine things are complicated. Especially now. Naruto made a hum of curiosity. I don't know much. What I do know is that the clan is divided into two branches. The main house and the branch house. The branch house is subservient to the main house, and there's been some bad blood there, unsurprisingly. I can't imagine anyone would like being stuck as servants to your own flesh and blood because you were born into the wrong part of the clan. And it's only gotten worse lately. So, Neji's from the branch house then? Naruto asked. Uruka nodded. And Hinata's from the main one. It's pretty easy to tell. One gets picked by a servant every day, the other walked home alone. Huh, Naruto did kinda remember that. He'd watched parents pick up the other kids back in the academy. Hinata, though, was always taken home by someone different. So a big part of the clan was servants for the rest. What, because they were born lucky? Was that why Neji seemed to have a chip on his shoulder towards Hinata? That probably had something to do with why Neji thought everything was fated too. Yeesh, weren't they supposed to be nobles or something? I don't really know much more about the goings-on of the Hyuga clan. Uruka then looked at Naruto and smiled. But anyway, how are things going with your team? That was something Naruto was happy to talk about. The blonde regaled his former sensei with tales of how things had changed between them. How often Kakashi took them to restaurants. How their group training went. How they'd meet together and just hang out while talking about how they could all improve. He'd glanced at the photo he'd taken with his team just days after they'd become genin. Kakashi, smiling while ruffing the boy's hair. Sasuke looked forward uncaringly while Naruto glared at him in jealousy. They'd come a long way since then. By the end, Uruka closed his eyes and smiled. I'll admit, I understood why you three were put together, but I was still worried after seeing how you got along in class. But I see I shouldn't have been. I'm glad you're all getting along so well. Naruto chuckled. Yeah, we were probably exactly what you'd expect at first, but I couldn't be happier with how things turned out. They're kinda like family, you know. And that's how it should be, Uruka replied with a nod. You know, between you processing what happened in Wave and how busy I've been with the academy, I never got a chance to tell you how proud I am of you. Naruto looked surprised at that. Uruka smiled warmly. You've grown a lot, and not just in skill. The way you did all you could just to give one kid hope, never mind all you and your team did for the land of waves. A lot of people would say you're chasing an impossible dream. But I believe in you. Naruto was silent for a moment, then he smiled warmly. Thanks, Uruka-sensei. With a sigh, Hiruzen stood at the edge of Konoha's hot springs, just beyond the bridge that stood over the steaming river that trailed out from the building. He was sorely tempted to rest his old bones in the warm waters for a minute. But he didn't come here to relax, though his reason for being here was personal in some ways. With his hands behind his back, the third god of shinobi slowly stepped over the bridge. He walked past the building and towards the woman's bathing area. He'd suspected that Orochimaru wasn't the only one of his former students to return. Given the bonds that had once existed between them and the reports he'd sent, he had little doubt someone else would follow. And he knew just where to look when his feelers had brought whispers that he was right. Sure enough, he was both warmed by nostalgia and slightly disappointed to find a man crouching in front of the wooden fence that hid the woman's side. He was a tall, well-built man with fair skin and waist length, spiky white hair tied into a ponytail, with 2 shoulder-length bangs framing his face. Red lines trailed down from his eyes. He wore a green, short-shirt kimono with matching pants, under which he wore mesh armor that is visible at his wrists and ankles. He also wore handguards, a black belt, wooden sandals, and a red haori with 2 yellow circles on each side, with a large scroll strapped to his back. He had a blush on his face and was chuckling as he peered into a hole. "Some things never change," Hiruzen mused as he approached. "Shoulda guessed you'd know where to find me, old man." "Heard I was in town, huh?" the man said as a statement of fact. "When I learned Orochimaru had returned, I thought it safe to assume you would follow, Jiraiya." Today was the day. It had taken Naruto over a week. Lots of work with shadow clones and many deflated rubber balls, but now, he had it. In the same rocky terrain that they'd started in, Naruto stood before his sensei, who looked on silently with his hands in his pockets. He was glaring down at a white rubber ball in his hand. He closed his eyes, breathing in deeply, then, with a growl, he channeled a surge of chakra into the ball. Rotating the chakra within, he watched the ball distort until finally, pop, the ball exploded, sending out a burst of wind that ruffled his hair. As its pieces fell to the ground, he turned and grinned at Kakashi before raising a fist in the air in triumph. "All right," he then made a V with his fingers. "Told you I had it." "Very good," his sensei said with a nod. "It's time you move on to the final step." Naruto grinned. "Lay it on me, Kakashi-sensei. I'll get it down in no time." Just one more step and he'd not only add a super awesome jutsu to his arsenal but a technique left by his father. "I wouldn't be too sure. This step's the hardest of all," Kakashi warned. The silver-haired Jonin then reached into his pouch and pulled out a scroll. Naruto looked on in anticipation as his sensei used the unsealing technique. In a burst of smoke, his final test lay before him. Naruto blinked. "More balloons." "Yep." Kakashi nodded as he picked one up. He then gestured for Naruto to approach. "Can't throw these." Naruto soon saw why. It was an ordinary balloon filled with air. Care to guess what the aim is this time? "It's a bit different than the other steps." Naruto frowned as he thought back to Kakashi's explanation of their training. The answer quickly came to him. "Oh, I get it. This time, I need to keep from popping the balloon." Kakashi smiled. "Right, take all that you learned from the last 2 steps, and keep it all contained within that flimsy balloon, and you'll have it." Naruto nodded and then concentrated on the balloon in his hand, determination clear on his features. This was it, the final step. All he had to do was keep this balloon from bursting. Easy, right? He had this. He formed an orb of chakra within the balloon. It exploded almost immediately. Sakura knocked on the door before her and waited, putting her hands behind her back. "Be right there," she soon heard a familiar voice say. The door opened to reveal Naruto, who grinned. "Hey, Sakura, good to see you." "Sakura, glad you made it." She heard Fu call from her place at Naruto's table. She saw the green-haired girl raise a bag. "I brought snacks." "Well, I see someone got here early," Sakura noted with a smirk. "So, are we just waiting on Sasuke?" "Yep, knowing him, he should be here any minute," Naruto said as she stepped inside. "Oh," she muttered as something occurred to her. Fu, what kind of snacks did you bring?" she asked, afraid she already knew the answer. Fu smiled, closing her eyes. "Some sweets from Gekkoyum. They make some of the best mochi I've ever had." She and Naruto looked at each other. "Oh boy," she muttered before looking at Fu, who looked at her curiously. "Sasuke hates sweet things." Fu's face fell. She looked at her bag in disappointment. "Oh, damn it." Naruto waved off her concerns. "Don't worry, we'll still enjoy them, and I'm sure I've got something around here he can snack on if he wants." "Well, I'll take some," Sakura said as she joined Fu at the table. The mint-haired girl smiled as she held the bag to her. "You like that place, huh? Hope I'm not going to regret showing it to you." "Huh?" Fu blinked before she seemed to get what she meant. This is the first time I've been back there since you showed it to me. Can't pig out on sweets every day, you." No, unless you're an Akamichi, Sakura replied, jokingly as she took out a package of dango. Fu blinked. You mean like, Choji, she giggled. Well, he was the only one snacking during the prelims. Sakura didn't get why Fu's team seemed to shun her. Sure, she could see how all the other girls' energy could get annoying at times, but she was a good sort. Fu had spent more time with Naruto, no surprise there, the exuberant pair got on like a house on fire, but she and Sakura had hung out a few times over the past few days. Fu seemed to be able to find a way to make just about anything fun. And she was surprisingly good at just about any type of game. And yet, it seemed she wasn't well liked back in Taki. When your brother's the leader of your village and yet is pretty much your only friend, ouch. It reminded her of her early days in the academy, before Ino. Back when she spent most of her time crying because the other kids made fun of her forehead. No one was willing to even talk to her aside from her parents. Either because they made fun of her too, or they were afraid of making themselves a target. Well, Naruto tried. Sakura felt a bit ashamed about how she'd responded, now that she'd thought about it. Seriously, why did he have a crush on her? It was part of why she wanted to be Fu's friend like Ino had been for her, even if they wouldn't be able to keep in touch. Guys, Fu began, getting their attention. She looked a bit uncertain, her orange eyes looking to the ground before looking back at them. Is there a reason Sasuke's so distant? I mean, I get that he still doesn't know me that well, but he doesn't seem to talk much to anyone besides you guys. Naruto and Sakura shared a troubled look. Fu quickly picked up on that. That bad, never mind then, forget I said anything. Naruto sighed, rubbing the back of his head. It's pretty hard to get him to open up. He's the type that doesn't really care for idle chit-chat, you know. He can come off as cold, but he's a good guy beneath that. Fu nodded. I can tell. You guys seem really close. She then scratched her cheek. I wish I had a team like yours. Sakura smiled, briefly reminiscing how their team had started out. I remember Sasuke used to be a lot more open, she began, thinking back further. But then, she trailed off and shook her head. Then I came home to find my entire clan dead, Sasuke said, startling all three of them and drowning out the sound of the door creaking open. They all turned to see him standing at the now open door. What? Fu blanched, her face paling as she seemed to shrink into herself as Sasuke walked into the room, joining them near the table. Oh god, that's... Her mouth worked for a moment, unable to find the words before her wide eyes fell to the table. I knew you were the last Uchiha, but... I never heard how that... I thought the clan just... dwindled over the years. We owned an entire district, the Uchiha informed her, looking at her and then out the window. It was almost its own village inside Konoha. And then in one night... He trailed off, not seeming to look at anything as his eyes stared out at the village, his hand clenched at his side. She could see emotions warring within him as he stared out. The tensing, the furrowed brow, the unseeing look in his eyes. Sorrow, loss, anger. Sasuke. Sakura looked toward him with concern, a single hand raised to her chest. She still had trouble wrapping her mind around that. It didn't help that no one ever told them who did it. The adults probably knew, but they never told the kids, and no one was about to ask Sasuke about it. Fu looked at him in horror, her eyes wide and mouth agape before her gaze trailed down, her hair covering her eyes. The mint-haired girl was probably trying to put herself in his shoes. Sakura knew she had, imagining coming home to find just her parents like that, it had really made her appreciate them more. Naruto looked pained, while Sakura continued staring at the other boy with concern, neither sure of what to say. This was the first time Sasuke had actually talked about that night. Fu looked up, a slight watery shine in her eyes as she looked sadly at Sasuke. A few seconds of silence passed before the Uchiha of all people broke it. So, weren't we going to play cards? Seeing the effort to get them past that gloomy subject for what it was, Fu sat back, shook her head to clear it, wiped her eyes, and nodded. Yeah, I've got the cards right here. Fu pulled out a deck of cards from her pouch. She then looked apologetic as she placed it on the table. Sorry, I brought snacks, but no one told me you didn't like sweets. Sasuke shook his head. Don't worry about it, he replied as he sat down at the table. The other two members of Team 7 joined him. Naruto gave Fu a slight smile as he said, Fu, why don't you shuffle? He then winked at her. The mint-haired Kunoichi seemed to get it and smiled, and then she turned her attention to the cards in her hand. Sakura blinked as she watched the Taki Kunoichi work. The cards just seemed to flow and glide between her hands. They flew in twin streams between her hands with a flourish before she had the cards dance between her fingers. Whoa, Sakura breathed, and she knew she wasn't the only one impressed. Naruto grinned as he watched, clearly having seen it before. For a few moments, they watched the Taki Kunoichi seamlessly shift the cards through flourishes. The girl's orange eyes gleamed at how they enjoyed her work, clearly happy to entertain and lighten the mood. Sasuke, Naruto spoke up, getting the Uchiha's attention. I'm not going to say I understand what you've been through, but Sakura and I have your back. Yeah, Sakura nodded with a soft smile. We're here for you if you need it. Me too, Fu added as she placed the cards on the table. She looked at Sasuke sadly. I know what it's like to lose someone you love, but that. I know I won't be here long, but whenever I'm around, you can count on me. Sasuke closed his eyes, but Sakura got the feeling he appreciated the offer. They never told us anything about who did it. Did we ever catch them? Sakura asked. No, he's still out there, Sasuke replied, looking out the window with a frown. Did Sasuke know who was responsible? Wait, he was there that night. He just said it was already over by the time he got home, but did he actually see the culprit? So he's the guy you've been after, Naruto noted. When the time comes, Sakura and I'll have your back. Sakura nodded, her brow furrowed. Same here, if you ever track this guy down, just say the word, and I'll come running, Fu said with a nod. Then she rubbed the back of her head with a sheepish smile. If you can get word to me, I mean. Right, Taki was a hidden village. After a moment, he looked at the other three and just said, thanks. Another period of silence passed before Sakura spoke up. So, does anyone have any idea what we're playing? She'd been invited for cards, not a specific game. She didn't really have any preference. Sasuke shrugged while Naruto cupped his chin and thought. Fu meanwhile beamed. If no one else has any ideas, I've got one. After a moment without any objections, Naruto said, okay, go for it. Fu beamed before she began dealing out cards. Alright, guys, the name of the game's Hearts. Kakashi made his way through the halls of Konoha's administration building. He greeted the few who crossed his path with a nod as he made his way to the Hokage's office. The silver-haired man had been sitting back with his book after spending the day training his students before getting to work improving his own skills. There was always room to grow, after all, and he wasn't going to delude himself into believing he was a match for one of the Sannin. Who knew what resources Orochimaru could have at his disposal, what he had planned or how insistently he'd pursue his student after placing that damn cursed seal on him. The copy ninja would do his damnedest to be ready to protect his students in the village. Then, out of the blue, an Anbu member had appeared at his door and told him the Hokage wished to see him. That was one thing he would never be late for. He knocked on the door upon reaching his destination. Come in, he heard from within. He opened the door and stepped inside. You wished to see me, Lord Hokage? Kakashi asked as he walked halfway to his leader's desk. The third Hokage sat at the table with his fingers steepled together. He nodded, thank you for coming on such short notice. A formality. It wasn't like anyone could refuse. It was no trouble. Now, if I may ask, why have I been called here? Hiruzen closed his eyes. Someone wanted to speak with you, and I wanted to sit in on this discussion. Kakashi frowned as he wondered who the Hokage could be talking about. It was then that a chuckle reached his ears. Someone else was in the room. Someone he hadn't even sensed. For an instant, he tensed, but he relaxed again almost immediately. This was a voice he knew, though one he hadn't heard in many years. He turned, wide-eyed, to see a tall, white-haired man leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, smirking at him. Hey, Kakashi, been a while. Jiraiya, Kakashi said, a hint of surprise in his tone. Jiraiya of the Sannin, one of the legendary students of the third Hokage. The sensei of his sensei. One of the strongest shinobi alive. And the author of his favorite book series. I didn't know you'd returned. Hey, good, then I'm not losing my touch. Jiraiya mused, cupping his chin. He then lost his smirk, looking at Kakashi with a slight frown. I can't imagine things were easy for you after the Kyuubi attack. You doing okay? Kakashi shrugged, as well as can be expected. He replied, getting a hum from the man. But I take it you're not here to talk about me. The old man told me about the Uchiha brat's new tattoo. Is your team alright? Has he shown any signs of trouble? Jiraiya inquired. Thankfully, no, and my team is doing quite well, Kakashi replied. They had a rough start, but I'm glad to say they're far more functional than either of ours were, especially so early on. But then, hardship and trauma can do that. Jiraiya crossed his arms again and nodded. Yeah, I heard about what went down in Wave. Don't worry, I'm not going to judge you for it. They're your team. Besides, I'm sure you've already had plenty of that. He heard the third make a noise of disapproval behind him. Well, glad to hear Sasuke's alright. From what the old man told me, they've come a long way. Jiraiya said, so, tell me about Naruto. Ah, Kakashi had been expecting that from the moment he noticed Jiraiya's presence. He closed his eye. Well, he's not known as Konoha's #1 hyperactive knuckleheaded ninja for nothing. When he was first assigned to me, he was a prankster who was always vying for attention. No surprise, given how he was treated. And he had a degree of overconfidence that was just staggering. Always trying to prove he was better than Sasuke, kinda like you and Orochimaru. He then opened his eye. But he had the same heart as his father. Even if he was a bit rough around the edges. And he's grown by leaps and bounds. Even if his mouth might still be a bit too big for his own good, at least now he can back up most of his claims, and he's quicker to recognize when he's out of his league. He's put that mind of his to good use, showing that all that time playing pranks was anything but a waste. And he has the same dream as his parents. Jiraiya chuckled at that, to become Hokage, huh? For the same reasons, I bet. Guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Kakashi shook his head. I can see a lot of them in him. Jiraiya hummed in thought. Tell me about what you're teaching him. Kakashi did, from his admittedly abysmal first lessons that had Jiraiya frowning, to their new regime, and everything he tried to teach him. The legendary ninja sighed. Rasengan, huh, I'd hoped to pass his father's technique down to him myself. Jiraiya mused. Kakashi thought to himself that if that was the case, he should have been here before. He'd had led Naruto down. Kakashi wasn't going to deny that. But, as much as he respected Jiraiya, he had failed the boy more. But, I can't blame you. You had as much a right to teach Naruto that technique as I did. And at least you were here, unlike me. Jiraiya said, somewhat bitterly. Huh, so he was aware of it. Well, it's good to know you didn't just follow Orochimaru here, Kakashi noted. I was planning to take over the boy's training, Jiraiya admitted, looking out the window. Kakashi bit back an argument as he considered that wording. I'm sensing but. Jiraiya buried his hand in his long white mane as he looked away. But I know me, and I'm pretty sure I wouldn't have thought of taking advantage of shadow clones the way you did. And with all you've managed to teach him and his teammates. Yeah, you're doing as well as I could. Maybe better. I wouldn't be doing him any favors taking him off your hands. Kakashi's eye widened slightly. That wasn't what he expected from his sensei's teacher. It helped put to rest some lingering guilt over his early days with his team. He wants to master the Uzumaki clan's art, is that right? Jiraiya asked, and Kakashi nodded. Well, consider me his tutor in sealing jutsu. I'll take him under my wing and teach him a few others of my own personal tricks, but I'll leave him to you, for the most part. Well, he wasn't going to argue about that. Jiraiya was the foremost expert of sealing jutsu in the nations after all. But there is one other thing I need to teach him ASAP. And what's that? Kakashi asked. How to tap into the Kyuubi's power. Kakashi frowned. Now here he had mixed feelings. On the one hand, Naruto probably should be able to. It was kind of the point of Jinchuriki in general. And he needed to know how to control it. Wave proved that. Still, trust me, he's going to need it, Jiraiya said grimly. Kakashi's frown deepened. You know something I don't. It wasn't a question. I'm afraid. Hiruzen spoke up, drawing both pairs of eyes to him. Jiraiya's absence hasn't been solely due to his pursuit of Orochimaru. The next day, Team 7 met in the now familiar rocky grounds outside the village. Before we begin training today, Kakashi began. Naruto, there's someone who wants to meet with you. The blonde blinked as Sasuke frowned while Sakura looked curious. Huh, who's that, Kakashi-sensei? I'll let that be a surprise, the copy ninja answers. Meet them in the third training ground at 5. Naruto's brow furrowed. He crossed his arms and tilted his head. I don't get why this guy can't just come here. He then shrugged, but, fine. I don't have any plans today anyway. Naruto felt a bit nostalgic as he walked up to the trio of posts near the heart of the third training ground. It had been a while since he'd been here. It looked like he'd gotten there first. He didn't see any signs of anyone else. He looked around the clearing, finding reminders of the day he and his team took the bell test, and smiled fondly at the thought. His expression shifted and became somber then as he walked up to the memorial stone. He read through the names of his village's fallen heroes until he found 2 in particular. Obito Uchiha and Rin Nohara. He didn't know them, but from what Kakashi had told them, he would have liked to. They were precious to his sensei. And sadly, they'd died around the same age he was now. He closed his eyes and put his hands together in prayer for a moment. Well, nice to see kids paying respect where it's due, a voice from behind him said. Naruto instantly turned around, tense and ready for a fight. Leaning against a tree near the edge of the clearing was a tall, white-haired man he'd never seen before, watching him with a smirk. "And who are you supposed to be?" Naruto asked. "You the guy I'm supposed to meet here?" The man just chuckled. "Well, I'm glad you asked." At that, the man placed his palm forward, his head held high in a dramatic pose. "My name is known throughout the elemental nations. A hero of 2 ninja world wars. A man whose very name sends villains fleeing into the shadows. The one known as the Toad Sage of Mount Myoboku." He slid 1 foot forward, spinning his head so that his ponytail whipped through the air and raising his other hand over his head. "The one, the only, the legendary Jiraiya of the Sannin, another one of the students of the 3rd Hokage and the man who trained his father, the 4th Hokage." This wasn't what he'd expected. He thought it was a pretty cool introduction. Even if he didn't, it's not like he'd have room to talk. Just one look at his original ninja ID, which he still thought was awesome, would tell you that. Still, he kinda expected such a legendary ninja to be more dignified, like the old man. Besides, Naruto glared. "Jiraiya," he began, and the legendary shinobi dropped his stance a little, looking at him curiously. "You were close with my dad, right?" "Ah, right." Jiraiya seemed to see where he was going, dropping his pose entirely and rubbing the back of his head. "Yeah, I was. He was like family to me." He sighed. Naruto started to say something, but Jiraiya interrupted. "Look, kid, I can make excuses for why you've never heard from me, but what it boils down to is I had too much on my plate to come back to Konoha. Hell, I hadn't set foot here for years before the Kyuubi attack. I'm Konoha's spymaster, and I've been on to something big. Too big for me to walk away from." Naruto pointed accusingly. "And that stopped you from just dropping by for one day to say, 'Hi, I knew your old man.'" "It was sensitive stuff," Jiraiya argued back. "And what the hell was so important you couldn't lay off of it for, what, a week?" "You don't need to know right now." Jiraiya shot back. He then sighed. "Look, you've got every right to be mad, but it's not like I didn't keep my ear to the ground about you. Who do you think sent you that frog wallet you still hang on to?" That drew Naruto up short. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his frog-like wallet, stuffed to the brim. Jiraiya chuckled. "I wanted to send a toad-shaped one, but that's the closest I could find." He then smirked and pointed his thumb at himself. "Truth is, half the gifts the old man gave you over the years were actually sent by yours truly." Naruto looked back at his wallet and briefly remembered, back to his 5th birthday, when he opened a gift box from the 3rd Hokage. He'd said it came from a friend of his father but wouldn't tell him anymore. "So, it was. I know it's not quite enough, but part of the reason I came here was to try to make up for lost time, now that business brought me back around." Jiraiya continued. "And, I've got something for you." With that, he clapped his hands together before slamming his palm to the ground. The Toad Sage vanished in a burst of smoke, and when it cleared, Naruto's eyes widened to find he was sitting on the back of an orange toad with blue markings. It was so big that Jiraiya could sit on the back of his neck. It had a necklace of blue beads hanging from its neck, the largest one at the center bearing the kanji for loyalty, and in its mouth, wrapped up in its tongue, was a large scroll. "Whoa, a summoning jutsu," Naruto said in amazement. "Haha, that's right, brat. And this is for you." At Jiraiya's words, the toad opened its mouth, its tongue unfurled, extending to lay the scroll at Naruto's feet. Naruto frowned. "What's th? Jiraiya stopped him, the toad's tongue pressing down on the scroll to keep him from opening it. Naruto glared and raised a fist. "Hey, what gives, old man? What even is this scroll anyway?" "That, Naruto, is the summoning scroll of the toads," Jiraiya informed him with a smirk, causing Naruto's eyes to widen. "All you have to do is sign it, and you'll be able to summon them." Just like me. Naruto blinked. Really? That's all? He'd thought there would be more to it than that. Yep, that's it. Just sign the scroll in blood, and you'll be a toad summoner too. Jiraiya then cupped his chin. Of course, some of the stronger ones might not listen to you if you don't get their respect first. Naruto grinned, brimming with excited energy. Awesome, so if you'll just let me sign it in. Nope, the legendary shinobi held up one finger. You've got to agree to something first. Huh, what is it? Naruto asked eagerly, ready to answer whatever challenge Jiraiya threw at him. Only for the Sanin's condition to take the wind out of his sails. Jiraiya looked at him severely and said, "You've gotta let me teach you how to tap into the fox's chakra." Naruto stiffened. His mind went back to the bridge, to seeing Sasuke lying unmoving. Then how everything was consumed in red and all he could think about was hatred for the masked boy. "I know, I heard about your only experience with it so far," Jiraiya said solemnly with a nod. "But you need to learn to control it, not only so you can use the strength to keep from getting in that situation again, but so it doesn't control you if you pull it out by mistake." That drew Naruto up short. If a Jinchuriki is consumed by their Biju's chakra, they become berserkers. At a certain point, they lose the ability to tell friend from foe, and that's just the start. Jiraiya explained before his eyes narrowed. If you completely lose control of the chakra, the seal will break. The fox will be let loose, and I'm pretty sure the old man explained what'll happen to you. Naruto flinched. Yeah, he'd die. Besides, it's past time. Most Jinchuriki are taught to tap into their Biju's power when they're a bit over half your age and given special training. I get that the old man wanted you to live a normal life, and I agree with him to a point, but just look at what happened. You almost flunked out of the academy because they didn't think to teach you to control your chakra properly. Naruto grimaced. He couldn't lie. Jiraiya made some points. I'm sweetening the deal with this contract. So, kid, what's it going to be? Naruto briefly fought with himself. He really didn't want to use the chakra. But, Jiraiya raised good points. He didn't want to lose himself to it if he accidentally drew it out. And, if he was stronger, maybe what happened in Wave wouldn't have been so close. Not to mention Jiraiya's former teammate was after Sasuke. They'd need all the power they could get. Naruto was silent for a moment before he answered, staring down at his feet. Okay, not just, okay, Jiraiya said. I hear you don't go back on your word, so want your promise as a shinobi. Naruto grimaced. Jiraiya had been keeping tabs on him. He absolutely refused to break his word. Ever. He glared. Fine, I give you my word as a shinobi of Konoha, I'll learn how to use the fox's chakra. Jiraiya nodded and smirked, then let's get down to business. With that, the toad's tongue unrolled the scroll, revealing several empty spots followed by names with their fingerprints at the base, all black except for Jiraiya's, which was written in red. It was the name directly after his that caught his attention. Minato Namikaze. Naruto blinked, staring at the name for a second before looking up at Jiraiya, who chuckled. Yep, he got the contract from me, and now I want you to sign it. The toads are one of the best contracts out there. Oh, and if you think that you might find another good one, don't worry. They don't mind if you sign 2 or 3 of these. He placed one hand on his knee. This isn't all I'm planning to help you with. I hear you want to learn sealing jutsu. Well, you're looking at the #1 expert of sealing jutsu in all the lands. I can help you with your clan's lost art, and there's plenty of other things I can teach you, too. This is just the beginning. He then leaned forward. Naruto wouldn't lie and say he completely forgave Jiraiya, especially not after that stunt, but this guy trained his father. And he was one of the strongest shinobi alive. He'd be stupid to turn this down. Besides, he was probably honest about wanting to make up for lost time. He'd give the old man a chance. All right, Naruto said before raising a fist, grinning. And when all's said and done, you can say you trained 2 Hokage. Jiraiya chuckled. Well, we've got a ways to go. So, why don't you go ahead and sign the scroll? He kneeled down and bit his thumb, signing the empty space before smearing the crimson liquid over all his fingertips and pressing them onto the sheet. Congratulations, kid, you are now a proud summoner of the toads of Mount Myoboku. Jiraiya said. Cool, so, I just clap my hands in. Hold on there, Jiraiya said, raising his palm in a stop gesture, causing Naruto to freeze. Before we do that, I want to do some training with you. Huh, Naruto squinted at him. Why couldn't they do that after he tried out his new jutsu? I want you to walk on water while I take stock of your skills. I can give you some pointers in the meantime, but more importantly, I want you to use up all your chakra. What? Why? Jiraiya gave him a severe look. So that when you try the summoning jutsu, you'll draw out the fox's chakra. Naruto grimaced. Already, so, let's get started. Hours later, and Naruto lay on his back by the river, chest heaving as he panted. It had taken the better part of the afternoon, but the blonde was finally running low on chakra. Jiraiya had put him through the ringer. Everything Kakashi had him do, at once, all on the water. Still, Jiraiya showed that he was the man who trained the fourth Hokage. He'd pointed out flaws in his fighting style, gave him some pointers with wind jutsu, and told him some things about the chains. Apparently, he'd asked his mom about the chain barrier when he had been researching barrier ninjutsu. He'd told him the basics and promised to write down everything he knew on the subject in a scroll. When it was all over, Jiraiya had actually had to catch him when he dispersed all the clones and all there. Exhaustion hit him. Now he was lying on his back, trying to center himself amid his clone's experiences. All right, kid, Jiraiya began, standing over him. We need to do this while you're still good and tired. So, let's get to it. Okay, just, give me a second, Naruto replied, sitting up and putting one hand on his brow. He shook his head and stood up, facing the Sannin without his usual energy. Well, let's have it. Jiraiya closed his eye and held up one finger. Now, what I did earlier was a more advanced version of the technique. For someone just starting out, you'll have to smear some blood on the hand you signed the contract with and then form the boar, dog, bird, monkey, and finally ram hand seals. He then frowned at Naruto. I want you to reach deep into yourself. Draw out as much chakra as possible and summon the biggest thing that you can. Act as if your life depends on it. Naruto nodded, frowning down at his hand. He bit into his thumb, smeared a line of red onto his palm, and closed his eyes. He tried to do as the Toad Sage told him. He then ran through the hand seals and slammed his palm onto the ground. Summoning jutsu, he immediately knew he had failed. No chakra other than his own in a small cloud burst around his hand. When it cleared, it revealed a small toad. Over twice the size of a normal one, but still, nothing compared to the one Jiraiya summoned. It was orange too and had purple markings around its eyes, lips, and chest. Oddly, it wore a tiny vest. The toad raised its front leg in greeting. Hey, what's up, are you a new summoner? Naruto blinked. He could talk. Well, not the strangest thing he knew of, he guessed. He grinned and pointed to himself with his thumb. Yep, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet you. Same to you. The name's Gamakichi, the now named Toad answered. Jiraiya sighed and crossed his arms. Well, that was a bust. He then cupped his chin. Still, it's something that even worn out as you are, you didn't wind up with a tadpole. Oh, hey, if it isn't the old pervert. Well, I guess the newbie had to get the contract from somewhere. Gamakichi said, looking up at Jiraiya. What's shaking? Naruto frowned and looked up at the Sannin questioningly. Pervert. Naruto had expected Jiraiya to say something in his own defense but was severely disappointed. Instead, the white-haired man chuckled and crossed his arms. Yep, you're looking at one of the most refined appreciators of the female form on the entire continent. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki's eye twitched as he glared at the legendary ninja. Single quote. And he's proud of that. This was the guy who'd trained his father. Yep, the man was a far cry from his own sensei. He sighed and decided to change the subject. So, you want me to try again? Can Gamakichi stick around? The little toad seemed pretty cool. Actually, let's call it a day, Jiraiya replied. Naruto blinked again. Quote. What? Jiraiya gave him a grin. I think we've won enough for one day. Why don't you get to know your new friend? He then waved at the blonde. See ya. Hey, wait a minute. Naruto yelled in vain as the Sannin disappeared in a burst of smoke. He sighed before he crossed his arms and started to grumble. Damn it, what the hell? After all that work to burn through my chakra. Hey, he's just like my old man said. Gamakichi noted. Naruto looked down at the little toad. Well, if they'd be working together, they should probably get to know each other. Jiraiya was right about that, at least. So, ever been to Konoha? Nope, this is the first time anyone's ever summoned me, the not-so-little toad said before raising a brow. Aiming for something bigger, I take it. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Yeah, the old perv kinda. Wanted me to try summoning when I was low on chakra as an exercise. He then perked up. But hey, why don't I show you around? Sounds fun, Gamakichi said before leaping up onto Naruto's shoulder. Hey, know any sweet shops? Oh, got a thing for candy. Yep, but nothing like my brother. Then let's make sure you bring something back for him. Alright, kid, let's try something a little different, Jiraiya said as he looked down on Naruto the next day. This time, the Sannin had led the blonde genin into a clearing far outside the village, deep into the forest. So, we're not going to talk about how you just left me high and dry the other day? Naruto asked dryly. Hey, it's just as I said. It was a good chance for you to make friends with your new summon. Jiraiya replied, placing on hand on his hip. Trust me, he's not going to be that small for long. Naruto just stared and made a sound of annoyance. Think about it, kid. Would you appreciate it if someone called you out of the blue and then sent you right back because they were looking for someone else? Naruto winced and rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, you have a point. And he seemed pretty cool. I mean, it's not like I would have just sent him back but he would have just wound up sitting around watching you train otherwise, Jiraiya pointed out. Naruto sighed. Yeah, that was true. If he'd thought about it, he'd probably have wanted to call it quits then, too, after pulling Gamakichi from his home with no warning like that. He'd just been irritated with how the Sannin handled it, just up and leaving without any explanation. After a few moments, Naruto sighed. So, what are we trying this time? Well, for starters, sit down, Jiraiya said as he sat down cross-legged on the ground. Naruto followed suit. It's not exactly my area of expertise, I definitely wouldn't try to use it in a fight, but I do have some passing skill with genjutsu. Let's see if I can't help you get in touch with the power resting inside you. The sage then grimaced. This might be tough. If this doesn't work, we'll have to try to simulate what got you to tap into it in the first place. Naruto shared his expression as he recalled that day on the bridge. Well, let's hope for the best, the Toad Sage said before he ran through a series of hand signs. Naruto felt the effects immediately and began to feel drowsy. Then, his focus turned inward. As conscious thought began to float away, his attention turned to the power coursing through his chakra network. He'd never before felt so in tune with it. He could almost map its course through his body. He managed to recall what he was doing this for and looked deep through the river of blue for the red he barely remembered. He dove deeper and deeper until he found it, like a crimson sun, shining deep in the sea of azure. He reached for it, and, suddenly, full awareness returned as Naruto's eyes shot open. But, as his eyes darted around his surroundings, he found he was no longer in the forest. He stood in what looked like a sewer system with his feet were ankle deep in water. Droplets condensed on the pipes that littered the ceiling above, dripping down and making ripples in the water below. As he looked up, he couldn't see, but he could feel the chakra coursing through the pipes. But it wasn't his chakra. It was far more powerful and seemed to radiate a feeling of hatred he could sense. Steeling his eyes, he followed the flow of the crimson chakra. He made his way through the halls until he reached a large room. On the other side of the chamber lay a massive cage, pipes trailing out from the corners where it met the wall. Naruto knew what had to lie within. Taking a breath, he approached. As he neared the cage, two massive eyes, ruby with slit pupils, opened within the darkness. Then sharp teeth were bared, each easily as large as he was. Well, if it isn't my jailer. A deep voice rumbled from within the cage. The eyes shifted, their owner seeming to weigh him. I had wondered when you'd finally show yourself here. So, this was the Kyuubi. The nine-tailed fox that had nearly destroyed Konoha and cost his parents and countless others their lives. He wasn't sure what to say. He felt anger, fear, surprise that it had spent these years in this sewer and wondering if that was the seal's doing or what it meant for his mindscape. In the end, he took a breath and went with his default. Yeah, well, can you blame me? I didn't know you were here until half a year ago. The fox huffed. I'm well aware. I've been forced to watch your insipid life play out from within this cage. Naruto blinked. You can see what's going on outside. He wasn't sure how he felt about the Kyuubi watching his life. I see you still have a talent for stating the obvious, the Kyuubi replied in annoyance. He frowned. Then you know why I'm here. Obviously, the Toad's latest prospect wants to teach you to use my power. The fox sighed. Well, as much as I loathe being imprisoned, I can't escape from this infernal seal. Besides, now those crimson eyes focused on him. There might be something you can do for me. Naruto glared up at the fox. What the hell could you want me to do for you? The fox laughed. You have guts to glare at me like that, or is it ignorance? In any case, it's not something you need to worry about, for now. Don't expect me to let you use my power frivolously. Crimson chakra seeped through the bars, pouring towards Naruto like a wave before wrapping around him. But, as I don't have much choice, I'll loan you my chakra. Naruto opened his eyes back in reality, the once azure orbs now matching the fox's eyes as an aura of crimson surrounded him. The chakra felt hot like it might burn him. There was a slight haze in his mind, foreign anger that he fought to suppress. It was much easier than it had been on the bridge, with his own rage adding fuel to the flames. Jiraiya smirked. Well, looks like it worked. Naruto stared at his hand, the nails on his fingers sharpened to a point again. He'd need to talk to Kakashi about this. Naruto checked the bandages wrapped around his wrists before rolling down his sleeves. He zipped up his tracksuit before looking in the mirror with a confident grin. A month had passed since the prelims ended. A month of harsh training, time spent with friends old and new and talking with the man who'd trained his father. Now the time had come. Today, he and his team would make Chunin. He knew it. Satisfied that he was all set to go, the blonde left home. He'd rarely seen so few people on the streets as at this moment. He bet the arena was packed. He took to an alley, bounding up the walls to the roof. From there, he could see a large procession of people going down the main road, lined with onlookers. The VIPs were here, all right. He hopped back down to the streets and made his way to Konoha's arena. He'd always wondered what went down in there. He found his team waiting for him at the side entrance, away from the crowds. Hey guys, he greeted Sasuke and Sakura. Looks like I'm the last one, huh? Draw up some last-minute tricks. Sasuke asked. Naruto grinned, something like that. You guys ready to show everyone what we're made of? He asked, punching his open palm with his fist. He got 2 nods, with a look of determination from Sakura and a smirk from Sasuke. The 3 of them then walked inside together. Fu looked down from her rooftop vantage point, her legs hanging off the edge as she watched the line of visitors to the village trail onwards toward the arena. She'd gotten up and prepared for her big day bright and early so that she knew she wouldn't miss this. Despite how long she'd been waiting here, she watched no less attentively than when she first arrived. She watched the people eagerly, looking for the person she hoped to see. Fu, the mint-haired girl turned around to see Gichi appear. How long are you going to wait up here? You're going to be late. Don't worry about me, Fu replied with a smile before gazing back into the crowd. I know what time it is. I'm not going to let Shibuki down by being late. She wasn't sure she'd be able to look herself in the mirror again if she did. And that's why you're up here, right? You're waiting to see if he's going to be here, Gichi guessed with a raised brow as he crossed his arms. Fu just giggled and closed her eyes. At least he knew her that well. She wondered if maybe he was starting to warm up to her. He had considered meeting her new friends a few times, and he and their sensei asked what she'd been up to with them. It was nice that they were looking out for her, even if she couldn't tell if it was because they cared or just because of her importance to Taki. Gichi sighed, well, I might as well wait up here too. It'd be nice knowing he's cheering us on. The mint-haired girl briefly looked back at him with a beaming smile before looking back at the crowd. You know, I half expected you to cause some big scene as you did at the tower. You get everyone back home up in arms enough. Gichi noted, that's because they don't like it when I go exploring. And, well, you know. Right, like the time you decided to vanish for a whole day to make the Chunin play hide and seek with you. Gichi asked dryly, getting another giggle from Fu as she sheepishly rubbed the back of her head. It was then that Fu's eyes widened. She shot to her feet with a beaming smile as her hands formed eager fists in front of her. Look, there he is. Down below, walking amid the arrivals was a trio of Taki shinobi. At their head was a young man just out of his teens. The man had black eyes and long, dark brown hair. He wore gray pants with a green shirt and had a gray shoulder pad on his left shoulder with a brown strap across his waist. Fu brought her hands to her mouth, made a funnel, and called out, hey. Shibuki. The man turned surprised eyes up to her, and she waved down at him. He returned the gesture with a smile. Fu squealed happily. Well, satisfied, Gichi asked, yep, let's go make him proud. As Naruto and his team entered the stadium, he paused as he looked up at the stands. They were almost packed full. and the blonde could see more people coming up through the many stairs. No surprise, he guessed, considering how many VIPs were here. He wondered where Kakashi was. He had to be up there somewhere. He looked beside him to see how his teammates were handling it. Sasuke seemed apathetic of the many eyes that were on them, while Sakura seemed nervous. "Sakura," Naruto said, getting her attention. "Just take a breath, we've got this." Sasuke grunted in agreement. "You've come this far." The pink-haired girl took a breath and nodded, smiling slightly. "Thanks, guys." Naruto grinned. "Come on, that promotion's waiting on us." The three genin walked forward, joining the others, standing in a line before a chunin. Naruto frowned as he got a look at the guy. What happened to that Hayate guy? The previous proctor had been replaced by a man with straight, shoulder-length brown hair and matching eyes. He wore the standard Konoha shinobi attire with a bandana-style forehead protector. He had a senbon in his mouth, his hands in his pockets as he eyed the new arrivals. "Hope he's alright, he did seem sick," Naruto thought, remembering the dark circles under Hayate's eyes and how often he coughed. He looked at the other genin, lined up in front of him, and found they were some of the last to arrive. Shikamaru, Hinata, and Gaara's team were already there. "Hey, Shikamaru," Naruto greeted as he and his team approached the lineup. "You all set for your match?" "Hardly," Shikamaru replied with a sigh. "This is such a drag." Naruto chuckled. Some things never changed. It was a while later that Naruto heard quick footfalls. He turned to see Fu entering the arena, Ichi trailing behind. Naruto smiled. "Hey, cutting it close, huh Fu?" Fu stopped, beaming at him. "Naruto, get this. Shibuki's here after all." Naruto's brows shot up, and then he looked at her curiously. "Oh, is that what you were doing?" The mint-haired girl nodded her head. "Yep, I just had to see if he would be here with the other VIPs, and he is. I've gotta show him he was right to send me here." She then pointed at Sasuke with an exuberant grin. "No holding back during our match, Sasuke. Let's show everyone our best." "No need to tell me that," Sasuke replied with a smirk. "Hey, pipe down," the proctor said. "This isn't the schoolyard, you know." That drew the attention of all the genin. "Try to look good for the customers." At that, all the hopefuls stood at attention, waiting for the exam to start. Time passed as the genin stood at attention, but there were no signs of any new arrivals. Or at least, not down in the field. Naruto's wandering eyes landed on the Hokage, looking down on the proceedings from the highest spot when he saw others join him. Two men flanked the third, wearing matching attire to the Hokages but blue where the Hiruzuns were red. Naruto couldn't make out much about him from so far away, but he was wearing a matching hat too, but with a cloth mask that covered half of his face. "I guess that's the case Cage." Naruto glanced at the Suna genin. Gaara was giving their leader an intense glare, but aside from that, they didn't seem to react. Minutes ticked by, and as the time for the exams to start approached, still, the final hopeful didn't show. Strange, given that it seemed like Orochimaru had wanted them to participate. Wouldn't he care that this would embarrass his village? Then again, given who he was talking about, maybe not. Finally, the third Hokage stood. "Everyone, before we begin, I would like to thank you all for coming to Konoha's Chunin exams." The third god of shinobi called out, his voice echoing throughout the arena. "We will now start the tournament between all the participants who made it this far. I ask that you stay and watch until the end." "All right," the proctor said, turning to face them. "It looks like we have a no-show." He then turned his brown eyes on Gaara. "If you're late for your match, that's an automatic forfeit." Bad luck, hers was up first. Therefore by default, Gaara is the winner of the first match. The redhead just scoffed. The crowd, meanwhile, didn't seem happy about that. Naruto could hear the people grumbling about it. No surprise, he doubted that happened often. "Well, nothing we can do but move on," the proctor then pointed his thumb at his chest. "Name's Genma Shiranui, and I'll be the proctor from here on out. Now, in case anyone's forgotten," he said before he reached into his pocket and pulled out a sheet of paper. "Here are the matchups for the final round of the Chunin exams." It was the same sheet Ibiki had drawn up a month ago. "We're moving on to the second match. Rules are the same as the prelims, there are no rules. The fight continues until either I decide it's over, or one of you dies or acknowledges defeat," Genma briefly explained. "Now, everyone but Sasuke and Fu, head up to the waiting room," he said, jerking his head at the open room above. As the Genin Sans the combatants made their way to the stands, Naruto half turned to face them and said, "Break a leg, you two." Fu took her spot across from Sasuke, took a deep breath, steeled herself, and slipped into her fighting stance while Sasuke did the same. This was it. This was what Fu had spent the last month training for. Here was her chance to put Taki's name back on the map, just like Shibuki dreamed of. Her brother, who was watching right now, was somewhere up in the stands. Time to make him proud. The mint-haired girl was tense, her brow furrowed as she looked at her opponent with determination as she waited. The proctor raised his hand. And, begin. Fu shot forward, blurring out of sight as crimson bled into Sasuke's eyes. The Sharingan, the dojutsu of the Uchiha clan, and she didn't know what it did. She could guess. It was an eye ability, so it probably improved his sight. Maybe let him read movements or see things the naked eye can't. The way he fought during his prelim match told her that much. Her strategy would be good to test out those eyes' abilities, but it wasn't the right time to spring it. That left only one way to find out. So she thought before the world faded away, leaving her in a void. Naruto frowned as he saw Fu go stiff as stone. Then he saw her relax and come out of her fighting stance, standing at ease despite the proctor's command. For a moment, he wondered what had happened. Then he noticed Sasuke do the same with a smirk and realized what had happened. What happened? Lee asked, looking down at the arena in confusion. Sasuke must have caught her in a genjutsu, Sakura noted. End a fight before it begins if you have the chance, just like Kakashi-sensei taught them. Naruto gripped the railing, staring hard down into the arena. Yeah, that sounds like what he'd do. Lee's eyes widened. That quickly, he then frowned as he looked at the two combatants, probably wondering if Sasuke could have done that when he challenged him before. Geez, Gichi said with a sigh, putting one hand on his head. Thought so, Shikamaru agreed. It's the smart move. He might be showing his hand a little early, but it'll mean he'll be fresh in the next match. He eyed Gaara, and given who his opponent is. Sakura shook her head and looked to the ground. Ah, man, I can't say I blame him, but, poor Fu. Yeah, his thoughts exactly. He was torn. On the one hand, he couldn't help but applaud his rival and teammate for winning so quickly. But, on the other, he'd hate to see his new friend, someone he felt surprisingly connected to, go down like this. It would be humiliating to lose before the match even started. His grip tightened on the cold steel of the railing as he watched Sasuke walk up to his opponent. Come on, Fu, do something. The proctor put his hand on his hip. Naruto didn't doubt he already knew what had happened. You know you two can start anytime, right? Sasuke looked to the proctor. That won't be necessary. My opponent will no longer be able to battle. The proctor crossed his arms. Oh, he turned to Fu. Is he correct? Can you no longer fight? No response. Sasuke stopped right in front of her. See, he said, reaching out to push her. She can't even stand. Just before he touched her, Fu's arm snapped up like a predator and caught Sasuke's wrist. What? The Uchiha said, taking an involuntary step back at the unexpected action. Fu's eyes are now shone with their usual brightness, looking right into his Sharingan. Sorry, Sasuke, maybe next time. Naruto grinned. Way to go, Fu. How had she broken out of the Sharingan's genjutsu? He knew well the power of his clan's vaunted eyes. From stories to personal experiences, he knew how quickly those techniques could end a fight. So how had Fu broken it so quickly? He doubted she was a prodigy with genjutsu. Her chakra rivaled Naruto's, bizarre as that was, and he knew firsthand from seeing Naruto train how much more difficult that made controlling it. That made learning things like genjutsu much harder. A Kekkei Genkei of her own. Doubtful, given that she didn't have a family name, but not out of the question. Special training to counter genjutsu? Why that specifically? Any further musings were cut off when Fu pressed her advantage, throwing a punch at his chest. He deflected the blow but was taken off balance when Fu pulled at his captured arm, pulling him right into a knee to the gut. She spun on her heel, momentum aiding to the high kick that landed squarely on his jaw, sending him reeling back. She shot forward, blurring out of sight, and drove her fist right into his solar plexus while he was still dazed from the blow. Another kick to the chin sent him into the air. Fu leapt into the air after him, peppering him with blows before spinning and slamming her leg into his back, sending him crashing to the ground. That was his chance. He recovered and looked up. Then, out of the corner of his eye, seeing her weave hand seals. Webbing burst from her hands, a single thick thread, ending in a net that would ensnare Sasuke, but the Uchiha kicked himself to the side. Sasuke landed on his feet, and his crimson eyes honed in on Fu as she landed. She immediately vanished in another burst of speed, but he could see her every move, his eyes showing him a shadow of where she would go. Fu reappeared in front of Sasuke, spun, and swept out her arm, only for the Uchiha to duck under the attack. He jumped back when she continued her momentum and lashed out with her leg. The mint-haired Kunoichi pressed the attack, launching forward with a jab. Sasuke brushed the attack aside with his forearm. He sidestepped when she lashed out with a kick and then grabbed her arm when she jabbed at him with her elbow. He retaliated with a kick, and she quickly raised her arm to shield her chest from the blow. Sasuke then leapt into the air and twisted, aiming another kick at her head. She ducked beneath the attack, and the two disengaged, Sasuke kicking off her chest as she forced herself back. She burst into motion, vanishing and reappearing in bursts of speed as Sasuke's head turned this way and that to keep her in his line of sight. She weaved in and out, striking him before backing off. Then, she leapt into the air and came down at him, and her fist raised back. Ah, that move! Sasuke vanished in a burst of speed of his own. He reappeared in the air about a dozen yards away, weaving hand signs before inhaling. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. He breathed out a stream of fireballs as Fu dodged left and right, forced back as he peppered the arena with fire. He landed, his view obscured by smoke, debris, and embers, but he could still see her through her chakra. He saw her charge toward him and threw shuriken before using body flicker. He saw from her movements that she deflected his ninja stars with a kunai before throwing more in his direction. Was she a sensor, or did she just have good hearing? The latter made sense. She'd need to be able to fight without sight to make the most use of that silver powder technique of hers. He saw her throw something his way and heard the sound of metal cutting through the air. He drew a kunai of his own to deflect the attacks, only for his eyes to widen as he saw what was attached to the kunai. Smoke. Bombs. They erupted, covering a good part of the arena in black smog as Fu charged to meet him. She leapt into a high kick. Sasuke ducked under the attack, gritting his teeth. He could still see her chakra, but without reading the subtle shift in her muscles, the Sharingan couldn't predict her moves. Not good, because as Sasuke surmised from seeing Fu fight so far, she seemed to focus on taijutsu and close-range combat. He swept his leg out to knock her off her feet as she landed, only for her to leap over the attack. She raised her leg in an axe kick, and he jumped back. He reached into his pouch and drew shuriken wrapped in ninja wire. He threw them and smirked as he sensed them sail past her in the smog. Then he clicked his tongue as she leapt into the air and vanished in a burst of speed. Damn, she figured it out. She must have remembered how that trick from the prelims. He turned his head from side to side, catching brief glimpses of Fu darting around him. Then, as she did, he heard the hiss of pressurized air around him. More smoke bombs. Great. He sensed danger just in time to duck as she flew over his head from behind. She landed and spun on her heels, closing the distance between them immediately. He moved to deflect a blow aimed at his head but found it a feint when Fu suddenly dived down, spun on the ground, and whipped up her leg at him. The Uchiha leaned back to dodge, only for the mint-haired Kunoichi to grab his ankle. She pulled him off of his feet as she spun and raised herself up. Sasuke had just enough time to raise his hands over his chest before a kick sent him flying. She blurred forward and continued her assault. Sasuke blocked the first two attacks before she slipped through his guard and landed a jab on his jaw, whipping his head back. Another blow had him double over. Thinking quickly, Sasuke reached into his pouch, pulled out a ball of explosive tags, and dropped it. As it began sparking and popping, Fu took the hint and kicked herself back. Sasuke did the same, right before it went off between them. The Uchiha dropped two more before retreating further into the smog. He came to a dead stop just the last tag went off, his eyes honing in on Fu. The mint-haired girl had stopped moving. Good, she'd lost track of him. And as long as he didn't make any noise, he'd bought himself some breathing room. The hissing had also stopped. So the smoke should start clearing now. And then Fu began to move again, weaving hand seals and releasing another net of webs in a random direction. Then another. Okay then, never mind waiting this out. Sasuke put his hands together in a tiger sign and vanished in a burst of speed. Fu immediately noticed and followed as he sped through the clearing smoke. He smirked as his vision cleared just as she caught up with him. He turned to face her. Once more, his Sharingan read and predicted her moves. She threw a jab at him as the Uchiha raised his arm as if to guard, only for tilt to the side, deflecting the attack with his free arm. Next, he drove his elbow into her torso, knocking the wind out of her. He then ducked down and twisted into a high kick aimed square at her chin. Fu was sent into the air, and Sasuke kneeled down before vanishing, reappearing behind her as she sailed through the air. Dancing leaf shadow, Sasuke said, "Looks like I've got you right where I want you." "Don't be so sure about that," Fu replied as she swept her arm out. He easily deflected it, maneuvering her into position for a finishing move. But then she raised her arm and jabbed her elbow back into his chest. He blocked the attack, but when he pushed back, the mint-haired girl twisted her body and swung her leg out. He blocked with his own, and Fu pushed herself away from him, causing him to click his teeth. They both landed, and she immediately blurred over to him again before changing direction at the last minute. He ducked as she attacked him from behind, driving his foot up into her chest. He spun to follow up, but Fu quickly formed two hand seals and breathed out a cloud of glittering silver powder. Sasuke immediately shot backward, away from the cloud. He cursed under his breath. The powder was formed of chakra. He couldn't see anything inside of it, but it also gave him an opportunity. He ran through hand seals and needed chakra in his chest. Fire style, fireball jutsu. He only needed a small one. So he breathed out a fireball and watched it fly into the silver cloud. The effect was immediate. The whole thing went up with a bang, the wind tousling Sasuke's hair as he shielded his face. And when everything cleared, there was nothing, no sign of his opponent. He clicked his tongue. Fu had known he'd do that. And now he'd lost track of her. Now, where did she? His danger senses screamed at him, and he ducked just in time to avoid a kick through the air. He looked up and prepared to strike at Fu, only for another one to appear in front of his widening eyes. A kick to his chest sent him flying through the air, right into a third Fu, but he recovered in time. He twisted his body, blocking a punch from her with his forearm before using her arm to flip himself into the air, bringing his foot down on her. When one of the other Fus came at him with a kick, he grabbed her leg and continued his attack, only to toss himself into the air when the last one came at him from the other side. When he landed, he gave the three an amused look. Really? A clone jutsu? Copycat? Yep, that's how Fu had thought Sasuke would feel about it. Just like she'd hoped he would. Fu grinned. Well, it's a pretty good trick for fighting someone with a dojutsu. Maybe, but it's one I'm used to, Sasuke said confidently, slipping back into his fighting stance. Yep, that was the point. Fu and her clones went on the offensive, vanishing at once in bursts of speed before coming at Sasuke from different directions. Sasuke turned his head to see an attack coming at him from behind. He sidestepped a kick but ducked down when another clone aimed a blow at his neck. He grasped its forearm and threw both away as another Fu attacked from his side. He kicked himself back before deflecting a jab with his forearm, but it was then that the others rejoined the fight. He raised his arm to block an axe kick from above, grunting under its force, before another clone landed a blow square on his chest. Only for him to burst into smoke, which quickly cleared to reveal a log. A log covered in explosive tags. The Fus scattered just in time to evade the explosion, and as they came to a stop, they all turned to see Sasuke overhead. The Uchiha heir threw a series of explosive kunai down at them, and soon the arena was littered with explosions. As they charged toward Sasuke, they heard the sound of fire roaring towards them. Dragons made of fire tore through the smoke, 8 of them coming from this way and that. The Fus dodged the attacks, but it was then that Sasuke charged into the clearing smog, more dragons following just behind him. He singled one out as the dragons kept the others at bay. The clone charged to meet him as her counterparts dodged the fire. She vanished in a burst of speed just as they were about to clash. She reappeared behind Sasuke and threw a volley of shuriken at him. The Uchiha heir ducked beneath the attack as Fu launched herself at him, springing into a kick aimed at his head. The Uchiha leaned back and raised his leg, her attack sailing over his head as his foot dug into her chest. The real Fu grinned when she saw this. Sasuke clearly didn't realize his mistake as the Fu he kicked turned white as his foot dug through its chest. However, he clearly did a moment later when his eyes widened in shock as the clone suddenly exploded into webs. What? he exclaimed as the webs covered everything in a 6-foot radius around him. His right side was fully bound, keeping him from forming hand signs. This was it, she had him. She came to a stop as her remaining clone charged to end the fight. Then Sasuke's right hand glowed blue. Lightning surged around his palm, allowing him to cut the webbing. He could use 2 elements. He threw his hand out at the clone, and the lightning dispersed, shocking the clone and leaving it helpless. He ran past it, slicing its side with a shuriken held between his fingers as he went. He was well out of range when it burst into webs. Fu grit her teeth. Remembering about his genjutsu, she closed her eyes and listened, hearing the sound of his footsteps, the quiet noise of his arm ripping through the air as he threw something and then everything was drowned out by a loud popping. Fu opened her eyes, careful to look down and nod at Sasuke's face. She ducked as the Uchiha slashed at her before raising her arm to block a kick. She then threw herself back when he jumped into a flip, kicking at her, and looked at her at the first opportunity. "No, you don't." She immediately closed her eyes. As he landed and she came to a stop, she placed her hand on the ground. She then used a jutsu Shibuki had taught her, one that she'd never had a chance to use before since it was meant for spying missions. "I've got you now, Sasuke." She sent the thought at him, and the Uchiha froze, glancing over his shoulder. She immediately shot forward and slammed her foot into his chest before vanishing in a burst of speed. She appeared behind him in a crouch and kicked up at him, only for him to launch himself into the air above her. She looked away as he landed, just before their eyes met, and threw a paper bomb at him. No cry of pain. He avoided the explosion. Fu charged forward and ran through hand seals, hearing Sasuke running to meet her. Just as she cleared the cloud, she leapt above him. Net-shaped prison. She threw an expanding web at him, forcing him to leap to the side to avoid. She immediately made another, this time aimed where he would land. Sasuke clicked his teeth, dropping his shuriken, and made a single hand seal before breathing out a stream of fire at the ground, burning the web and kicking up a wall of flames. The moment she landed, Sasuke flashed in front of her with a body flicker, crouched down, looking up at her. And instantly, the world fell away, and she found herself in a void again. Once more trapped in his illusions. It was broken a second later, but that had been all Sasuke needed. Already, the shuriken, wrapped with wires, had halfway made their first coil around her. In seconds, she was unable to move. Sasuke smirked as he stood up straight. "You took advantage of the fact that I was used to clone jutsu. I've fought Naruto's shadow clones so long, I never thought the real danger might be in destroying them." "Pretty clever, Fu." Fu struggled fruitlessly against the wiring. She couldn't lose like this, not in front of Shibuki. But she couldn't move at all. Well, she could probably snap the wires if. No, not even an option. She promised Shibuki, and even if she hadn't, that wasn't her power. She wasn't going to borrow it for something like this. Damn, she really wanted to win. Fu slumped. "Yeah, that's what I was counting on," she said, looking down at the ground. "Looks like you win." The proctor raised his arm. "Fu has admitted defeat. The winner of the first match is Sasuke Uchiha." Sasuke began to walk away but gave a glancing look back at Fu. The mint-haired girl was back to her usual bubbly self, chatting away with the proctor as he was helping to snap the wire she was encased in with his kunai. His eyes narrowed. His victory had left him feeling unusually bitter, unsatisfied. He thought back to those final seconds of the match. He could tell Fu had something up her sleeve, but then it was like she had just decided to throw the fight. There was no question about it. Fu had taken it easy on him. Part of him was angered by the blow to his pride, but the more pressing thing on his mind was why. Was it because she had considered him a friend? Perhaps, but would she really throw a match for someone she'd only known for a month? Was she already injured somehow and didn't want to worsen an injury? Unlikely. She was hiding something. Something worth throwing the match, worth giving up a promotion to Chunin. But what? Naruto felt conflicted as he looked down at the arena with one hand on the railing, watching Fu start to exit while the people in the stands cheered on. But, of course, Sasuke had already left, no surprise there. On the one hand, he wouldn't lie, part of him was glad his rival had won. Of course, what sort of jerk wouldn't be? He'd like nothing more than for all his team to become Chunin and start the next phase of their careers together. But, on the other hand, Fu was his friend too. And he couldn't imagine she was feeling good right now, knowing her brother saw her lose. He had some experience with acting upbeat when you weren't feeling it. It's too bad, said Hinata. She'd been so excited to find out her leader would be watching. She doesn't seem to be taking it too hard, Lee observed. Naruto frowned. Yeah, Fu seemed fine from here, but, well, doesn't mean she's really feeling it, Naruto said. It was clear from his tone that he was speaking from experience. Sakura gave him a sympathetic glance. I wouldn't worry, Gichi commented, and Naruto frowned at him. He waved off the glare as he elaborated. Everyone back home knows she and the boss mean the world to each other. Knowing him, he's probably on his way to give her a pep talk right now. He then looked to the ceiling. Hell, he'd do it for any of our ninja who's having a hard time if he could never mind her. Oh, from what Fu had said about her adoptive brother, that sounded like him. Still, he was worried about how she might feel after that loss. Maybe he should track her down, too. Besides, you're looking at this the wrong way, Shikamaru said, leaning forward with his head resting on his arms. Sasuke's the one you need to feel sorry for. Naruto frowned as he and others turned to the lazy genin. Huh, what the hell does that mean? That was an awesome fight they had. Yeah, but right now, Fu's chances are miles ahead of Sasuke's, Shikamaru said, tilting his head and looking back at Naruto with one eye. He's going to be kicking himself when it hits him. He made it this far and may have blown it in the first 2 minutes. Naruto blinked before crossing his arms and frowning. What the hell was he talking about? He ran through the start of the fight and couldn't see the problem. It looked like Sasuke had her with that genjutsu. A gasp drew his attention to Sakura, who had covered her mouth with her hand. Oh, Naruto turned to the pink-haired girl who'd raised a hand to her mouth. At his questioning gaze, she gave him a slightly anxious look. Naruto, think about it. That genjutsu he pulled at the start was a pretty clever trick, but what did he do after that? Naruto closed his eyes and thought. She obviously wasn't talking about the fight. I mean, he got put on the back foot, but once he recovered, he... Wait, his eyes shot open. Oh, he got it now. He then grimaced. Sasuke had let his clan's power and dojutsu go to his head, slowly walked up to Fu, and made to push her over to show his victory. That was definitely a Sasuke move, given how much pride he took in his family. His eyes evolving hadn't helped there. And that's where he'd made his mistake. Fu had broken his genjutsu and turned the tables on him. It had made him look bad, sure, but what he'd done there was worse. He'd slowly walked up to his opponent, sure that the battle was already over when she was still standing. Leaving himself wide open the whole time. He'd rank that sort of cockiness right up there with that stupid move he'd made in Wave when he walked into the dome of ice mirrors. And while he didn't think he would, if he pulled a stunt like that while leading a team of genin. Naruto brought one hand to his forehead protector. Ah, man, Sasuke's going to have to show his A-game for the rest of the exams just to get a shot at promotion. The next match is Shikamaru Nara vs Temari. Temari immediately unfurled her fan, kicking up a blast of wind, leapt upon it, gliding down to the arena. Oh great, and she's fired up too, Shikamaru commented. Naruto looked at the lazy Nara, who was now gripping the railing. The lazy genin looked like he wanted to be anywhere but there right now. Shikamaru, Naruto began crossing his arms and frowning at the Nara air, having already guessed what he was thinking. What do you think Ino's going to say if you forfeit? Shikamaru cringed. Ah, Sakura looked at him dully. I wouldn't want to be in your shoes if she gets a hold of you after you pull something like that. Damn it, Shikamaru hung his head in defeat. The two genin of Team 7 chuckled. What a drag. And of course, I got stuck fighting a girl. Sakura frowned and put her hands on her hips. What's that supposed to mean? Shikamaru shrugged. Nothing, it just isn't classy. Huh, and here I thought chivalry was for samurai. Gichi commented with a raised brow. At that, Naruto turned and started to walk to the exit. Where are you going? Sakura asked. To find Sasuke and Fu. The sooner Sasuke knows he's on thin ice, the better. And Fu might need a pick-me-up, you know. Fu walked out of the arena, tuning out the clamoring crowd as she started to make her way back to the fighter's booth. She lost. After she put her foot down about being stuck back home all the time. After she told Shibuki she'd make a name for their village, she lost in the first round. Her brow dipped before she closed her eyes and sighed. Keep thinking positively. Right, Fu may not have won, but it was a great fight. They'd both given it their all, just like she'd hoped at the start. After all the times she'd gone over how their fight could go as she'd trained, Fu didn't think she'd made any serious mistakes. She had to have impressed the crowd and the judges. Maybe they'd both become Chunin. The Hokage said you didn't have to win to pass, right? She smiled and nodded to herself as she continued on her way back to the booth. As she did, she stopped and blinked. Sasuke was standing ahead of her, leaning back against the wall with his hands in his pockets. Sasuke, Fu began in confusion. You didn't head back to the booth. Sasuke didn't say anything. Is something wrong? Fu asked, racking her mind, trying to figure out what he might be upset about. Is it the match? She then smiled and waved. No hard feelings, right? She didn't get why he wouldn't be happy about their fight. He won, after all. But it was the only thing that came to mind. Sasuke kicked off the wall. Back there, at the end of the match, he began. You could have snapped those wires, isn't that right? Fu couldn't keep her eyes from widening or her mouth from dropping. How? She'd only even considered that for a second. So, I was right, Sasuke noted, his hand clenching at his side. He walked over to her. You had a card to play and chose not to use it. He stood a few feet away from her, looking her in the eyes with a glare. You handed me the fight. Why, what, does he think oh boy, not good, Fu thought in a panic. She raised her hands in a placating gesture. It isn't like that, she said frantically as her mind raced. I mean, I did have one last trick up my sleeve, but it's something I had for if I fought Gaara. I'm not sure it would have even worked on you. And it wouldn't have helped at that point. She then rubbed the back of her head and looked to the ground. I was just frustrated, you know. Losing in the first round like that. I just didn't want to believe it for a minute. His eyes shifted crimson. That couldn't be good. So there's no way you could have gotten out of the wires. You didn't throw the fight because you felt sorry for me. No one put you up to take a fall for the last Uchiha. Would someone really have tried to get her to forfeit just for that? She shook that thought aside as she shook her head frantically. No, I'd never. His eyes narrowed. You've really got nothing to hide. Nothing. I gave it my all, just like I said. She hated lying, especially to a friend or possible friend, but it wasn't entirely untrue. The one option she did have after being captured in those wires was one she wouldn't have used even if Shibuki hadn't ordered her not to. She'd been tempted for a split second because of just how badly she wanted to win for Shibuki, but she would never have done it. That power didn't belong to her. She refused to use it unless she really had to. Especially not for something personal. And she did, in fact, have something up in sleeve for Gaara. Not that she'd have a chance to use it now. Please buy it. Sasuke stared at her hard. He isn't buying it, is he? I've thought there was something off about you since you met Naruto. The chance of two people so alike running into each other like that. What? Well, she guessed she saw where he was coming from. She just clicked with Naruto. And the chances of them running into each other in the forest did seem pretty slim without factoring in the sound those snakes made. He tilted his head to the side, his eyes narrowed. Not to mention how your teammates treat you. What are you high? Am I interrupting something? A familiar voice cut in. She looked behind her with wide eyes to see a young man standing in the hall. He smiled. Hey, Fu. Her expression lit up. Shibuki. Sasuke grunted and walked away with his hands in his pockets. Fu looked after him, and after a moment of fighting with herself, she said, Sasuke. He stopped and half-turned to face her, his eyes still colored red. Listen, I really did do everything I could. And, I know you probably don't want to hear this from me right now, but, be careful against Gaara. I've heard about something like that sand power of his before. I think he's a lot more dangerous than he seems. Sasuke stood there for a second before turning and walking away. Fu sighed. She hoped their budding maybe friendship survived this. I see he didn't like how the match turned out, Shibuki observed before he then shook his head and looked at the mint-haired girl. But never mind that, how are you doing after your fight? Fu froze then plastered a smile on her face. I'm fine. I mean, I may not have done as well as I'd hoped. But I think I had a good fight. Think there's a chance I'll make Chunin. Her adoptive brother sighed. Fu, he began, closing his eyes. You know that doesn't work on me. He kneeled down and placed a hand on her shoulder. Really? How are you feeling? Fu kept up her smile for a second before her face fell a bit. The mint-haired girl looked to the nearby wall, not wanting to look at him, knowing that she'd let him down. I'm good, she said. I'm just sorry I didn't win for Taki. Shibuki smiled and shook his head. I thought that's how you'd feel. He then looked her in the eye. Listen, Fu, it's true, you lost. She flinched. But you shouldn't let this drag you down. You need to focus on improving. On taking the lessons that you learned here and doing better. But, she began, trying to ignore the stinging in her eyes. I let you down. I told you I'd remind everyone what Taki used to be and I didn't even make it past the first round. But you made it to the finals, her leader pointed out. Which is more than most can say. More so from the smaller villages. You'd be surprised how often the finals are made up solely of ninja from the Big Five. She looked up at him. You know I can't say whether you pass or not, I'm not the only judge anyway, but your opponent was a bigger deal than you think. The last scion of one of the strongest ninja clans, with that legacy riding on his back. A lot of the spectators came here just to see him. And you almost won. More than once, I might add. Fu looked up at him and smiled slightly, his encouragement making her heart feel lighter. And whether or not you make Chunin this time, there'll be other chances. The mint-haired girl's smile widened as her hands clasped together hopefully. You mean, you'll send me to the next exam if I don't make the cut? Shibuki nodded. And, I can see that having some real experience did you good. He began, closing his eyes. You did better than you did when we trained and paid more attention than you do on your patrols. I suppose practice and simple, uneventful jobs can only do so much. His expression turned serious. When we get back, I'll see about assigning you a permanent sensei and sending you on missions. Fu's smile was so bright it could have lit up the whole hallway. Shibuki wasn't disappointed. She was going to be allowed on missions. Finally, she'd be able to see all new sights and make lots of friends all across the nations. Her joyful laughter filled the hall as she threw herself at her brother, hugging him and burying her face in his shoulder. Getting a chuckle from him as he returned her embrace. So, you seemed acquainted with him. Have you managed to make some friends? Fu pulled away and nodded excitedly. Yeah, a lot of them. Sasuke's teammates are great. Her face fell then. Though, I'm not sure where I stand with him, especially now. Shibuki nodded. Yeah, it looked like his pride had been hurt. He then stood up. Oh, and what was that warning? She jolted as he frowned in confusion. I heard about Gaara's disposition from Yoroi, but, what have you heard aside from that? I got a warning about him. Shibuki arched a brow. A warning? From who? Chome. Her brother stiffened, his frown deepening. And what did he say? He asked her, a bit of worry in his otherwise dark tone. That was a source of information he did not trust. At all, but she got the feeling he'd believe this. Fu hesitated for a moment, then gestured for him to get closer. He kneeled down, and she whispered Chome's warning in his ear. He froze and looked at her with wide eyes. He then closed them and calmed himself. I see, I can't help but feel relieved you won't be fighting him if what I heard about his disposition is true. Fu brought a hand to her chest, looking back in the direction Sasuke walked in concern. Shibuki put a hand on her shoulder. He knows Gaara's strong, and about his thirst for blood. We'll just have to hope for the best. Fu didn't say anything, still worried. Ah, Shibuki looked like he realized something. Speaking of, his teammates made it to the finals with him, right? They might be worried about you. Her eyes shot open. Oh, that's right, Naruto, Sakura, and Hinata all knew Shibuki had been watching and how much that meant to her. I better get back. She turned and ran, looking over her shoulder and waving. I'll tell you all about them later. Bye, Shibuki. He waved after her with a smile. Shibuki sighed once she was out of sight. As usual, Fu had tried to pretend she wasn't hurt, hiding how she really felt behind her normal bubbliness. She'd pretty much always been that way, always trying to look at the brighter side of things. And it got worse after she met her birth parents. She'd been so grateful to him and his father for being there for her after that. She hadn't wanted to burden them. Their father had praised her for her positivity but asked that she not try and hide her pain from them. Not that she'd listened. It was so hard to change her mind once she was set on something. At least she tended to come clean when he made it clear that he wasn't buying it. He frowned then, remembering how the happy-go-lucky girl had broken down in tears after meeting them. She'd been more open about how lonely she was when he and their father wasn't around before that. Not that her silence on that left him in doubt on why she'd latched onto him saying she could have 100 friends so fervently. How he wished he could punish those two. Fu really didn't deserve her lot in life. Not to say that there weren't many people in the ninja world who knew more than their fair share of misfortune and sorrow. He shook his head as his thoughts turned to the end of their conversation and her warning. He didn't trust Chome, not at all, and he'd warned Fu not to listen to him. On this, though, he believed him. Sasuke had no idea what he was up against. But surely the proctor would stop the fight if things went too far. Sasuke looked to the ground with a frown as he made his way back to the fighter's booth. His brief interrogation of Fu had been enlightening. About a lot of things. The Sharingan had many uses. Their ability to read muscle movements, for example, let him read reactions in exacting detail. Kakashi had taught him that very few could prevent small shifts in their bodies from their thoughts and feelings, no matter how good they were at deception. Fu was hiding something, but she hadn't thrown the fight intentionally. She had some trump card, but her insistence she gave her all and her lack of tells meant that she felt she just couldn't have used it. His pointed comments about her first meeting with Naruto had also yielded fruit. It had always seemed unlikely to him that two people would meet during the Chunin exams and have so much in common. From different villages, no less. It was part of why he'd been distrustful of her. Fu's reaction when he pointed this out. Shock, bewilderment, then realization. A bit hurt, too. Sad, but no sense of guilt. Nothing to suggest that she'd been found out. She hadn't realized, and his apparent rejection hurt her. She'd been genuine the whole time. Sasuke didn't think he could be blamed for being suspicious under the circumstances, the Chunin exams being what they were. Not to mention that he had past experience with people not being what they seemed. Still, he'd have to apologize to her, he supposed. Her concern for him was also genuine, which was nice, especially with how he'd just treated her. She knew something about Gaara, but he wasn't going to hold her silence on what was against her. They were ninja from different villages, friends or not, they had their secrets. Sasuke heard footsteps up ahead. He looked up to see his blonde teammate walking towards him. Hey, Sasuke, Naruto greeted with a wave. Naruto. The Uchiha heir raised a brow. What are you doing here? Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Well, I thought Fu could use a pick-me-up. You know, since she just lost in front of her chief and all. Ah, Sasuke guessed he shouldn't be surprised he would want to be there for a friend. Especially with how well those two got along. He closed his eyes and pointed his thumb behind him. Well, you're a bit late on that front. Last I saw, her leader had come down to talk with her. Naruto's brows rose up. Really? Huh, so that Gichi guy was right. He mused aloud before he shook his head. Anyway, that's not all. He began, only to be interrupted by more footsteps. They turned to see Shikamaru approaching. Finally got it in gear, huh? Naruto asked with a smirk. This whole thing's such a drag. The lazy Nara said, but you're right, Ino will have my ass if I don't at least give it a good try. He then looked away and rubbed the back of his neck. And probably my mom too, for that matter. Ah, that's what got him moving. Naruto chuckled. Well, good luck out there. Thanks, Shikamaru said as he went on his way, waving over his shoulder. So, what was the other thing? Sasuke asked, raising a brow. He frowned when Naruto grimaced. The blonde then explained what Shikamaru had pointed out about his match. The Uchiha thought about it, then clenched his eyes shut with a groan and pinched the bridge of his nose to ward off the impending headache. Sasuke had let his Sharingan's abilities go to his head and made a fool of himself in the first minute of his match. He hadn't thought about how had that looked until now. He may have already cost himself his shot this time around. Great. Frustration rose as he contemplated how this could cost him the opportunity for more experience. How much this could slow him down. Naruto put his hand on his shoulder. Hey, you've still got 2 matches left to make up for it, right? Just show everyone you realized your mistake. Besides, at least you learned your lesson before you fought Gaara, right? He stepped back and held out a fist. You've got this, and by the end, we'll all be Chunin. Sasuke scoffed but smirked. Well, you're right about one thing. He bumped fists with the blonde. And who knows, maybe it will play out that way. Naruto grinned and put his hands behind his head. Well, I'm going to go check on Fu, just in case. He wasn't surprised. Sasuke grunted in response, and the two went their separate ways. As he walked down the halls, he put his hands in his pockets, his brow furrowed as he thought about his performance. His brother wouldn't have made that mistake. He needed to be better. It wasn't long after Naruto left Sasuke behind that he heard someone running in his direction. He soon saw a mop of green hair come into view from the staircase. Fu's orange eyes widened at the sight of him, and he stopped as she closed the distance. Naruto. She came to a stop in front of him. He smiled. Hey, Fu, how's it going? What are you doing down here? The mint-haired girl asked. Well, I thought I'd see if I could lend a hand if you were feeling down, you know. He put his hands behind his head. Sasuke said your chief came to talk, but I wanted to make sure you were okay. Fu seemed surprised. You came to check up on me. Naruto nodded. Yep, I know how much that fight meant to you. Besides, you'd do the same for me, right? Fu's face lit up. She giggled and waved off his concern. It's okay. I wasn't happy about how things turned out, but Shibuki already helped me. She then gave him a heartfelt smile. But thanks, Naruto. Naruto grinned, but from that look and what she'd told him, he couldn't help but think he might be the first person besides Shibuki and Kyo to do something like this for her. Don't mention it, Fu. He then turned and gestured for her to follow. But come on, let's head back. Okay, the Taki Kunoichi said, and the pair began to walk back to the booth, a silence falling over them. It was broken after a few moments by Naruto, who looked back over his shoulder and asked, So, Shibuki's always looking out for you, huh? Fu nodded with a smile. Ever since he warmed up to me. She looked up at the ceiling. He's a great leader, always ready to lend a hand to anyone in the village. He even takes time to hang out with the kids around the village and give them advice. Kyo left some big shoes to fill, but Shibuki managed it. Just about everyone in Taki loves him. Hey, sounds like the old man, Naruto noted. He told me he thinks of everyone in the village as his family and that it's a leader's job to be the guide and pillar of support for everyone. Fu nodded. I'm not surprised to hear that. Shibuki told me he looks up to the Hokage a lot. Now it was Naruto's turn to think back, remembering all the times the third had been there for him. He may not have adopted me, but he was there for me as much as he could be. He always visited when he knew I had a bad day. Spent every birthday with me. Gave me advice, not that I always listened. He added with a chuckle, and Fu's giggle told him they had that in common. He's been like a grandfather to me. You told me your old teacher looks out for you too, right? Fu asked. He looked back at her with a grin. Yep, Baruka's busy a lot, what with classes and his work under old man Hokage, but he's been like a brother to me. Fu smiled. Glad to hear it, she said before her eyes trailed away into the wall, looking somber. I feel for anyone who's really alone in the world, you know. Naruto looked down and closed his eyes, remembering the words of the masked boy back in Wave. Alone in the world, desperate for anyone to be there, so much so he latched onto Zabuza and let him use him. Yeah, I know what you mean. There was a pause before Fu spoke again. Was Sasuke alone, after what happened to his clan? At her words, Naruto realized they'd stopped walking. Naruto thought for a moment. Well, with how much you already know, I doubt he'd have a problem if I told you. He looked back at her. Yeah, people tried to be there for him, but he just pushed them all away. That only changed after, well, let's just say things got bad on a mission. He then frowned. From what he said, I think he was too focused on avenging his family to let anyone in. That and, no one could really get what he was going through. Fu gave a subdued hum in response. That was a great match you had with him, by the way, Naruto complimented her. She blinked and then smiled. Really, you think so? Naruto nodded. I hate to admit it, but Sasuke's always been number one in our group, ever since the academy. I remember he never lost a single match, and that's before he learned how to use his Kekkei Genkai. He's only ever lost one fight that I can think of, and that was against someone we ran into on a mission, way above our level. The blonde then looked back at her. I can't think of any time besides that anyone came as close to beating Sasuke as you did. That makes me feel a little better about losing, Fu said with a slight giggle. Naruto looked back to the ceiling. I was always trying to catch up to him back then. Partly because I wanted to prove I was the best and to wipe that smug look off his face. And partly because, well, I kinda got him. I wanted to make him see me as an equal. Maybe be friends. I didn't know what it was like to lose people as he did, but I knew what it was like being alone. To have no one understand what you were going through. Fu nodded. I know what you mean. She looked down at the floor. Shibuki and Kyo have always been there for me. And after I went looking for my parents, I realized just how lucky I was to have them in my life. I owe them more than I can ever say, and I try to do my best to pay them back and not be a burden, but…" She shook her head and ran her fingers through her hair. "Sometimes when I'm alone, I wish I could talk to someone who really got what it was like to have everyone else shun me the way they did. But other times, I feel glad I can't. I wouldn't wish it on anyone." Naruto put a hand on her shoulder, and her eyes drew back up to him. Naruto closed his eyes. "I know what it's like," he said quietly, and she looked at him sadly. "No adults wanted me around when I was little, and the other kids, well, they picked up on that." Then he gave her a grin. "But hey, didn't you say not to let negative thoughts get me down? All of us have people who have our backs, you and me included." His grin softened into a smile. "And that's what's important, right?" Fu brightened up, raising a fist in the air. "You said it." He chuckled at her response. "I'll always be there for my friends however I can." "Same here, Fu." He turned around. "Come on, let's head back. We might miss the match at this rate." With that, they continued on their way back to the booth. The silence was broken a moment later by Fu. "Naruto." He looked back at her. "Thanks for the talk. It was a lot easier to talk about with someone who gets it, and it felt good to get it off my chest." Naruto smiled. "Anytime, Fu. I was wondering when you'd get back," Sakura said as Naruto and Fu rejoined the group. She then smirked. "Have a nice chat." Naruto chuckled as Fu answered. "Yep, Shibuki came by to see me first, but Naruto helped me a lot." "Figured he would," Gichi commented. "So, what did we miss?" the blonde asked as he walked up to his team. Fu walked up to the railing between them and her own teammate. "Shikamaru's been running around, dodging wind blasts from Temari," Sasuke answered, glancing at Naruto. "Looks like he's a one-trick pony. All he's got is that shadow technique, and Temari's already seen it." He then looked down into the arena. "She's smart, keeping her distance and her eyes on the shadows. She marked its length in the dirt there." Sasuke jerked his head down at her, and Naruto could see a line drawn in front of her. Naruto frowned as he took stock of the situation. Looked like Shikamaru's only option was to find a way to extend his shadow. That, or use it as a distraction if he had anything else up his sleeve. "Hey, Temari's got this one in the bag," Kankuro commented with a smirk. "I wouldn't be too sure about that," Naruto replied. "Shikamaru would probably have called it by now if he didn't have an ace in the hole." Sasuke and Sakura nodded. Sakura with a look that said that was the most obvious thing in the world, and Sasuke with his eyes closed. Hinata just looked away and poked her index fingers together. Lee blinked. Would he really give up that easily after making it this far? "He's the laziest person I know," Sakura said. "I can tell you from Ino's stories and some things that happened back in the forest that he's someone you can rely on when the chips are down, but otherwise, he'll look for any excuse to get out of having to work. He'd definitely throw in the towel if he didn't think he could win." She then looked at the Hyuga heiress. "Right, Hinata, I'd rather not say," Hinata replied. "Whatever, you keep thinking like that, but my sister's got this one," Kankuro replied. Naruto did a brief double-take at that before looking back at the arena, waiting for Shikamaru to make his move. And he waited, and waited. About half an hour, Naruto's eye twitched. "Yeesh, this is taking forever." "Not like either of them have a choice," Sakura commented. Yeah, Naruto waved her off. "She can't see where he is, he's only got one move, and neither of them can get close. I get it, moving too fast could get you killed out in the field, so let them take their time. I don't have a problem with it, it's just boring." "True," Sakura admitted, then she looked up at the crowd. "That said, a lot of people in the crowd aren't a ninja. They might start throwing things if this drags on much longer." "I think you may be right," Lee said, looking up into the crowd. They could hear people starting to mutter. Like you said, those people aren't a ninja. They don't get it, this can mean the difference between life and death. Let them mutter," Sasuke said. Finally, something happened. Shikamaru's shadow shot out, and sped past the line. Temari panicked and kicked back, moving left and right to make it extend as far as possible before it stopped. "What the?" He then looked up. "Oh, I get it, he was waiting for the sun to go down." "Hey, so he did have a plan," Sakura began, looking up at the sky before frowning. "Wait, what's that?" There was something in the air. It was Shikamaru's jacket tied to a kunai, casting a shadow onto his. It extended further, forcing Temari back once again. Once again, she stayed out of range and the shadow pulled back. Then 5 kunai flew out of the brush along the edge of the arena, each bearing an explosive tag. They exploded across the arena, kicking up dirt and debris. Temari shielded her face and then looked around wildly. She caught the shadow moving in behind her just in time and kicked back. Right as Shikamaru charged out from the cloud behind her, she blocked his punch with her fan, and then they stopped and jumped apart. And their shadows stayed connected. What? Kankuro gripped the railing. Ha, he got her. Way to go, Shikamaru. Naruto cheered. Woo-hoo, good thinking down there. Fu yelled down at him. So all that was a distraction. Sasuke mused. Welp, he's got her. What's he going to do now? Gichi wondered. Shikamaru raised his right arm, Temari forced to mirror his action, and then said clearly, I forfeit. Naruto froze. He blinked once, then again, then, what? Did he just? Fu said, stunned by disbelief. She stared down into the arena, eyes wide and mouth agape. Everyone, except for Gaara, shared that reaction. The crowd too. A few moments passed, and then the clamoring started in the stands above. Yep, that's Shikamaru for you, Sakura said, staring down at the arena dully. He quit because he used up all his chakra. Seriously? Naruto asked in disbelief, his eye twitching as he gripped the railing. His sight was honed on Shikamaru, casually walking back to the booth as if he didn't just send the audience into an uproar. Sakura put her hands on her hips, scowling at the blonde. We don't all have enough chakra to throw out shadow clones like Kunai, you know. Besides, he probably didn't want to screw her over. It doesn't look like he planned on moving on to the next round anyway. Naruto turned to glare at her as he pointed down into the arena. And it's better to take a fall when you're 2 seconds from winning. Isn't that throwing the fight? Forget going on to the next match, I'd be insulted if he pulled that on me. His pride wouldn't have stood for it had he been on either side of that. Naruto might have called off the next fight if he didn't think he could go through with it, but forfeiting when he'd already won. And he'd be pissed if anyone ever handed him a win like that. He failed to notice Hinata flinch at his words. He then looked up at the crowd, which was still in an uproar. And they don't sound too happy about it either. Well, to be fair, Ino probably feels the same way. Sakura mused before chuckling a bit. I wouldn't want to be Shikamaru when she gets a hold of him. Fu looked at them curiously. What's Ino going to do? I thought she was nice. Didn't you tell me Ino used to support you back in the academy? Ah, yeah, Sakura replied, rubbing the back of her head. It's just that she can get a bit fired up when she thinks someone's being stupid. Or lazy, especially if she cares, and that's probably about what she'll think of this stunt. Lazy and stupid, Naruto said with a nod. Meanwhile, up in the stands, what the hell is that idiot thinking? Ino yelled as she shook Choji back and forth, her mouth set in a snarl and her eyes solid white pits of rage. The chubby genin just chuckled at the antics of his teammates. Naruto chuckled. Yep, he's in for it. But he probably knew that already. It's time for the third match. Naruto Uzumaki vs Hinata Hyuga. Looks like you're up, Fu said, turning to him. She then looked between him and Hinata and raised a fist. Do your best out there, you two. Hey, like I'd settle for anything less, Naruto replied, punching his open palm with his fist. Let's show them what we've got, Hinata. Hinata replied nervously. Her eyes briefly turned away before she took a breath and closed her eyes. Then, she seemed to settle herself a bit and gave him a determined look. Right, good luck out there, Fu said as they made their way to the exit. Knock 'em dead, Naruto. Sakura said, you can count on it. The two walked in silence as they made their way down to the arena. Hinata trailed behind Naruto, the blonde thinking of blowing everyone away with how he'd grown since his academy days. As they neared the exit, Hinata spoke up for the first time since they left the fighter's booth. Naruto, she began, drawing his attention. He stopped. She fidgeted and looked away like she always seemed to. He always thought that it was strange how someone who wanted to be a ninja would be so shy. Yeah, Hinata, she looked at him, then to the wall, then met his eyes. Let's do our best. Is that all? Didn't they already agree to that? Naruto smiled and nodded. Count on it. He raised a fist in encouragement. Give it your all, and don't hold anything back. We've made it too far to screw up now. She nodded. This is my chance to show everyone I'm not who I was back in the academy. And I bet you've got people you want to make proud too. Hinata nodded. My clan, and she trailed off. He looked back, but she was looking away again. He shrugged. Weird. Well then, make them proud. And don't pull any punches because I won't. He put his hands behind his head. Yeah, that would be disrespectful, wouldn't it? The Hyuga heiress replied distantly. He looked back, but she was staring at the wall again. It seemed like her mind was somewhere else for a second. Then she looked back at him and then to the arena ahead. They stepped out into the arena, and the sound of the eager crowd washed over them. Naruto glanced around, looking at all the people in the stands with a grin. Time to give the visitors a show and make everyone see he wasn't the dead last that he'd been in the academy. The two genin soon took their places on either side of the proctor. Naruto tensed, his eyes hard as he prepared to fight. To make the old man proud and show everyone he was ready to be a Chunin, the next step on his road to becoming Hokage. Hinata took a deep breath and steeled herself before matching his determined look. Finally, both slipped into fighting stances, hers mirroring Neji's. Naruto had wondered what this match would have in store. Kakashi-sensei made it a point to teach them more about the clans of Konoha after learning his students didn't know much about them outside of the Uchiha and Senju. Not even Sakura. That had been a shock. Kakashi mentioned he was going to bring that up with the Hokage. He knew now just what the Byakugan did and that the Hyuga all used a style based around it. He also knew why Hinata had been so shocked during his match with Neji. Her cousin had used techniques he shouldn't have been able to. Between clan drama and just being as young as he was, Neji was a prodigy, and Naruto beat him. And if Hinata had to use the same style as him, there's no way she wouldn't come here with some tricks up her sleeve. Sitting amongst the few members of his clan that came to see their clan's former heiress, Neji found himself reflecting on fate. Not for the first time, either. Mainly on how cruel and unfair it could be. Dictating some would be born to wealth, power, talent, sometimes egregiously all three. While others are born paupers, fighting all their lives to make something of themselves. Whether or not they'd succeed was also the province of fate. Some people had the freedom to choose their path. Or, at least, it seemed that way. While they seemed to have many potential paths they could walk, fate had already decided for them. But at least they seemed to have freedom. They could hope that their efforts would bear fruit. And some, like him, had their destiny made plain from the moment of birth. No other paths, no possibility of fortune smiling on them, no matter how they tried. Or how much they hated their fates. Watch, Hanabi, he heard his uncle say just a few seats down. It is time to see if your sister has improved since I left her in the care of her sensei. In other words, since he washed his hands of her after she lost to Hanabi. Not that he blamed him. Yes, father, was his cousin's reply. Neji wanted to scoff. People didn't change, not at the core. Hinata was still the weak girl who fell to her little sister. And yet, fate had smiled on her enough to make it to the finals, where he fell short. But perhaps that wasn't a fortune. After all, Hinata had to fight the boy who defeated him in front of her immediate family and countless others. Well, at least this would cast aside any doubts on what she was. Naruto tensed as he waited, thinking back to his fight with Neji and all he'd learned about the Byakugan as he ran through his plans for the match. Then, for the first time Naruto could remember, the blue-haired girl held his gaze. He didn't doubt she was doing the same. Finally, the proctor raised his arm. Begin. The veins around Hinata's eyes bulged as she summoned her Byakugan and charged, while at the same time, Naruto formed a cross-shaped hand seal. Immediately, the blonde was obscured by smoke as two shadow clones burst into existence. The two clones ran forward to meet Hinata as the third stayed back, running through hand seals. Wind style. Air bullets. Naruto inhaled deeply before breathing out a stream of air bullets. The Hyuga girl weaved around them as the copies closed the distance between them. Hinata drew a kunai and tossed it straight at the ground between them. Naruto saw it had a smoke bomb on it right before it went off, and the three vanished in the smog. Taking a page from his book, Hinata shot out of the cloud as a blur a second later, using body flicker to close the distance. She struck him right in the center of the chest. And then he burst into smoke, leaving her wide-eyed and off balance. Of course, the real one would hang back. Use the clones to get a feel for her and avoid close combat. That's just common sense. Plus, it's what he did for Neji. Exactly why he used that chakra-infused smoke to cover him as he switched places with one of his clones. The real Naruto immediately capitalized on that opening and fired a wind bullet at her back. But unfortunately, Hinata couldn't regain her balance quickly enough to dodge, and the orb slammed into her back, sending her flying. As she tumbled across the ground, the remaining clone immediately shot forward. It kicked her back while chains grew out of Naruto's back and dug into the ground. Hinata managed to recover at the last second, planting one hand on the ground and throwing herself back as the chains burst from the earth around her. The chains rose into the air before turning and coming down on her. Hinata dodged to the side while the remaining clone shot forward. It came at Hinata with a jab aimed at her chest as the chains vanished. She sidestepped the attack, then ducked when the clone jumped into a sweeping kick. The Hyuga girl ducked down to evade the blow but was forced to jump back as more chains cut through the air and tore through the ground. Hinata charged toward the real Naruto, the clone in pursuit. Naruto smirked. Bad move, Hinata, he thought as he and the clone both made a single hand seal, prepared to trap her in wind jutsu. And his thoughts of victory were dashed at that moment. It happened too fast for him to react. Hinata kicked off the ground and spun, and Naruto had just enough time to see streaks of blue at her fingertips. He saw something leave them and raised his left arm just in time. The blonde winced as pain lanced through his arm before it went numb. A glance down revealed the attack for what it was. Are those needles of chakra? He wondered in disbelief as they faded almost instantly. Then, a pop alerted him to the destruction of his clone. The memories of its final moments revealed it had been taken out by the same attack. The blonde grit his teeth as he jumped backward. Chains burst from his back. They swung forward in a wide arc, spread out and leaving no room to dodge, forcing the Hyuga girl to jump back. As Naruto landed, thankful for some breathing room, he flexed the fingers on his injured arm. It was just as he feared. All he could feel was a tingling numbness. His fingers were slow to respond to him. Despite the situation, Naruto smirked. Good move, Hinata. Here I thought you guys only fought up close and personal. Hinata smiled and blushed, just from that, odd, but she soon schooled her features and prepared to resume the fight. Okay, so, Naruto was pretty much down an arm and couldn't use any jutsu. Not even his shadow clones. Against someone from a clan that was deadly in close-range combat. Well, he'd been hoping for a fight that would push him. Let him show everyone what he was made of. It looks like he got what he'd wished for. Hinata charged, and chains burst from Naruto's back as he drew kunai with his good arm. 4 chains dug into the ground while 2 arched through the air and sped towards Hinata, while the blonde threw his kunai into the mix. The Hyuga girl ducked and weaved around the attacks, jumping from side to dodge the chains bursting from the earth as she closed the distance between them. The blonde held his last kunai in a reverse grip, using it to block as she sent more chakra needles his way. Then she was upon him. Naruto gritted his teeth and moved backward, shifting from side to side as he dodged her palm and finger strikes and retaliated with swipes of his kunai. He barely kept himself out of the barrage of blows she threw his way. She ducked under a swipe of his kunai and launched a strike aimed at his chest, but the blonde managed to block with his injured arm, briefly feeling pain lance through the tingling numbness. Naruto kicked himself back and threw his kunai, then flipped back further. As he landed on his hand and tensed it to spring himself farther, Hinata ducked under the dagger and charged forward. He launched himself back while Hinata closed the distance. Then her eyes widened when she saw the seal tag he'd planted on the ground. He smirked and made a one-handed seal, and a small twister burst out of the tag and slammed into her chest. She was driven into the air with a cry of pain as Naruto landed and sent his chains out to ensnare Hinata. Got you now, Hinata. The wind dissipated, and Hinata opened her eyes, determination on her features as the chains neared. Then, the girl's arms moved. They rapidly swept through the air, so fast they vanished from the naked eye. Her hands left thin lines of pure chakra in their wake, forming a net. His chains made one loop around the barrier but were repelled, knocked down, and away. Naruto gaped as Hinata landed. What was that? Naruto wasn't the only one surprised, as Neji's jaw had dropped. That's impossible, that was. Father, what was that jutsu? He heard an equally bewildered Hanabi ask nearby. I don't know, the man Neji so despised admitted. I see its workings. She created arcing blades of chakra that formed a barrier around her, a versatile skill. It shares some similarities to rotation, but it may actually be superior. It can't be restricted, and it's equally useful as an attack as it is a defense. But There's no such technique in the Hyuga clan's repertoire. Neji turned to see the man looking astonished as a hand fell from his chin. Your sister must have developed that technique on her own. How could Hinata, a pariah of the main house ever since she allowed her younger sister to defeat her in a sparring match, have come far enough to develop such a technique? He grit his teeth, frustration at once more being in the shadow of the main branch welling within him. Naruto's eyes were wide as Hinata landed. What was that? That didn't look like any technique Kakashi described. He didn't get it, so why use that rotation technique when you had that? It seemed like the all-around better jutsu if you asked him. Well, for the most part, anyway. No time to think about it. Hinata vanished with a body flicker the moment she landed. Senses screaming from the subtle sensation of displaced air behind him, Naruto flung himself forward as his chains sprung from his back. The blonde half turned to see Hinata leaping away to avoid his chains. He continued to move backward, jumping and spinning as he threw a hail of kunai with his good arm and conjured more blade-tipped chains. The Hyuga girl charged through it all, drawing closer as she weaved around the kunai. The chains she just batted away with small barriers of chakra blades. Naruto grit his teeth as she neared. She shot forward, her palm held back, and a single chain burst from Naruto's back. It wrapped around a tree and yanked him away just as she came within inches of striking him. Hinata ran forward, and Naruto smirked. She had just enough time to look shocked as he made a one-handed hand seal. A seal became visible on one of the kunai he'd thrown earlier. It glowed briefly before 5 seal tags sprang forth, hovering in the air in a 5-point formation before unleashing a combined wind blast. Straight at Hinata's back, too wide to dodge, she turned her head, her eyes wide, and made no move. It looks like Hinata didn't know rotation. Too bad, in this case, it would have worked, but that net wouldn't. It slammed into her back and drove her forward. Naruto saw his chance and sprang forward with his fist held back, slamming his fist into her stomach as the wind started to dissipate. She bent along his fist with a cry, flecks of blood leaving her mouth. He spun into a kick and sent her sprawling to the ground, his chains bursting forth and digging through the earth. This time, she couldn't recover quickly enough. The chains wrapped around her and pinned her to the ground. Seconds passed as she struggled, but there were no signs of her breaking free. A few seconds later, the proctor called it. Hinata is unable to battle. The winner is Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto let out a breath. That was closer than he'd expected. Good thing he took another bit of Kakashi-sensei's advice to heart, always try to have an ace in the hole. He walked over and dispelled his chains, holding out his hand with a smile. That was a close one. Great match, Hinata. Hinata felt her cheeks burn as she willed herself to take his hand shakily. His hand feels warm. Thank you, Naruto, she managed to say as he helped her to her feet under the cheering crowd. Not that they were really on her mind at the moment. Naruto complimented her on their fight. It had been hard to steel herself to fight him. Hinata was always so self-conscious around him. She always felt like she was 2 steps away from turning into a blushing, stuttering mess. She usually was. But she'd found the resolve to move forward. She'd had to. The idea of embarrassing herself in front of Naruto had been too much to bear. Not to mention how her clan might react. Now though, as they were walking out of the arena, she looked away from him with a small smile and cheeks that felt like she was trying to use a fire jutsu. She'd impressed him. What should she say? Could she bring herself to say anything? What would he think of her silence? Not for the first time, she wished she could be as vocal about her feelings as the other girls in their class. She mumbled and almost froze when Naruto looked back in her direction. But she couldn't miss this chance. Why, you were great out there, Naruto. You've really grown from the academy. Thanks. Same to you, Hinata. Naruto replied with a smile. At her, she felt her cheeks burn hotter. I can't say I ever thought you were a pushover back at the academy, but I always thought you were a little weird. Hinata cringed. But you were really cool out there, Hinata. That barrier thing was awesome. I know it's not as easy as talking about it, but you should try to be more confident like you were back in the match. This time Hinata did freeze. For a few moments. Then she realized she was falling behind and walked brusquely to close the distance. Thanks. I'm glad you think so, Hinata replied before looking down, her gaze honed on the floor. It was hard to talk about this, more so to Naruto, but she couldn't let herself stop now. She didn't know if she'd be able to start again. For a long time now, I've wanted to change. To be someone my clan could be proud of. Someone who people wouldn't look down on. Yeah, I know what that's like, Naruto replied with a frown. Then he rubbed the back of his head. But I don't need to tell you that. I'm sure you remember what I was like back in the academy. Actually, she swallowed and forced the words she'd wanted to say for a long time out. I always admired you back then. He looked back at her with wide eyes, and she quickly turned hers to the wall. I mean, no matter what happened, you always pushed forward. You never gave up, no matter what everyone else said or how bad things got. She managed to meet his gaze. I wished I could be like that. Naruto blinked, then grinned sheepishly. Wow, I don't know what to say. Well, that makes me feel better about those days. And if what I saw out there means anything, I'm sure you'll get there too. Hinata beamed, warmth filling her chest. Silence fell over them, and Hinata replayed that conversation in her mind. Naruto believed in her. Maybe her dream wasn't so far away after all. But as she replayed his words, something he'd said earlier came back to mind, and her mood fell. And it's better to take a fall when you're 2 seconds from winning. Isn't that throwing the fight? Forget going on to the next match, I'd be insulted if he pulled that on me. She thought back to the day she fell out of favor with her family. So far that she feared more than once that they might move her to the branch house. The day she'd sparred with her 5-year-old sister and lost. Lost because she couldn't bring herself to strike her. Hanabi had been cold to her, like the rest of her family, since that day. She'd thought she was looking down on her, like the rest, but did she realize that I wasn't really fighting back? Did she feel insulted? Naruto glanced down at his arm as he and Hinata neared the fighter's booth. His hand seemed a bit more responsive. He thought. He hoped this wore off by his next match. As the two entered the booth, all the other genin, sans Gaara, turned or glanced at them. Fu immediately came to them with a bright smile. Great match, guys, the mint-haired girl said. She then turned to Naruto, looking amazed. And great move there, Naruto. One step ahead the whole time. Naruto smiled sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head. Looks like he'd impressed her. Nice. Well, I was just following my sensei's advice. Nothing special. The Taki Kunoichi giggled. She then gave Hinata a commiserating look. Sorry that you had to join me in the loser's circle, Hinata. It's okay, Hinata replied. I think I did well enough. Naruto opened his mouth to speak but was interrupted by the proctor. The next match is about to begin. Sakura Haruno and Rock Lee, come to the arena. Your turn, Naruto said to his pink-haired teammate. He raised a fist to her. Good luck out there. Do your best, Sakura. Fu added. Thanks, guys, Sakura said before taking a deep breath. She then looked at Lee, who seemed a bit reluctant. Sakura, the teen with the plus-sized eyebrows began with his eyes closed. I remember what I said to you earlier, and I will stick to that. He then looked at her with determination. But I came here for a reason. Like Naruto, I, too, was dead last in my class. I came here to face those who stood at the top and prove that hard work means more than raw talent. I cannot back down after making it this far. And I won't disrespect the amount of work you put in to make it this far. I won't hold back. Sakura took a breath. Thanks, Lee, she replied. Because I have something to prove to myself too. I don't want you to go easy on me, and don't expect me to back down. Naruto smiled at Sakura's resolve. Then he noticed Fu walking up beside him. So, what was that all about? The mint-haired girl asked. Oh, Lee promised he would protect Sakura. He's kinda got a crush on her. Naruto answered. Oh, Fu began before crossing her arms with a frown. I heard about stuff like that from Shibuki. That's gotta be rough on Lee. You heard, haven't you at least, seen this sorta thing before? Naruto wondered, giving her a look of confusion as Sakura and Lee walked out of the booth. I mean, there must have been some kind of drama at Taki's academy at some point. Sakura took a deep breath as she stood across from Lee, the proctor between them. She crushed the nervousness welling up inside her. Compared to standing in the mist in wave, waiting for an attack. To face the sound genin. To fight a woman that they later learned was Orochimaru. This was nothing. That's what she kept telling herself, at least. And yet, she couldn't help but worry a bit as the crowd eagerly awaited the match above. This was someone who'd managed to fight and even get the upper hand on Sasuke. Sure, he hadn't gone all out back there, but she was sure Lee didn't either. Did she have a chance? Was she going to embarrass herself in front of all these people? She couldn't let herself think that way. This was her chance to prove to everyone who knew her in the academy that she'd grown. Herself included. She had a plan. She'd trained hard to get here. Even if she lost, Lee would have to work for it. Sakura steeled herself, focusing on the fight ahead of her as she waited on the proctor. Finally, he gave the command. Begin. Lee immediately charged forward, and Sakura immediately punched the ground, kicking up a cloud of dirt and debris. Lee leapt forward into a spinning kick. Leaf hurricane. His foot tore through the smog to reveal nothing. Lee continued with his moment and landed on his feet, sliding to a stop. He frowned when he saw the hole in the ground where Sakura once stood. That technique again, Lee noted. There was no way Sakura would try to take Lee head-on. Not when he was able to overwhelm Sasuke. That was just asking to get taken down, hard. Luckily, she did have a few cards up her sleeve. Lee jumped backward as Sakura burst out of the ground beneath him, her fist aimed at his chest. The green-clad genin landed on his feet and shot forward as Sakura crossed her arms over her chest and let fly a volley of Senbon. Lee ducked and weaved around the needles, brushing one volley aside with his arm as he neared her. The pink-haired girl formed a hand seal, and Lee immediately vanished in a burst of motion. One instant, he was a few feet away, and the next moment he was in the air, his foot digging into Sakura's chest. Only for it to pass right through her. Lee had just enough time for his eyes to widen before a prick on the back of his leg shattered the genjutsu. He leapt away, hand standing before pushing himself into the air and landing on his feet. He grasped at the back of his leg and pulled out 4 needles. Needles dripping with light purple fluid. Poison, Lee noted, gritting his teeth as he tossed them aside before looking at the hole. The pink-haired girl smirked as the first part of her plan went off without a hitch. Now, she just had to keep away from him until the poison did its work. Still, she had to keep him on his toes. She couldn't risk that he had some jutsu capable of reaching her. Plus, the more he moved, the faster the poison would go through his system. To that end, Sakura quickly dug her way to the other end of the arena before rising out of the ground as quietly as she could. Hidden in the brush, she weaved a series of hand seals. Lee saw Sakura burst from the earth. He launched himself at her, rapidly closing the distance as she threw more needles in his direction. He closed the distance, his eyes darting this way and that. Searching, if she guessed right, for anything amiss. Ducking beneath a volley of needles, Lee shot forward and threw a punch at Sakura's stomach. The younger genin managed to sidestep the attack. She ducked under a sweeping kick and leapt backward, drawing more needles. Lee vanished once more in a burst of speed as the needles reached him, appearing behind her. Leaf hurricane. His leg swept out and phased through her torso as she vanished. Lee landed with a curse. Then his eyes widened. He shifted slightly, just a bit off balance. Sakura smirked. Looks like it's starting to work. She then made a hand seal before drawing more Senbon. Before Lee's eyes, dozens of copies of Sakura rose out of the ground. Almost like the kind of tactic Naruto would have employed way back before the wave mission. Of course, these were all just illusions. To keep Lee moving and buy time while the poison wore him down and conserve her chakra. She'd put in a lot of hard work over the past few months, but she'd been very behind there. Her once abysmal reserves were now decent. Not great. She couldn't afford to use jutsu the way Sasuke did, never mind Naruto. She'd wind up in the same tree as Shikamaru. She was lucky that Lee didn't seem skilled enough in genjutsu to break her technique. She'd guessed he wouldn't be. From what Lee said when he sparred with Sasuke, he seemed to focus on taijutsu. As Lee dodged around attacks that weren't there, Sakura moved through the brush, searching for the best spot to mix an attack in. She'd have to reapply the jutsu, but that was a small price for speeding this up. Then Lee leapt high into the air, curling in on himself as he spun. He reached into his leggings and pulled out leg weights. Seriously, did he wear those into a fight? Tenten wasn't kidding about how far he goes with this stuff. Sakura thought as Lee let the weights fly. That could make a big difference, but it shouldn't be anything I can't. Then the weights hit the ground, and Sakura had to stop and gape. The pink-haired girl could feel the ground shake as twin crashes echoed through the arena. 2 clouds of dirt and debris erupted from the places of impact, high enough to go over the arena's edge, fissures in the earth where the weights dug into the ground visible at the base. Seriously, she thought in disbelief. And then Lee moved. He vanished from sight. There was no sign aside from the dirt he kicked up as he moved with speed rivaling the body flicker technique. In a few moments, he'd torn through all her illusions. I have to get. There you are. Her thoughts were interrupted as Lee appeared beside her. Sakura barely had time to react before Lee's foot slammed into her chest, knocking the wind out of her lungs and sending her flying. She hadn't even touched the ground before she felt a strike on her back. Blow after blow was landed, sending her back and forth across the arena. Pain reverberated through her body as she was thrown all over the place like a pinball. What kind of training had Lee gone through to get this fast? Then, her chance came. Lee stumbled, the poison doing its work, and she bounced along the ground. She forced her body to move, pushing herself off the ground mid-bounce with her right hand while Lee righted himself. She wasn't going to get another chance. As Lee fought the poison, Sakura put her hands together in the snake seal, pushing her chakra out from its network throughout her body. Earth style. Earth spear. Lee vanished once more at her as her skin darkened and she tensed. This time, the blow came to the back of her head. Sakura barely felt it, and she heard Lee let out a pained grunt. She was still driven forward, falling over herself, but this time she was ready. Sakura twisted her body and landed on her feet, turning to a bewildered Lee. Sakura went on the offensive, shooting toward him with her fist cocked back and held high. He vanished at the last second, and her fist flew straight to the ground. The resulting impact was about the same as when Lee released his weights. And within the resulting explosion of dirt and torn chunks of earth, Sakura released her technique and used hidden mole jutsu to dive back underground. Earth Spear was an effective all-around technique. It hardened the user's skin to diamond strength, making you almost invulnerable. Your fists included, and the earth chakra flowing through your muscles made you hit harder. A lot harder. There was just one problem: the drain on her reserves. She wasn't sure she could outlast Lee if she tried to use it for anything but short bursts. Best to just hide away and wait out the poison. Sakura closed her eyes and sensed what was going on above ground. Moments passed as Lee waited for her to reappear. Then, her eyes shot open. Lee started to move, and he moved so much faster than before. Worst, he began to tear into the ground, striking the earth with so much force it created fissures over 15 feet deep. Deep enough to uncover her. She moved to dig deeper when the earth around her erupted. She quickly found herself flung into the air, a blow on her chest driving her higher. Then, Lee appeared behind her, bandages wrapping around her form and holding her to Lee. Then they spun, so quickly the world around them blurred. Primary Lotus. She was slammed into the ground, and everything went black. Sakura, Naruto yelled, gripping the railing as he stared into the cloud of dirt with wide eyes. His concern was mirrored by Sasuke and Fu, while all the other genin present sans Gaara looked shocked. When the cloud cleared, Sakura lay unmoving in the center of a crater. Lee, meanwhile, was on his hands and knees. He tried to force himself up, then he collapsed. Looks like that wore him out, Gichi noted. Man, you Konoha ninja don't do things by halves, do you? Poison needles, Kankuro observed. She got him good at the start. That last stunt must have pushed him over the edge. The proctor looked from one to the other before raising his hand. Neither combatant can continue. The match is a draw. Medics soon came and made their way towards the two genin. Oh man, I hope Sakura's okay, Naruto muttered. The medics didn't raise any alarms. That was a good sign. She's a lot tougher than she used to be, Sasuke said, his eyes on his pink-haired teammate as they looked her over. I'm sure she'll be fine. Yeah, remember what I told you, no negative thoughts. Sakura will be fine, Fu said. She then looked down into the arena. But man, Naruto looked at her curiously. Fu's head shot up, a fist at her chest and fire in her eyes. Lee's speed was out of this world. When I get back to Taki, I'll have to work twice as hard to catch up. Wah, seriously? Naruto asked. Of course, I pride myself on my speed, but Lee totally blows me out of the water. I've gotta step up my game, Fu said, pounding her fist into an open palm. Looks like Lee got himself a rival. He couldn't blame her. He'd probably take it the same way if someone tried to outprank him. The next match is Gichi vs Kankuro. The proctor called out. Kankuro made a strangled sound before raising his hand. I forfeit. What the hell? You came all this way, and you're about to throw in the towel without even trying. Naruto asked in disbelief. He wasn't the only one either. Everyone else was giving Kankuro looks of disbelief. You're just going to back out. Now, Gichi asked. What can I say? I've had some problems with my puppet. If I went out there right now, I probably wouldn't make a good showing. Kankuro said. Naruto went to say something, but the proctor continued on. In that case, the next match is Sasuke. Uchiha vs Gaara of the Sand. Combatants, come down here. Naruto grit his teeth. No time to worry about whatever was going on with Kankuro. Gaara was already walking to the door. Be careful down there, Naruto said. Sasuke nodded. I know. He then turned to follow Gaara. Sasuke, Fu began as he passed her. Naruto frowned. She looked worried. If things get too hairy. Don't worry about me, Sasuke interrupted her. After a pause, he added, but thanks, and sorry about before. I've got more to say, but that'll come later. What was that all about? Naruto asked, looking to Fu. Fu looked away. Just a talk we had. I was worried, after what you told me about Gaara. I had a trick up my sleeve for him, but... She shrugged. Naruto frowned. Well, we'll just have to hope for the best. But I'm sure things won't get that bad. I mean, the proctor's right there. Naruto pointed out, and she nodded. The mint-haired Taki Kunoichi walked to his side and peered into the arena as they waited for the next match. Kakashi leaned back in his chair and closed his visible eye. That match had gone better than he'd hoped. He'd remembered Lee back from his academy days. How hard he worked to prove himself even back then. And then Guy got a hold of him. The third Hokage couldn't have made a better choice for the boy. He was glad to see Sakura knew she couldn't have fought Lee head-on. She'd come up with a sound strategy. Use genjutsu to make an opening, put him on the clock with poison at the first chance, and then use genjutsu mixed with real Senbon mixed in to keep him away from her while the poison did its work, maybe land some extra hits. She couldn't know if he had any way of unearthing her after all, which he did, and the genjutsu should have kept him at bay. He'd never have expected anything like those weights, either. Guy was really too much sometimes. She hadn't won, but she fought well. Showed she had a good head on her shoulders. And fighting to a draw with an opponent with more training and experience under his belt, given where she'd been mere months ago, wasn't a small feat. He nodded, proud of her. Those three had come a long way. He wished it hadn't taken something like Wave, but sometimes people needed an eye-opener like that. Himself included. Kakashi hoped she saw it that way. Sakura's self-worth still hadn't completely recovered from realizing her faults. He turned to his rival, who watched as they took Lee from the arena and closed his eyes. He imagined he felt about the same about his genin, if not more so. Your genin team became a part of your family. He'd known that from his own, and it was the same now, even if his role was different. And Lee was like a son to him. He knew how much the boy's dreams meant to his self-proclaimed eternal rival. It was amazing how far the boy had come, given all that was working against him. Our students fought well, didn't they, Guy? He asked. Yeah, Guy nodded, and then he was his old, fired-up self again. And I'm sure the lessons they learned here will push my team to even greater heights. He then turned to Kakashi. Keep pushing your students, Kakashi. Or my students will leave them in the dust. Don't worry, I planned on it. The copy ninja then looked back into the arena, where the next match was soon to start. Now, this was a match that had him concerned. Death wasn't common in the Chunin exams outside the second stage, but with someone like Gaara, it was a real possibility. Guy then stood up and began to walk away, checking up on your Lee. Kakashi guessed as he reached into his pouch. Despite the wording, it wasn't a question. When Guy turned to answer, Kakashi threw a vial at him. Here, he said as the green-clad Jonin caught it. It's the antidote to the poison Sakura used. That should work better than a general neutralizer. Guy nodded and started to turn away. He stopped and looked back at the copy ninja. Can your student handle this, Kakashi? Guy asked. I don't doubt your teaching, but he's only been a genin for a few months. He's ready, Kakashi answered. He was sure of it. Then, his and Guy's eyes turned toward the crowd for a brief moment. There was something odd. There were too many Anbu in the crowd. Sasuke couldn't help but smirk as he stood across from Gaara. His Sharingan blazed to life as he matched the redhead's apathetic gaze. Another strong opponent. The perfect test for his growth. It had been half the reason he'd come to the exams. The last match may not have turned out the way he'd wanted, but it had done just that. Much as it had smarted to see Fu just break his genjutsu, the match had pushed him. Reminded him that he had a long way to go on that front and others. He wouldn't soon forget the lesson that embarrassing start had taught him. And this promised to be even more of a challenge. So what if Gaara was dangerous? It was no worse than facing down Zabuza. And nothing compared to his true enemy. He spread his feet apart and slipped into a fighting stance while Gaara stood still. A slight shift at the Suna ninja's shoulder drew his attention, and the cork on his gourd popped off like a champagne bottle. Sand erupted from it and wound around Gaara, shifting, ready to defend him. The crowd was silent, as eager for the match to begin as Sasuke. The proctor raised his arm. Begin. Sasuke opened the fight the same way he had the last, the Sharingan's genjutsu. Gaara had met his gaze, and Sasuke pressed that advantage. This time, he didn't stand idle. He ran to the side, drawing shuriken between his fingers. He let them fly at the redhead, who was still staring where he'd been. Sasuke frowned as the sand shifted, snaking through the air and batting away the metal stars. He let out another barrage of stars before forming a hand seal. He vanished with a body flicker, reappearing in the air on the sand Genin's other side. He aimed a kick at Gaara's head, only for the sand to block his blow. He followed up with a low kick with the same result before jumping backward, lobbing a kunai with an explosive tag at the Suna Genin. The dagger dug into the sand before it erupted. And even though Gaara couldn't have seen the tag, even though he should still be trapped in Sasuke's illusion, it formed a barrier that shielded him from the blast. The sand really did move like it had a will of its own. It protected him, even if he wasn't aware of the threat. Well then, Sasuke reached into his pouch and drew 3 kunai. He let the daggers fly before weaving hand seals. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. He inhaled deeply and breathed out a ball of fire that barreled toward his foe. Gaara simply stood still with his arms crossed as the kunai embedded themselves in his sand. Sasuke smirked, just as he'd hoped. He made a hand seal as the fireball neared its target. The kunai erupted into small tornadoes that soon merged into one. Then, the fireball hit. A twisting spire of flame erupted. The proctor jumped back, shielding his face from the heat as embers danced in the air. He'd have to thank Naruto again for that one, given that they were rivals in this tournament. The blonde had put that aside, given what he was up against. He just hoped it was enough. He didn't have many other tricks for countering the sand. When the fire faded, Sasuke frowned. Gaara was nowhere in sight. There was some glass, so it looked like the heat had been enough, but... Sasuke's eyes widened, his instinct screaming at him. He kicked himself back just in time as sand burst forth from the earth. He dodged from side to side, weaving around tendrils of sediment. He ducked under one and sliced it with a kunai before tensing his legs, one final jump taking him over a dozen yards away. From the pool of sand, Gaara rose, staring at him. Except he didn't look apathetic anymore. His mouth had widened into a smile that screamed bloodlust. Narrowed eyes gazed at him with sadistic intent. He remembered Kiba's warning. So, he was showing his true face. Looked like that hadn't worked either. Sasuke could see why he'd supposedly never been hurt before. He was running out of options here. He didn't want to use his last trump card if he didn't have to. He remembered being told about Kakashi's mistake back in Wave. A Jonin needs to rely on his genin for backup against random thugs because he blew all his chakra when he didn't have to. Well, at least reminding himself about that made him feel better about how he opened his first match. The sand rose and formed a shield in front of Gaara before sand pellets burst forth. Sasuke gritted his teeth. He ducked and weaved around the bullets of sand and used a kunai to deflect more. Once more, his instinct screamed danger. He vanished in a body flicker, just as sand burst from the ground under his feet. The sand immediately sped towards the Uchiha air when he reappeared. Sasuke drew 4 kunai by their rings, flipped them in the air, caught them between his fingers, and launched them at Gaara. The sand once more shielded Gaara as Sasuke reappeared behind him. The Suna Genin didn't even turn around to look at him as the sand began to move. Sasuke smirked as he formed a hand seal. Tags on the kunai erupted, into water. Gaara's eyes widened as his sand darkened, soaked with the water. Falling apart as it turned to mud. The jutsu to seal and unseal objects was so simple that Sasuke wondered why it wasn't taught in the academy. Drawing up the seals, that was another story, but most ninja tool stores sold the most basic sealing scrolls. Sasuke blurred into motion, and the sand, weighed down by the water, couldn't move fast enough. He landed a kick right on Gaara's chin. He moved to follow up, but more sand, dry sand, rose from the ground. Clicking his teeth, Sasuke threw an explosive seal that stuck to Gaara's arm before kicking off the redhead, flinging himself out of the sand's reach. He formed a hand seal as he leapt backward, and Gaara was enveloped in an explosion. Sand burst from the ground behind him, a wall threatening to swallow him whole. He vanished with the body flicker just before it could fall him. He reappeared on the arena wall in a crouch, glaring down at Gaara. The smoke cleared to reveal Gaara standing there, hunched over. He'd barely budged. Sasuke frowned as he noticed the sand wielder was covered in cracks. Gaara looked up, a crazed expression as sand flowed over his body, seemingly melding into it as the cracks filled in. In only a few seconds, what damage there was had vanished. An armor of sand. Sasuke murmured. Great, he's got another layer of defense behind the shield. It was then that the redhead changed tactics. The sand retracted, flowing towards Gaara like water and forming a dome. More particles flew together and formed a small orb in the air. Then, it changed colors and turned into an eye. Sasuke clicked his teeth. The sand had compressed itself. It had to be a lot harder than it had been. And considering how none of his attacks had worked so far, guess I'll have to use my trump card after all. Fu gripped the railing as she stared down into the arena, her gaze honing in on the dome of sand. It's like my cocoon. Fu thought to herself with a worried frown. Her strongest defense, near impossible to cut through without a chakra flow technique, even resistant to chakra absorption. But why would he use something like that now? Sasuke's attacks had all failed to break through Gaara's defense. If it was her, the only reason she'd summon up her cocoon was if she was building up to something big. It was something she might have done before she got better at using her trump card. Or as much of that power as she could draw out anyway. What's Gaara planning? She wondered, Chome's warnings running through her mind. He can't mean to. Fu. Naruto's voice drew her attention. She turned her head to see him giving her a concerned look. Is something wrong? Yeah, she said with a nod. Just worried, you know. Fu looked back down into the arena. Why use something like that when you've already got such a strong defense? He's up to something. Naruto frowned and nodded. I thought so too. He then looked at her again. But Sasuke knows what he's doing. I'm sure he's got something up his sleeve. He said reassuringly. I hope so. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. If his other attacks didn't pierce Gaara's defenses, there's no way they'd work on that. One option is left. Sasuke formed the ox, rabbit, and monkey hand seals before grasping his left wrist. Chidori. Lightning covered his hand, bolts arcing off as it glowed bluish-white light. A strange sound emanated from it like birds chirping. Sasuke charged, running straight down the arena wall and then across the ground, clearing half of the arena in only a few seconds as he sped toward his target. He saw subtle movements in the sand before spears lanced out to skewer him. His Sharingan read them all, and he ducked and weaved between them as he thrust his arm forward. It tore through the sand. Sasuke barely felt any resistance as it pierced Gaara's shield. He reached in as far as he could before releasing the technique. His hand had dug into flesh. He could feel warm liquid running down his arm, and the sand had stopped moving entirely. He'd got him, but how much damage had he done? Then, there was a scream from within the cocoon of sand. Blood, it's my blood. Huh, Sasuke guessed he shouldn't be surprised if Gaara had never been wounded in his life. Then the sand began to shift. Sasuke's eyes widened as something grasped his arm. It wasn't sand, it felt more like a claw. Pain shot through him as its grip tightened. It felt as if it would crush his bones. With a cry of pain, he channeled lightning through his arm, loosening the death grip on him enough to throw himself back. But he couldn't have expected what he saw next. It had indeed been a massive claw grasping him. It was a brighter yellow than the sand, covered in blue lines, almost like veins, as it hung limply. Startling enough by itself, but his Sharingan showed him more. He could see its chakra. Crimson chakra, filled with bloodlust. More potent than any Sasuke's eyes had seen before. Naruto gripped the rails, looking down into the arena with wide eyes. This is like something Jiraiya had told him about when he'd been training him. Teaching him how to use the Kyuubi's power. Don't tell me he's... Fu leaned forward, her expression panicked. Was he actually going to? Then, it retreated back into the shield, and an eye peered out from the hole he'd made, glaring at him balefully. But it wasn't Gaara's. A yellow orb, sitting in a pool of black. The pupil was shaped like a 4-point star, with small spots lying between its arms. An inhuman roar echoed from the orb of sand. Air whipped out from the cocoon as Sasuke stared in shock at the heart of the storm. Then it ended. The sand melted away, revealing Gaara, clutching his shoulder as blood ran down his arm. And then, there was an explosion of smoke at the cage's booth, drawing his attention away from Gaara. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw chakra signatures, strong ones, moving quickly through the crowds. Sasuke's gaze scanned the stands above as a sense of foreboding filled him.